All right. Well, good evening. I'm going to go ahead and call to order the Monday, August 17th, 2026 Columbia City Council meeting. I'll ask the city clerk to go ahead and call roll. And I'll remind everybody speaking from the dais today that you have to push the microphone to talk into it. They're no longer all hot. So that's my warning for everybody. All right, Sheila.
Miss Buffalo?
Here.
Miss Carroll?
Here.
Miss Elwood?
Here.
Miss Sample?
Here.
Miss Galway Jones? Oh, shoot, that's right. Miss Hartman?
Here.
Miss Peters?
Here.
All right, and then I'll invite all those who are able to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, if this is your first time coming to a Columbia City Council meeting, you'll notice we have some upgrades, including a new podium. If you need any adjustments to it, there is an up and down button. You can do that, as well as moving the microphone closer to you. If you need any assistance, just request. So a quick overview of City Council agendas. First, the items that are under the consent agenda, there's not normally a presentation on those items, and there's not opportunity for public comment. For items under introduction and first read that have an asterisk, they would be on a consent agenda at the next meeting. Items under intro that do not have an asterisk could be public hearings or on the old business at the next meeting. And then that means they would have a presentation and an opportunity for public comment. Our rules for public comments are, there are multiple opportunities to speak at Columbia City Council meetings. You can talk during public hearing, old business, and new business portions of the agenda. I do ask that people keep their comments to the agenda item being discussed. And I'll remind you of that. The comments start to veer off. General comments on other topics can be allowed at the end of the council meeting under public comment. We ask that you state your name and your ward so that we can get it in the minutes correctly. Individuals are allotted 3 minutes, and groups affected by the legislation can request a 5 minutes. I ask that you let me acknowledge that so that we can adjust the timer that is there on the podium showing you how much time you have left. I ask people to respect the time limits so that everyone has an opportunity to speak, and we're not here till Tuesday, unlike 2 weeks ago. We also ask that we want them to have as many opportunities to speak. So please avoid demonstrations that might intimidate your neighbors from speaking. We address issues, not individuals, so please no personal attacks, including on city staff. Disruption would be addressed with a warning, and if necessary, removal and recess. Okay, so getting into our agenda for today. The first item we have is we don't have minutes to approve because we're still working on those from that meeting. Are there any changes to the agenda tonight? Okay, seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as posted. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jackie. All those in favor, push your microphones and say yes or aye.
Yes.
Aye. All right, now up first is our first special item. So I would like to ask Sharon Galway Jones to join myself and the city clerk at the podium. This side? Cool. I can do this. Okay.
Just raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Sharon Galway Jones,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I possess all qualifications
that I possess all qualifications
for the office of Ward 4 Council Member
for the office of Ward 4 Council Member
for the City of Columbia, Missouri,
for the City of Columbia, Missouri,
that I am not subject
that I am not subject
to any of the disqualifications
to any of the disqualifications
set forth in the Charter
set forth in the Charter
of the City of Columbia,
of the City of Columbia,
that I will support the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and laws of the United States
and of the State of Missouri
and of the State of Missouri,
and the Charter and ordinances
and the Charter and ordinances
of the City of Columbia,
of the City of Columbia,
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of my office,
the duties of my office,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
And then I have your official commission. So it says, "To all who shall see these presents, greetings. Know ye that it hath been certified that Sharon Galway Jones was, on the 4th day of August 2026, duly elected 4th Ward Council member within and for the city of Columbia, Missouri, in the county of Boone, in the state of Missouri. So now therefore in the name and on behalf of said city of Columbia County and state aforesaid, the said Sharon Galway Jones is hereby commissioned to serve as the 4th Ward Council member in the term ending April 2028, as specified by law, and is authorized to discharge the duties of said office according to law on this historic day." So this is for you, and we close for this. Okay. Congratulations. Welcome on the top. Yeah, yeah. Before we move on, I'd like to give our newest council member an opportunity to address the audience. If there's anyone special you want to point out, or just say a few words.
Just wanted to say thank you to everyone for being here. This is a great community, and I am so pleased and privileged and honored to be able to represent it. There are many of you who I would not be here without, and I will not embarrass you all in a public forum at this time, but thank you all very much, and I look forward to serving.
Well, thank you, Sharon. Welcome. And I think it goes without saying that you'll notice this is the first time the Columbia City Council is an all-female council. A weight that And I think I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge all the women that came before us, starting with our first female elected official, Betty McCaskill, in the 70s, who served as a ward representative. Past ward representatives for Ward 2 are in the room, Ward 1, and multiple wards here, as well as serving us in the state legislature. And of course, our first female mayor, Mary McCollum, there at the back. And not to leave without our female county commissioners that are here and representatives. So just want to thank you to all who came before us and continue to support us to this day. It's not always easy being a female elected official. And so just want to thank you who will continue to serve, including the ladies up with me right now. So thank you. Now, I know those of you who just came for that, you can leave. I understand you don't want to stay for our budget. But moving on to our regular part of our agenda, the City Council has multiple opportunities to serve through boards and commissions. Once a month, we have appointments to any vacancies that are on those. I encourage people to check out if you're interested in serving the City of Columbia and volunteering your time for that, to reach out, look on Wednesday on the website to see what vacancies are coming up the next day. So up first, we have a few applications and a few appointments to make this evening. So up first, hold on, need a better button. Okay, so up first we have for Board of Health. For this one, we're going to need to do the roll call vote. So for the health worker position, Sheila, will you please call, because we have 2 applicants for 1 vacancy.
Ms. Buffalo,
Bridget Kraus.
Ms. Carroll,
Bridget Kraus.
Bridget Kraus.
Ms. Elwood,
Bridget Kraus.
Ms. Sample,
Bridget Kraus.
Ms. Galway Jones,
Bridget Kraus.
Ms. Hartman,
Bridget Kraus.
Ms. Peters.
Bridget Kraus.
Bridget's been appointed.
All right, and for the next position, I think this is the general interest position.
Ms. Buffalo,
Joseline Hernandez Arroyo.
Ms. Carroll,
Joseline Hernandez Arroyo.
Ms. Elwood,
Joseline Hernandez Arroyo.
Ms. Sample,
Joseline Hernandez Arroyo.
Ms. Galway Jones,
Joseline Hernandez Arroyo.
Ms. Hartman,
Joseline Hernandez Aurora.
Ms. Peters.
Hernandez Arroyo.
All right, and then moving into the Building Construction Codes Commission for the alternate layperson, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Buffalo,
Christopher Howe.
Ms. Carroll,
Christopher Howe.
Ms. Elwood,
Leanne Cravens.
Ms. Sample,
Christopher Howe.
Ms. Galway Jones,
Christopher Howe.
Ms. Hartman,
Leanne Cravens.
Ms. Peters.
Christopher Howe.
Christopher's been appointed.
And then we have 4 applicants for 1 vacancy on the Climate and Environment Commission. So Sheila, will you please call roll?
Ms. Buffalo,
Julia Thomason,
Ms. Carroll,
Julia Thomason.
Ms. Elwood,
Julia Thomason.
Ms. Sample,
Julia Thomason.
Ms. Galway Jones,
Julia Thomason.
Ms. Hartman,
Leslie Framer.
and Ms. Peters.
Leslie Fryman.
Julia's been appointed.
All right, and then for the next one, we have 1 applicant. So if there's no objection, Andrea Kaiser can serve on the Dangerous or Aggressive Animal Advisors Board. No objection?
No
No
objection.
objection, okay. And then moving on, for Historic Preservation Commission, we have both applicants for general interest in historic preservation can be appointed if there's no objection. So Stephen Bybee and Clarissa Easton.
No objections.
Sorry, moving on my script. And then finally, the last one for the Tax Increment and Financing Commission, if agreeable, I'll reappoint Tom Mendenhall to serve if there's no objection from council.
No objection.
Okay. All right, well, moving on, scheduled public comment. So members of the public can reach out to the city manager's office the Monday prior to the city council meeting, 1 week prior to the city council meeting by 5 p.m. To schedule 5 minutes of public comment at the beginning of a city council meeting. The topic of conversation can't be on anything that's on that budget that evening. Of note, it's been a typical practice of the city council to ask for additional follow-up at the end of the meeting under their general comments if it is warranted. So tonight we have 5 scheduled public comments, 1, 2, and I think 1 withdrew their request. So I'd like to first ask for Jaylene Parker to come forward to speak.
Hello? Is it working? Good evening, council. My name is Jalen Parker. I am currently a resident of Columbia, Missouri at 2106 Carroll Drive, and tonight I will be speaking on the behalf of VidWest. Tonight, it's easy to see this as a conversation about funding, but for the people who walk through the doors of this community video center, it isn't about funding at all. It's about opportunity. It's about access. It's about whether someone with talent but not money gets the chance to create something that could change their life. When people hear community video center, they might think it's just a place with cameras and computers, but it's so much more than that. It's a place where people discover what they're capable of. It's where young people find a passion, learn new skills, and build confidence. It's where artists, filmmakers, photographers, musicians, and entrepreneurs are given a chance to grow and create something meaningful. Not everyone has thousands of dollars to buy cameras, microphones, lights, editing software, or studio space. I know I didn't. This center gives people access to resources they otherwise might never have. And for many, that access is the difference between having a dream and actually pursuing it. For some people, this is where they shoot their first film. For others, it's where they photograph their first client, record their first interview, or discover a skill that turns into a career. Those moments don't happen by accident. They happen because this place exists. We often talk about investing in the future. Well, this is what investing in the future looks like. This center doesn't just produce videos, it builds confidence, it teaches skills, it helps launch small businesses, it creates careers. Most importantly, it gives people a place to learn, to make mistakes, to grow, and to believe they belong in an industry that can often feel out of reach. You can't encourage people to dream big while taking away one of the few places that helps to make those dreams possible. You can't say you support the arts, innovation, and workplace development while allowing one of our community's most valuable creative resources to disappear. Every dollar invested here reaches far beyond these walls. It supports local creators, strengthens local businesses, brings people together through community events, and encourages talented people to build their future here instead of somewhere else. And once something like this is gone, it's not easy to replace. The cameras can be bought again, the building can be rebuilt, the opportunities that are lost, the connections that are never made, and the dreams that are never given a chance, those things don't come back. Maybe the next filmmaker is walking through those doors today. Maybe the next photographer, journalist, editor, or entrepreneur is learning something today that will shape the rest of their life. They deserve that chance, just as so many before them did. Tonight, you're not deciding whether to fund a building, you're deciding what kind of city we want to be. A city that sees creativity as an expense, or one that recognizes it as an investment. A city that closes doors, or one that opens them. I hope you'll choose to invest in opportunity. I hope you'll choose to invest in the people who are learning, creating, and building something bigger than themselves. Because when you invest in this center, you're not just funding a building, you're funding potential, you're funding opportunity, and you're funding futures. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask Nikki Davis and Laura Pieper to come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am Laura Pieper. I'm the Chair of the Board of Directors for the district. On behalf of the district, we respectfully request that the City of Columbia begin developing a clear, publicly accessible, and enforceable urban camping ordinance for our community. This request is not about criminalizing homelessness. It's about creating clarity, consistency, safety, and compassion for both those experiencing homelessness and the broader community navigating growing concerns related to public camping, obstruction of sidewalks, encampments, and sanitation issues. Currently, existing ordinances appear fragmented, broad, and difficult to locate or interpret. This creates confusion for residents, businesses, law enforcement, outreach providers, and individuals seeking services. Communities across Missouri and the nation are reevaluating how they address unsheltered homelessness in public spaces. Local agencies and regional homelessness counts continue to show rising needs and strained shelter capacity in mid-Missouri. A well-crafted ordinance would help Columbia clearly define prohibited camping and sleeping activities on public property, establish transparent standards for enforcement and outreach, protect sidewalks, parks, businesses, and shared public spaces, improve sanitation and public health conditions, create clearer pathways toward shelter, treatment, and support services, ensure consistency for city staff, outreach workers, businesses, and residents. Importantly, we strongly encourage the city to pair any ordinance with compassion, diversion, and outreach measures, including warnings, shelter referrals when available, mental health and substance use outreach, and coordination with service providers. Many communities have adopted tiered enforcement models that prioritize education and voluntary compliance before citations or penalties. We respectfully request that the City Council direct staff to review existing ordinances, identify gaps and enforcement challenges, research best practices from peer cities, and work with stakeholders to draft a clear urban camping ordinance for public discussion and consideration. Additionally, as the City of Columbia, the University of Missouri, and the district begin implementation of the new block-by-block Safety Ambassador Program, it is increasingly important that ordinances related to public spaces, camping, sleeping, obstruction, and quality of life concerns are clearly written and easy to understand. The safety ambassadors are intended to help de-escalate situations, connect individuals to services, and support public safety efforts before situations escalate to emergency response. Clear ordinances will help ensure transparency, consistency, and the long-term success of this partnership. Downtown Columbia is one of the economic and cultural hearts of the community. Ensuring public spaces remain safe, welcoming, accessible, and compassionate benefits everyone, including those currently experiencing housing instability. Thank you for your time, leadership, and consideration of this important issue.
So quickly, Nikki Davis from the District Downtown CID. Welcome, Sharon. I want to emphasize that we have heard concerns from both sides of this request. We understand it's a complicated and deeply personal issue, but I also want to speak from the heart on behalf of our downtown businesses. Many are struggling. They are cleaning up human waste, addressing unsafe behaviors outside of their doors, comforting frightened employees, and watching customers turn around and leave. These are small business owners who have invested their savings, their time, and their lives in the downtown Columbia. They cannot continue to carry this weight alone. Tonight, we are not asking City Council to adopt a specific ordinance. We are asking for you to direct city staff to research what other communities are doing and identify the options that balance compassion, public safety, accessibility, and clear expectations for everyone. Our businesses, employees, residents, visitors, and people experiencing homelessness all deserve a thoughtful and consistent solution. We want to be a part of that conversation moving forward, the research process, as much as we can. If you are here tonight in support of this request, please stand. Thank you for listening and taking this concern seriously.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask Krista Murray to please come forward to speak.
I always liked this room. I think it's a nice one. Hi. Button? Oh, it's already? Haha. Thank you so much, Barbara. So today I'd like to start with introductions. I'm Krista Murray. I am a fifth-generation Hickman High School graduate. My family has been in mid-Missouri, specifically Columbia, for a really long time. In fact, you can find masonry bricks with my name on it right here in historic Brick District downtown. And I'm here for Get the Flock Out of Columbia. And I'd like to take a second to introduce the whole crowd to the Columbia that I know and love by briefly reading the Principles of Community that Columbia submitted in 2018. We affirm the inherent dignity and value of every person and strive to maintain a climate of work and learning based on mutual respect and understanding. We affirm the right of each person to express thoughts and opinions freely. We encourage open expression within a climate of civility, sensitivity, and mutual respect. We affirm the value of human diversity because it enriches our lives and our organizations. We acknowledge and respect our differences while affirming our common humanity. We reject all forms of prejudice and discrimination, including those based on race or age, color, diverse ability, gender identity, gender expression, national origin, political affiliation, race, religion, sexual orientation, veteran status. We take individual and collective responsibility for helping to eliminate bias and discrimination and for increasing our own understanding of those issues through education, training, and interaction with others. We pledge our collective commitment to incorporating these principles into the City of Columbia's mission. I believe wholeheartedly in every word of that statement, and the looks on your faces tell me that you guys do too. And so I'd like to paint a picture for you. What does Columbia in 10 years look like? Does it look like a thriving opportunity campus where individuals who are down on their luck have what they need, and food banks that have literally advocated themselves out of necessity? We grow the food that we eat in our communities, and our children walk freely to and from school, and we have things like bicycle buses that truck through neighborhoods. We know our neighbors, we smile at each other, and crime rates are still down. We have some of the lowest crime rates in the state right now. And let me paint for you the picture of what I see when I drive through Columbia. There are surveillance technologies being monitored by AI that track my every move, not just my face, not just my children walking to and from school, but my vehicle and all of its identifiers. Thank goodness in 2024, we passed the right to an abortion, because if I needed one in this state and needed to travel out of it, I could be tracked. We've seen that coming out of Texas. Right now, the money and the energy that we invest is building our tomorrow. We collectively want security. We collectively want good schools. We collectively want beautiful, thriving districts. But when has being watched ever made a person do their best? I remember when cell phones hit dance floors and people stopped dancing. When I know that I'm being watched, I'm nervous, I'm anxious, even if I have nothing to hide. In 2018, the City of Columbia said, we care about diversity. In 2023, the city went so far as to name itself, in the face of federal backlash, a sanctuary city for LGBTQ+ individuals. And I just read the pledge that this city stands for. But why are we spending the equivalent of 30 cadet salaries a year on AI-driven infrastructure that assumes we're all guilty long before there's ever been an open investigation? I may not have a degree in law enforcement, but I love to read. And I have spent a lot of time looking into what is policing and how do we make it better. In fact, I sat at a Columbia-run event last year to talk about community policing. And that event talked about block-by-block procedures and knowing your neighbors. It talked about giving adequate resources to decrease the need for people to steal. Are we investing as a city in our community, in our children, in our people, or are we investing in AI surveillance? I would like the city council, this historic council, to please bring the Flock contract back for a vote. I would like you all to vote no and let your city dictate to you the ordinances that protect us moving forward. This isn't
Thank you, Krista.
anti-technology. This is about us building the
thank you,
community we
Krista.
want. Thank you.
I'd now like to ask, I think, oh, please, guys. So Jordan Lundy withdrew. I ask you to please let me respect and have the next person who has scheduled public comment the opportunity to come forward. So I'd now like to ask, I don't think that Jordan Lundy is coming, I think withdrew the request, so I'd now like to request Heather Hargrove to come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Heather Hargrove, Ward 5. The August 4th election sent a message that deserves careful reflection. While Proposition 1 was approved, it passed by an exceptionally narrow margin. That is certainly a mathematical victory, but it should also be recognized as evidence that our community is divided and that many residents approach this decision with hesitation. Regardless of how anyone voted, I hope we can all agree that such a close result calls for humility, thoughtful leadership, and accountability. It means that while a majority supported the proposition, a very significant portion of our community did not. Residents deserve to know that their concerns were heard and that their tax dollars will be treated with the same seriousness that they would expect in their own households or businesses. One issue where our community has been remarkably consistent is public safety. Community surveys have repeatedly identified police and fire services as one of the residents' highest priorities. That message has not changed. Every morning, our police officers and firefighters report to work with one mission, and that's to protect us. They stand ready to respond on what may be someone else's worst day. They walk into situations that most of us hope that we will never encounter. And they deserve our respect, our gratitude, and the resources necessary to do their job safely and effectively that protects our community and its most valuable asset, which is the people. Supporting public safety also means recognizing that providing those services requires difficult choices. We cannot simply say that public safety is a priority. We must demonstrate that it is a priority through budget, staffing decisions, infrastructure investments, and the way we allocate limited resources. And we could not ignore that perception matters. Headlines about crime, whether they fully represent the broader statistical picture or not, shape how residents feel about their community. They influence whether people feel comfortable walking downtown, whether businesses decide to invest here, and whether families choose Columbia as the place to raise their children, or whether students and young professionals see Columbia as a community where they want to build their future. In many ways, perception becomes reality. A community that is perceived as safe is more attractive to families, businesses, students, visitors, and investors. Maintaining public confidence in the safety of our community must remain a priority, not because we want to create fear, but because confidence in our community matters to our quality of life and our economic future. It will also matter when future officers and firefighters compare Columbia to other communities when making a decision about where they will call home. There has been considerable discussion about how we arrived at the point of needing a public safety tax. But today, that is no longer the most important question. You are the council that has been elected to lead from this point forward. The question now is, what will you do with the responsibility the voters have placed in your hands? I would urge you to resist the temptation to return to business as usual. This election should not be interpreted as permission to become complacent in the face of declining revenues and rising expenses. Instead, it should serve as a reminder that every taxpayer dollar must be spent thoughtfully, strategically, with accountability and planning, and that times have changed. We must change with them. Families across Columbia make difficult financial decisions every month. They prioritize needs over wants. They postpone purchases. They look for efficiency. They make difficult choices when their income does not keep pace with their expenses. Local businesses do the same thing, constantly evaluating expenses, prioritizing investments, and finding ways to do more with limited resources. Nonprofit organizations stretch every dollar to fulfill their missions because they understand that the resources entrusted to them are not unlimited. City government should approach taxpayer dollars with that same discipline and a focus on the priorities. I believe that the council has an obligation to have some difficult conversation in the months and years ahead. Some decisions will be popular and some will not, but sidestepping tough talks leads to bigger problems. Serving on council should not be an effort to advance individual agendas or pet projects. You've been elected to make difficult decisions that serve the best interests of the entire community. Good stewardship requires discipline. It requires asking hard questions, setting priorities, and ensuring taxpayers receive measurable value for every dollar entrusted to the city.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Time. All right, moving on. We have a public hearing. Guys, we don't have to clap for things. Thank you, though. I forgot to say my earlier thing about clapping, because when it's a swearing in one, it's like we're going to clap for Sharon, so I thought. Sheila, will you please read public hearing 2426?
Public hearing 2426 is the proposed installation of traffic calming devices on Whitegate Drive between Paris Road and Squire Circle.
Do we have a staff report? You will also have to push the button. Sorry.
I'm learning. Okay. Good evening. My name is Shane Creech, and I'm the Public Works Director. This project would install traffic calming measures along Whitegate Drive and Lambeth Drive between Paris Road and the terminus of Lambeth Drive. Whitegate scored as the highest priority project in the 2024 Neighborhood Traffic Management Plan and had an 85th percentile speed of just over 39 miles per hour. Whitegate has just over 2,600 vehicles traveling on it per day and currently has a posted speed limit of 25 miles an hour. Staff held 2 interested parties meetings for this project, one December 4th, 2025, and another on May 27th of this year. From those discussions and subsequent design, staff is recommending the installation of 3 speed humps and the associated signs and markings along this stretch of roadway. Staff estimates the cost of the project at $25,000 paid from our annual traffic calming account. And for some additional information, MoDOT is proposing to signalize the intersection of Town Drive and Whitegate Drive as part of Phase 4 of the Improve I-70 project. Discussions at both MoDOT's public hearings and at the interested parties meetings associated with this project included a desire by some in attendance for pursuit of a roundabout in this location. Public Works staff agrees that a roundabout would be a preferred option in this location. To that end, Public Works has prepared a concept plan seen here and requested that MoDOT provide us with the costs associated with their traffic signal. MoDOT's willing to work with us on this if we can find funding for the difference. For reference, a typical roundabout project costs between $1 and $1.5 million, with the signal around 1/3 of that cost. However, it's important to remember that this is not a project within the current 2025 capital improvement sales tax. Lee White, the department's assistant director, is with me tonight, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff on this proposed traffic calming project? Yeah, Valerie.
Can you tell me what other traffic calming devices were considered and how you ended up on speed tables?
Sure. With almost all of our traffic calming projects, the first interested parties meeting is more of an overview of the different types of traffic calming devices that are out there and available. Some do a better job than others, depending on what the issue is. So all that was talked about in the first interested parties meeting. There was a preference for speed humps. We think that does a good job of addressing the issue that we see on Whitegate. And so that's why we proposed them on this particular project.
Any other questions from council for staff? Yeah, Sharon. Oh, sorry. Sharon and then Vera.
There it goes. The other two projects that were discussed in the April meeting, where are those in the process? The Hoylake and
Hoylake, they're still evaluating. That's a very unique project, as there was a whole mailbox cluster issue that came up during these meetings where they were not maybe located as they would be today, as I think that was the first project in the city to implement the mailbox cluster.
And the other one, I'm trying to look back at the memo, and Highlands Parkway. Because all three were approved at the same time.
Highlands Parkway is just a few weeks behind. We try not to do them all at the same time due to staffing.
All right, Vera.
Just for clarity's sake, could you go back to the slide of the project we're actually talking about? Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Yeah, Christina.
Well, maybe I'm going to confuse things here, but I wanted to talk about the roundabout. Like, sorry. If that is within this agenda item, I'm just curious. It's not.
Yeah, it's not on what we're approving tonight.
Then I have no questions, and I'll wait.
All right, any other questions on the traffic calming on Whitegate Drive? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Would anyone from the public wish to speak on proposed installation of traffic calming on Whitegate Drive? You're it, Paul Land.
My name is Paul Land. I'm a property owner on Whitegate Drive at 2100 and 02 Whitegate under the title of Last Enterprises LLC. Last Enterprises consists of two people, my wife and myself. Presently, there are 3 businesses located within that building, the lead tenant being Columbia Insurance Company. And I support the traffic calming devices. I attended the neighborhood meetings that talked about those. And I would like to talk about the roundabout specifically, even though that's outside of this to the east. But the I-70 changes are going to make some material changes here, which are important to discuss. Clark Lane, as it comes west from Highway 63 and travels behind the building that Columbia Insurance is on that map, where it's located, will be obliterated as part of that I-70 expansion. So all traffic will not travel behind this building anymore. It'll travel to the side, Uptown Drive, and then heading to the west along Whitegate to the west where it becomes Hereford. So Clark Lane will turn into Town Drive, will turn into Whitegate, and then turn into Hereford, all within 1/2 mile. Seems notable to me that it would be less confusing to call that Clark Lane. I have no objection. I'm the only property owner between Town Drive and Paris Road that has a Whitegate address. If in the future a decision's made to call that Clark Lane, I would support it. I also support the idea of a roundabout there versus a traffic light. The location of those drives, the drives serving the backside of Clark Lane will be obliterated too. So the location of those drives, I think, will cause a strain on the potential occupants of that property in the future if a traffic light's put there, because it will cause a stacking of traffic during peak hours, during the morning peak hours and the evening peak hours. So I think a roundabout would be desirable. To that end, we're willing to make a donation of the land that would help support that roundabout if that decision's reached in the future. Now, obviously, we've got a couple other property owners there that have to make a similar decision, maybe. We believe the city supports it, and the city owns land to the northeast. And I'm willing to reach out to the other property owners for assistance in that regard, too. So that's the extent of my comments.
Thank you, Paul. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak about the proposed installation of traffic calming on Whitegate Drive? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Any comments from council or additional questions that came up on this? All right, I'll have Sheila go ahead and call roll, or I'll make a motion, sorry. I'll make a motion for staff to proceed with the installation of traffic calming devices on Whitegate Drive. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. All right, the next public hearing, Sheila, will you please read public hearing 2526?
Public hearing 2526 is the consideration of the adoption of the City of Columbia Phase 2 Integrated Management Plan for Wastewater and Stormwater.
Do we have a staff report? You have to hold it down. Sorry.
Oh, the whole time. Got it. Okay. Good evening. Aaron Keys, Utilities Director. With me, I have Tom Rotterman, the Assistant Director for Sewer and Stormwater. This public hearing is for the adoption of Phase 2 of the Wastewater and Stormwater Integrated Management Plan. A quick history, we embarked on this integrated management plan process to allow the city to prioritize and direct how we spend funds to address all of our maintenance, capital, and regulatory needs in both sewer and stormwater. The city was faced with, and this was more than a decade ago, the city was faced with an administrative order on consent that required the utilities, that was going to require the utilities to spend more than $57 million on infrastructure work as dictated by the regulatory agencies that may not have completely benefited our community. Instead, we were able to develop this integrated management plan that allows the city the flexibility to organize and fund work and capital improvements as our community sees fit. So what is the integrated management plan? It's a community-driven, affordable infrastructure plan that leverages existing assets and implements innovative solutions in order to enhance our community's priorities, which are improving public health and safety, quality of life, sustainable service for the future, water quality, and regulatory compliance. The timeline for this, Phase 1 was completed in 2019 and has been implemented since that time. Phase 2 was started in 2024, and we are starting implementation this year. It's typically on a 5-year cycle that runs in conjunction with our DNR permits. As part of this process, we had public participation and outreach, which included a customer survey that was online from May to September of 2024, a public meeting in August of 2024, and then this was also presented to the Hinkson Creek Collaborative Adaptive Management Stakeholder Group. So what did we do in phase one? Again, we have a 5-year action plan, so that first phase, instead of having to complete only regulatory items, we spent our money and efforts on being able to focus on maintaining and improving our existing infrastructure. So at the wastewater plant, we completed rehabilitation of the digester complex, which includes the roofs and the mixing system. And we also upgraded all of our 25 pump stations with SCADA and telemetry so we can see what's going on at all times. For our wastewater collection system, we reduced sanitary sewer overflow events. That's what SSO stands for. And we did that through pipelining projects, which also extends the life of our infrastructure. We also completed completed some significant operational changes to reduce our SSOs. We completed a new sewer model, which will help us identify where we need to focus our rehabilitation efforts in the sewer, out in the sewer system. On stormwater, in addition to two significant capital projects, a regional detention project over by Calvert Drive and our Hinkson Creek Bank Stabilization Project, we did a considerable amount of work on inspecting our stormwater outfalls, looking for illicit discharge detection issues. And then we did a significant corrugated metal pipe condition assessment and prioritization work. So currently our permit for, our current permits for both the wastewater treatment plant and our municipal separate storm sewer system permit, which is our stormwater permit. The current requirements on the wastewater plant, we have limits on BOD and TSS and ammonia. In the future, with the water quality criteria updates from DNR, we will be expected to, or the limits for ammonia could change at the wastewater plant. And there is an expectation that we will start have limits for total phosphorus. Currently, plants of our size, that total phosphorus limit is required by 2029. Because of our integrated management plan, we were able to push that off, or we hopefully will be able to push that off till about 2033 to give us time to do some optimization work. E. coli is another water quality parameter that's important both at the wastewater plant and is on many, we have a number of impaired waters in the city of Columbia that are listed for E. coli. That's what the 303D list is. And so those are some items that we needed to incorporate in this plan. So what are some of the proposals that are in phase 2 at the wastewater plant? Again, we're planning on doing an optimization study. That's going to include a lot of things. The first thing is nutrient removal, which is both phosphorus and ammonia. What are the best mechanisms for us to do that in the most cost-efficient way possible? But we also want to take that opportunity to look at our energy use at the wastewater plant. The wastewater plant is one of the greatest energy users in the city. So if we can reduce some of that electrical use somehow, we'd like to do that. Sludge management is another aspect that we need to look at as a community as a whole, because even though our flows have not actually increased significantly in the last decade, the concentration of solids in that flow has increased. So if you look at it as people are putting in more water-saving devices and conservation devices. We don't get as much flow, but we're getting more solids in that flow. And so we need to be sure that our facility can adequately treat those solids into the future. And then disinfection will be another aspect of the wastewater process. As far as our collection system, again, what we're looking ahead to is continuing our private common collector elimination projects, which protect the public health and environment. We're continuing to work through that list. An orderly system expansion to protect our creeks and streams, and then continued work on inflow and infiltration reduction to reduce overflows and backups. And most of that work is our trenchless rehabilitation of our pipes, and then using the hydraulic model that we recently completed to better identify areas that we need to take some more focused efforts. With the recent rainfall events, we also know that we need to update our existing reimbursement programs, and we're hopeful to bring something back to you in December with those updates. And then regarding stormwater management, we're focused on improving public safety through flood management projects, improving the health of our streams through our MS4 programs, and then going back to the corrugated metal pipe, we've done that condition assessment, and so we are prioritizing which pipes we need to focus on replacing or potentially lining in the next 5 years. So with that, I'm willing to attempt to answer any questions about the integrated management plan.
Thank you, Erin. Any questions from council members for staff? Yeah, Christina.
Could you elaborate on why we're pushing back the total phosphorus to 2033, I think is what you said?
Sure. So the idea is we already do some phosphorus removal at the wastewater plant. And so we want to spend some time looking at our process to see if we can optimize what we already have and meet the removal requirements. Then we feel like that would be in our best interest instead of moving forward with some multi-million-dollar capital infrastructure improvement to meet that requirement. So we want to do the study first, and that's just going to take some time. And if it doesn't work out like we hope, then we're going to have to do some capital planning in order to fund that infrastructure improvement.
Okay, a couple follow-ups would be, what kind of timeline would that be in order to do that capital? Like, do you have any idea what that would look like? And then the second would be, who would do the optimization study? Would that be in-house or external?
No, we would probably hire an engineering firm to help us with that optimization because it could be pretty complex. It involves a lot of aspects of the process. So, and then your first question was about the timeline for infrastructure. So when the plant was upgraded in 2013, when that upgrade was designed, it was anticipated that nitrogen removal was going to be more important, and so it was set up for an improvement for nitrogen removal. Well, then DNR actually changed, and they brought forward the phosphorus removal before the nitrogen removal. There are probably still some aspects of the facility we could use towards phosphorus removal, but there's two different kinds. There's, you can either do a chemical or you can do it operationally. And so that's also part of the optimization to see which one will best suit our needs.
Any other questions for staff? Yeah, Valerie, remember this button.
You're going to have to remind me every time. You called out that you would be looking at what areas to do linings in over the next 5 years for pipes. Is that your cure-in-place pipe program that you're referring to?
Yes, we're doing the cured-in-place pipe lining projects, but for the I&I program, there's additional work that can be done. There's lining manholes, there's putting, they call them top hats in the sewer lateral connection. There's smoke testing, there's some more work that can be done specifically on inflow and infiltration. We will continue to do our lining. That is part of this plan. It is $2.7 million is funded every year just to go towards lining. But we will also start looking with our sewer model. We'll be able to start honing in on those areas that really have inflow and infiltration problems so we can continue to work on that a little further.
Yeah, how do you identify areas that have inflow and infiltration problems?
They do that through flow monitoring, where they monitor the flow in both dry weather and wet weather and see what the difference is, and there's an expected difference. And if it goes above that, then that may be an area that we need to focus on. You'll actually see a contract coming through council here in the next meeting, I believe, for a contract to do just that.
Excellent. Yeah, I love this program. Is there any data available that we can review as a council as to what areas had those differences that were higher than expected?
The studies that we did in the past are older now, and we've lined so much that a lot of things have changed since then. So it wouldn't necessarily be accurate, I guess, or up to date.
Yeah, so we're repeating so that we can find what areas are troublesome now.
Correct.
I think that's a meaningful bit of information. We had areas in the past and where we have filled in. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions for staff on this one? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and open up public hearing. Would anyone from the public wish to speak on phase 2 of, you can keep walking, that's fine. I'm like filling time until you get up here for the sewer and stormwater management plan.
For the solid waste, are you able to
You can
use-
direct our, please say your name and your ward and direct your questions to us, and then we'll ask staff.
Okay. My name is Tawfiq Thabit. I'm a citizen. And for the wastewater facility, it was stated that there is so much solids that it's higher, the solid concentration in the water is too high incoming. So can you just use some of that outlet stream that is that has all the solid removed in order to dilute the solid before it enters the facility, so you have the same solid to water mixture as before? And then for the second one is the pipe that is lined. The lining will not stop, like if it's corroded and the structural integrity of the pipe is reduced through the corrosion, will that lining still keep the tunnel/pipe upright, or is there going to be a different, like, do you still need to replace some of the pipe that is corroded? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And Sheila, did you get his name? I can't see. Oh, would you mind saying your name again for Sheila? We just have to put it in the minutes.
Tawfiq Thabit. First name is Tawfiq, last name is Thabit. Okay, thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on the proposed integrated management phase 2 for wastewater and stormwater? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Additional follow-up, I guess, for the questions asked. The questions asked from the public, if you have answers to those would be helpful.
In terms of the solids management that we're looking at, removing phosphorus may increase the solids that we have to manage. That's really what's driving the solids study. And that's also a function of whether we remove it chemically or biologically. If we remove it chemically, we'll be adding a material that'll cause the solids to precipitate and increase the amount of solids. So that's really what's driving the solids study. In terms of the structural question about the pipe, if we get to the corrugated metal pipe soon enough and rehab it and line it before it's too bad, we can maintain its structural integrity. If we get to it too late, then it has to be replaced.
All right, thank you. Any additional questions, comments from council on this? Yeah, Christina.
I just want to say thanks for upgrading the SCADA systems in the phase 1 part of the project, because like cybersecurity side of me worries about that stuff. So thank you. And then in terms of if you don't get to the corrugated pipe in time to apply the lining, do you guys come back to council for that? I know this is kind of a process question, but to like update to a new pipe, or what happens at that point?
So most of the corrugated metal pipe, when we replace it or line it, it's considered a maintenance project, and so we do it as maintenance. If we had to upsize it or add inlets or do some improvement to it, then that's when it comes to council as an improvement project.
Any additional? Yeah, Valerie.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for calling out the plan to expand the reimbursement programs. Those have been a huge support to the community. I hear a lot of interest in them. And as you mentioned, after the rainfall, I heard from a number of citizens who are engaging to find out how can they participate in that program because they've learned that they need those supports. That, as well as our maintenance, I think helps us stay ahead of the more extreme weather events and more frequent flooding that we've been seeing recently.
Any other council comments? All right, I'll make a motion to accept and approve the City of Columbia Phase 2 Integrated Management Plan for Wastewater and Stormwater. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Vera. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Moving on, Sheila, will you please read Public Hearing 2626 and the accompanying Bill 20826?
Public hearing 2626 is the setting of the property tax rates for the 2026 for the City of Columbia. And Council Bill 20826 is an ordinance fixing the rate of taxation on all taxable property in the City of Columbia, Missouri for the year 2026, directing the city clerk to give notice of the property tax rates and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, Matthew Liu, Director of Finance. This public hearing is for the ordinance that sets the property tax rate for the City of Columbia at .3918 per $100 of assessed valuation. The city levies property taxes to support operations and basic services within the general fund. These rates are set each year within the limits set by the Constitution and the statutes of Missouri. The rates are based on revenues received from the prior year with an allowance for growth based on the rate of inflation. The 2026 property tax supports the fiscal year 27 budget. These property taxes comprise approximately 9% of the general fund revenue for fiscal year 27, and that is roughly $12.2 million. The computed rate for 25, which would have been fiscal year 26 revenue, was .3907 per $100 assessed valuation. This rate is increased about .0011 for 2026 to .3918 per assessed valuation. And so basically for fiscal year 27, we're looking at around $12.2 million if this rate is passed.
Any questions from council to staff? I just have one. Matthew, I seem to recall, was it last year that it went down? So it fluctuates within that. Sorry, I have to push the button.
It fluctuates year to year based on how many houses came on and the allowance. So we're only allowed to increase 5% from year to year because of the Hancock Amendment. So if it increases more than 5%, you'll see that rate go down to allow for that only 5% increase.
Okay. All right, any questions before we open the public hearing? Yeah, Christina.
What type of study have we done to evaluate what the average change will be for the property owners?
That is not something that we do. Everything that we get, the rates that are set by the county and by the state. So it's pretty much, you're told how much you can increase. We do have a ceiling that we are nowhere near bumping up against, and our ceiling for this year is at 0.4136, so we're quite a bit off of our tax ceiling, but yeah, but everything else is basically given.
Any other questions for staff? All right, I'll go ahead and did you have a question? Okay, I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Would anybody from the public wish to speak on the 2025 property tax rates? See none, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional council comments, questions? Yeah, Vera.
I think in the future, it would be really good to see, I think anytime we have a public hearing that involves numbers and decimal points, visuals on the screen, I think would be really helpful to help kind of track the conversation.
Okay, will do.
Any other additional council comments? All right, Sheila, will you please call roll on Bill 20826?
Council Bill 20826, Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
No.
And Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Moving on, Sheila, will you please read public hearing 2726 and the accompanying Bill 20926?
Public hearing 2726 is the FY 2027 annual budget for the City of Columbia, Missouri. Council Bill 20926 is an ordinance adopting a budget for the City of Columbia, Missouri for the fiscal year October 1, 2026 through September 30th, 2027, FY 2027, providing that certain amounts shown in the budget document are appropriated for the various departments specified in said budget, and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, we do. So we'll quickly go through the budget presentation, and then we'll look at some of the amendments that were proposed. And then also we have a small presentation on the parking rate changes. So here are a list of the budget engagements that we have done so far this fiscal year. We've had several town halls, several civil academies, some community classrooms. We've had budget work sessions, or Let's Talk Locals, and then now we're getting into the actual budget hearings. We're going to take a look at the general fund. So the proposed fiscal year 27 budget has a general fund with total revenues of $133.8 million and operating expenditures of $133.8 million. We're looking at basically $14,000 revenue over expenditures for fiscal year 27. Here's a look at our outlook for the general fund. if you take a look at that bottom row, that is basically your cash above the 20% cash reserve for fiscal year '24 through fiscal year '27 proposed. Where the money comes from, within the general fund, about 30% of all the revenue comes from sales and use tax. The next biggest chunk is 14.5% coming from pilot or payments in lieu of taxes. And then intergovernmental fees and other taxes kind of round up that top four. Fund revenue by comparison, looking at fiscal year '26 compared to fiscal year '27. One of the big changes here is revenue from other governmental or grants, seeing a decrease. This is something that changes from year to year. But I believe most of that is the decrease for the health department. Here's our expenditure comparison from fiscal year '26 to fiscal year '27. We've decreased expenditures by about 1% in fiscal year '27 compared to '26. A lot of that has come from services and then personnel services as well. So what is in that services line? Types of services we purchase: pavement maintenance, social services funded, substance abuse and mental health program, or SAMHSA, building maintenance, the Office of Violence Prevention, strategic planning efforts, litigation, vehicle maintenance, and advertising. This is just to name a few of the services that we purchase. Within the miscellaneous expense category, miscellaneous expenses are basically a group of expenses that all roll up into one term, which is miscellaneous expenses. But within that category, we have credit card fees, which is your largest portion at 24%, or second largest, and actual miscellaneous, which is things that do not fit well into any other category, are about 27% of all of those expenses. Where the money goes. So from fiscal year '26 to fiscal year '27, police increased 0.7%, fire increased 0.25%, and public works increased 2.3%, while the remainder of the general fund combined decreased by about 1.1%. And so here's a list of all of those expenses by department.
All right, so the biggest changes in the FY27 proposed general fund budget were a net reduction of almost 24.5 full-time equivalent positions, or FTEs, in the general fund. 22 of those positions were related to moving public communications out of the general fund into an internal service fund. There were also 7 new FTE positions that were added for '27. And there were 8 vacant positions that were held open for '27, which means that their salary was budgeted at 0.
Now we'll look at the fiscal year '27 proposed budget in whole. So for all funds.
Quick clarification. Can you go back a couple slides? With the 8 vacant positions that are held open, do we know what those are?
Yes.
I mean, more, can you list them? I'm aware we know what they are.
I can get them for you. I don't have them on top of my head, but I will get them.
Okay, thank you.
Looking at the proposed budget for all funds, we're looking at total revenue citywide of about $574 million. with total operating expenditures of $546 million. We have total capital improvement projects, which is one-time money being spent at $56 million, and then total expenditures of $603 million. So how capital improvements are funded? The general fund funds capital improvements through transportation sales tax, capital improvement sales tax, general fund reserve, investment revenue, bonding, and designated loan funds, while the enterprise funds fund their capital improvements basically through operating revenues is the biggest portion. But we also have transportation sales tax, bond funding, and designated loan funds. And then Parks and Rec funds theirs through their Parks and Rec sales tax, investment revenue, general fund reserves, and the designated loan fund. So citywide, where the money comes from, the majority of our money comes from fees and service charges. About 57.7% of all of our revenue comes from fees and service charges. 89% of all of that comes from utilities. Here's a look at our comparative numbers from fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 27. As you can see, there's an increase of about 2.7%. This has a lot to do with the changes in revenue from other governmental services, which we received a larger number of grants for airport this year. And that your revenue from other governmental services and fees and service charges, they change from year to year. So where the money goes, we are a organization, so about 30% of all of our money goes toward personnel services. And 17.6% goes to normal services, and then power supply 15%. And that power supply is really something that we wanted to point out because that's in one fund, but it's 15% of the entire budget. Here's a look at the miscellaneous expenses for citywide budget. And so miscellaneous expenses are those that may not fit well in the other accounts again, but it is a title that all of these expenses roll up to. And so insurance at about 12.8%, medical claims about 8 million, I meant 12.8 million, I'm sorry. 8 million for medical claims, 7.2 for damage claims. Those are the top three. The fiscal year 27 proposed expenditure comparison, fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 27, we are down about 0.8% from 608 million in 26 to 603 million in 27. We saw, basically that is because of you're down in capital and your transfers are down as well. Those two are two that change year to year. They fluctuate depending on, especially capital, depending on how many projects you may have coming forward in a fiscal year. That number can change dramatically from year to year. Expenditures by function, so just like with the revenue, utilities are the biggest expense as well. Almost half of all of our expenses come from utilities. That's followed by transportation and then public safety. And just like power supply, public safety is two departments in one fund that make up a large chunk of all of your expenses. All right, here we have the year-over-year comparison of funds. This just shows the change in the fiscal year '26 budget to the fiscal year '27 budget. I'll just quickly go over these. One thing I guess I will point out on this is looking at that capital projects fund, and that's sort of what I was talking about, where you can see huge changes in capital projects, just depending on what is being proposed for any fiscal year.
Matthew, really quick on that slide, remind us that also does include any sort of ARPA projects within the general fund expenditures?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we'll get to our staff amendments.
So going back to your question about the positions that were held open, we held open the internal auditor, an admin tech 2. In municipal court, we held open court services analyst and a deputy court clerk. There's one police records clerk. And then in health, we held open a program coordinator and public health planning supervisor. And there was also an engineering position that was open in streets.
Thank you.
All right, so the packet that all of you got passed around is just a list of the amendments on the slides in case you wanted to look at it in a little bit different way than we present it. On the slides, these are going to be broken up into 4 different categories. The first is updates. So these are items that were included in the original budget numbers that were proposed, but we have since gotten updated information or further direction on what to do with these items. And so these amendments are all related to updating things that were included already in the proposed budget. So the first one is an adjustment in the amount that we're expecting to receive from the Blue Shield grant for police. The next one is the removal of the Northwest parking lot project for airport. And I apologize, the project is not listed out on the slides, but in the packet that you have, it does have which project listed. And then the number 8 through 20 on the next slide are related to direction that we received from you all to cut down board and commission budgets closer to what they've actually spent. So the way that we did that was we took 5-year actual expenses, or 6 years really, of actual expenses for boards and commissions from FY20 through FY25. We looked at what had been budgeted for them compared to what they'd actually spent. And we decided to cut them down to what their average actual expenditures were. Those new budget amounts were communicated to the staff liaisons who were responsible for communicating that to their boards and commissions, and each board or commission had an opportunity to get back to us and tell us whether they needed more than we were proposing to cut them down to or not. And what you see on the list here are the boards and commissions that did not contest what we proposed to cut them down to.
Yeah, Vera.
Question with the 5-year averages, knowing that that would have included 2020, would that, I feel like that was probably a weird budget year for everyone. Would that have skewed, do you feel like that overall averages? Is that at all what you heard from boards and commissions that did contest the changed budget?
So there was actually only one board or commission that reached out to us and said that they needed more funding than we were proposing giving them. And when we looked at the average actuals, which we also gave you those numbers as part of the general fund work session that we did a month ago, so it's been a while, but you did have the averages by year. And when we looked at it, there wasn't a significant difference between 2020 and 25. A lot of the changes, or a lot of the differences we saw in regular general fund budgets or city budgets were related to travel, and boards and commissions don't always have a travel budget, so that may be why there wasn't a huge difference.
Thank you.
Yeah, Valerie.
I have two questions. My first question, simple. I don't think I see these slides attached to the agenda. And I don't think the public has access to our handouts. Can you suggest a way to make this accessible to the public?
We can make the handouts accessible to the public.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
We can make the handouts accessible to the public.
And these will be attached to the next, these are normally an attachment when we're voting on them, because we don't vote on these tonight, on the next one. But I think it is a reasonable request if anyone wants to request one of the handouts for them to contact. Yeah, no, I agree.
All the previous PowerPoints are typically attached to the agenda for the final hearing when we vote.
So we didn't get finalized numbers on amendments until Friday, which didn't give us time to get these posted to the agenda.
Understood. So all the PowerPoints from our previous meetings are attached to the next meeting, correct?
We can attach this presentation to the 8th. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Thanks. Second question. What use do we have for the change in funding for each board and commission?
So each item that's listed on these slides and on your handout, like Barbara mentioned, we're not asking you to vote on staff amendments tonight. We're just opening the discussion and presenting a fairly complete list of what we think are the changes that we'll have to the proposed budget. And each of these boards and commissions are broken out because they are their own entities. They're also something that you, as the council, have a lot more control over as far as what's budgeted for them. That's the reason they're broken out individually. Historically, sometimes councils have voted on amendments individually by line item or by number, and at other times, they've been voted on as a group. So the way that they're listed out is to try and help you all make decisions and see the impact of those decisions that you're making.
Thanks. So is this for one of our proposed amendments that we haven't voted on yet?
All of these that are listed on the slides are amendments that are being proposed to the proposed budget.
I think, Megan, but also I think the suggestion is for the amendment that Jackie had, for putting some of the savings from boards and commissions into the stipend for public safety. So would this be the potential revenue for that amendment? Because it goes into the general fund. All these are general fund, so it just goes into the general fund at large, correct?
All of these amendments would decrease the amount of expenditures in the general fund, so they would offset the increased cost of the amendment that Jackie proposed.
Okay. So that's helpful, thanks. Do we have the other proposed amendments that council made reflected in here? Okay.
Imagine they're on the
I can't go
next
through the
slides.
packet that fast, I'm sorry.
They're at the end, that's okay.
You said these amendments are broken into 3 sections?
They're
So
broken
there's-
in, with the council amendments, they're broken into 5 sections, actually, to kind of help you understand what classification of amendment, I guess they are. So these amendments that we're discussing first were items that were already in the proposed budget, and we are just proposing that we adjust the amount that was in the budget originally.
Do you have a total dollar amount for the impacts of these combined? What is for updates combined?
Yeah, they're in the slides as we go along.
All right, continue. No, I meant by section, because is this an update one as well?
Yes,
Oh,
these
okay.
are all updates.
Sorry, it's red, so it changed.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's red. Something happened weird with our presentation coming over from Google Slides to PowerPoint, so.
All right, these are still updates. There will be a total when the updates are done, and then there'll be a new header with a new category. So the next one is related to the Missouri Arts Council grant. We just got a slightly higher number than we had originally estimated. Same with the next grant for police. We have an updated number since we put out the proposed budget. Number 38 is proposing removing an NDI that Streets requested as part of the FY27 budget. This machine is not operational anymore, so you'll also see a 26 Q4 amendment to purchase the machine in 26 rather than in 27. So if we purchase it in 26, we no longer need the budget in 27 to purchase it. CVB got a little bit of an price increase on their special event permitting software. And then number 41 is supposed to be zero. This is just moving the cost of a telephone line from one division of health to a different division within health. Number 43 is another airport project. This project had funding that was already brought to council in third quarter. This was for the boarding bridge AP 141. It was also budgeted in FY27, so we will remove it from 27 since the authority's already in the project. And then the next few are related to fee changes that were approved by you all in the last council meeting. These are revenue increases related to those rate adjustments and fee increases. And then the very last update, number 53, is related to the condo association dues that we pay for the health department's building. That came back a little bit higher than we had initially estimated. So the total impact of the updates on revenue would be an increase of about 5.8 million and an expense decrease of about 8 million. The next category are...
Before we move on, yeah, Vera, you had a question on updates?
Can you do the math for us and tell us like what the total net impact is? Because I see revenue going up. Yeah.
It would be a decrease of about 2.3 million, 2.2 million.
Thank you.
All right, the next category are corrections. These are items that we found either a typo or a mistake, something was duplicated, something was left out of the original budget, and we have a few of these. The first one is a parking revenue correction. This was a revenue that was duplicated in the budget, so we need to remove it. The next item is computer replacements that were not included in the original budget. There's an interest revenue correction in water, which is based on updated forecasts related to their current cash levels. And then the next two are fee corrections related to some fees that were in city council. The first one is a recalculation of fees to correct a few departments, and then number 23 is to move the IT fees out of city council and put it in public communications, which is also something that was discussed at the general fund work session. And then number 25 is adding development fee revenue that was not originally included in the proposed budget. Number 36 is related to the numbers we had in for sales and use tax revenue. There was a formula issue with those, and so we have a small increase to adjust those to match capital improvement sales tax. And the next two are budget input errors, which are basically there was a -1 that was a typo somewhere in one line. So those are corrections in water and electric. And number 52 is to add pilot revenue back to the water department that was also not included in the proposed budget. And so there's about a $1.5 million increase in total in revenue and a $672,000 increase in expense.
Yep, Christina has a question.
Similar to Vera's comment earlier, how does this impact what we just learned in the previous slide set with the totals there?
We have totals by department at the end.
Can I ask a question? Going back to when we're talking about kind of the fee adjustments that we did. So the budget and the numbers that we have like printed and attached to this do not include the things that we voted on at the last meeting. And so will that whole document then be updated?
Yeah, some of the fee increases were included, like for health and for Parks and Rec. Most of them were already included in the revenue numbers. There were other departments that they weren't included at all. So after you voted to pass those rate adjustments, we will add back the revenue, and then the final adopted budget that we produce will have those new updated revenue numbers in it.
What's the reasoning behind that? Is it like an assumption that they're more controversial and that they might not pass, or there might be questions? Like, what's the thought behind it?
We normally don't put revenue increases into the budget until they've been passed by the council. So that's usually our normal way of thinking. I'm not exactly sure why those were increased this year, but usually that's what we do. We wait till you all pass it and then we put it into the budget.
Okay.
All right, the next category we've called new funding requests. So these are items that were not initially in the proposed budget, kind of a late request that we got that are being requested to be added back. So for these, we have some Conley Fund revenue for health that was received during this fiscal year, and they would like to appropriate the expense to next year's budget. So they've received the revenue in '26, but they don't have authority to spend that. What they're asking for is to increase next year's budget to be able to spend the revenue they've received. And then we have an electric rate study, an airport business plan, and additional funding for the lease of 4 trucks in solid waste.
Would that, you might or might not know this, I don't know. Would those, how long is that lease typically for the city? Is that a 3-5 year? What is that normally?
I believe they're 5-year leases for the trash
Yes,
trucks.
that's what Aaron's saying.
All right, and then the last category is a little confusing sometimes, so stop me if you need to. Encumbrances are something that happens when we've got expenses that are on an open PO. The budget authority associated with that PO rolls over automatically to the next fiscal year. If there's an item that the department is not able to purchase or get on a PO before the end of the fiscal year, we have to manually roll that budget into the next fiscal year. And so these items that are listed are related to things that we have to manually roll into the next fiscal year. And that, for the most part, is going to be utility items. These are budget authority that will not be spent in '26. They will not spend it in '26. They need to add it to their '27 budget in order to spend in '27.
So basically encumbrances decrease one fiscal year and increase another, the expenditures. So it'll decrease the expenditures for fiscal year '26 and increase the expenditures for fiscal year '27.
That would show up, for instance, when we have the columns that say revised, like actual, or it says proposed, or original, revised, and actual, correct?
So for '26, it would show in the revised.
Right, right.
Will it
What-
show in?
Well, wouldn't it also show, so, because are we amending that budget? No, because we're not amending that budget today, so I think those numbers should show up in actual.
I guess you are right, yeah. They will show up in both then. They'll show up, they would be in both sides, because if we do not amend the '26 budget to take those expenses out, they are still there in '26, yes.
Right, just not spent in
That's
'26,
correct.
so the actual would be what was spent, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, so the first item on this list is recycling roll carts. These will not be purchased or encumbered by the end of '26, so they'd like the authority to purchase them in '27. The next 5 are related to NDIs from '26 in the electric department that will not either be spent or be encumbered on a contract or a PO by the end of the year, and so they'd like to roll the authority to purchase those items into '27. And then the 5 listed on this slide are the same thing. There are 26 NDIs that won't be spent or on an open PO by the end of the year for sewer. And so they'd like to take that budget authority and push it into the next fiscal year. And the total impact of these is $10.3 million. Again, this is money that won't be spent in '26. It will go back to the fund balance, and they'd like to reappropriate it into '27. I'm sorry, there was one more category that I forgot about. So we also broke out the personnel FTE or full-time equivalent changes. These changes are related to positions, and they require you to amend the number of authorized FTE that we have and also have a budget impact. So that's what we've tried to show on the next couple slides. The first one is a new position, a communications coordinator in economic development. This is a half FTE position, and there is offsetting revenue from READY. So I'll point out that the far right column on this slide is a net budget impact, which means either the difference between two different expenses or expense and revenue. This is just in total, what will this decision or this position cost? There are also 2 new positions in fire that were requested, an admin tech 1 and a fire captain. There's a reclass that's being requested by Economic Development to move an admin tech 2 to an assistant to the Economic Development Director. That will not have a net FTE impact because they're getting rid of one position and making it a different position. So that also has a net budget impact of about $12,000. And then number 59 is related to moving an admin tech 2 from the city manager's office, which will decrease the net FTE for the city manager's office, and moving it into the public communications department, which would increase the public communications department. We have the same kind of shift for Parks and Rec and Transit. We had a transit superintendent that was originally budgeted incorrectly in Parks. That will move between funds to transit, which would decrease Parks and Rec and increase the transit fund. And then number 61 is related to another reclass in public communications. This is the engagement coordinator, which would go to engagement supervisor. And number 62 is a proposal to eliminate the internal auditor position in the city manager's office. This was one of the positions that was held open originally, but then a decision was made to eliminate the position completely, so the cost of that is just related to the benefits that were tied to the position, not the salary.
Yeah, and I know we're talking about the internal auditor at an upcoming work session, is that correct? Yeah. Christina, you had a question?
Yeah, I think we're like all aware at this point that I care a lot about the internal auditor. So I'm curious why we're choosing to do this line here.
Yeah, so we haven't filled the position since 2019. We've held it into the budget. It's just a holdover. If we're gonna really do an internal auditor, it's more than a position, it's actually an audit team, and that's what needs to be brought back. So it's just been held here, and it hasn't been budgeted for, and so let's eliminate it and then bring back something that actually will meet our needs.
Yeah, I guess I'm just feeling a little, I don't want it removed because I think I understand what you're saying, we need probably more in order to have and then we have that conversation coming up, hopefully soon. I just think that I don't want it out of mind. I want it to be something that is visible, that we discuss, because if in a year I'm sitting here and we still don't have that, it's going to be really awkward.
I guess what was the decision to eliminate rather than hold it until, and then potentially adjust the budget for what you're thinking you might do with adding to?
Yeah, we've had it held for 5 years, and it's just kind of sat there.
6 years.
6 years.
I think the last time we had one was in 18, And then we have contracted those services out for the last few years. And just holding that position open holds money that can be spent elsewhere within the budget. We were really tight with this budget when we made the fiscal year 27 budget this year. And so every dollar counts. And so that's basically why we did not budget for it in the beginning of this budget. It's something that we could do other things with those monies, especially knowing that we had money budgeted for external person to come in and do that internal role.
All right. Beer.
So just to clarify on that last point, does that mean there is funding in the budget for auditing? It would just be under services rather than personnel?
That's correct.
All right, I promised totals, so we do have totals. These are not new budget numbers, but this will show the impact if you were to approve all of the listed staff amendments. This is the impact by department that it would have on your proposed budget, which would be a decrease to city council, a decrease to the city manager's office, a revenue and expense decrease to police, an increase to the fire department, a small increase to the health department. Community development would just have a revenue increase. Economic development would increase both revenue and expense. Cultural affairs would have a pretty small increase to revenue. Streets would have a slight expense decrease, and the general fund, city general, would have a slight increase as well. Parks and Rec would have a revenue increase and an expense decrease, and the Public Improvement Fund would have a revenue increase. CVB would have a revenue and expense increase. Water would have a pretty sizable revenue increase and a small expense decrease. Electric would increase both revenue and expense. Transit and airport would also both increase in expense, and airport CIP revenue and expense would decrease. Sewer would increase in expense. Now I'm regretting that I read all of these. Parking would decrease in revenue. Solid waste would increase in both revenue and expense. IT would decrease revenue slightly and increase expense, and public communications would increase expense. And the total net impact on the budget of all the staff amendments combined would be a revenue increase of about 7.3 million and an expense increase of 3.8 million, which is about a $3.5 million difference.
Can I ask, I don't remember the parking one.
We had a duplicate revenue in parking.
Okay, that's what it was. Thank you.
And now we move on to the council amendments.
So if you would like to vote tonight on any of the council amendments, you may. I won't stop you. But the three things that were requested were funding for security systems for council members. Jackie requested that this was added and would be offset by the decrease to the board and commission funding that was part of staff amendments. Number 2 is related to the purchase of street barriers, and this is broken out into A and B because there were 2 different decisions related to that item. And then number 3 is an update to increase the contribution to the utility assistance program back to $600,000, which would be an increase of $200,000, and the source for that would be general fund reserves.
Yeah, Valerie.
Saturday parking in garage wave, is that, what happened to that?
That is not in the budget, so it's not an amendment. So that is something that would be discussed with the parking rate changes.
Okay. I think my other one's the same situation.
So what's the total in savings from the board and commission adjustments? Just I don't know if anyone's done the math on that. And then my additional question is, in relation to the purchase of street barriers, I know that we have a hope that some of the proposed state funding that's supposed to go to downtown safety of cities of a certain size, is it possible for us to, if we hear that that officially comes through, that that would be the offset for the proposed street barriers? Because I believe that was the intent of those.
I think the only caveat is that project has to be approved by the state, so that may not be a category of something they would accept. So that's something I would caution us with by saying that that would be the
Okay.
The total decrease for boards and commissions is just under 65,000.
Thank you. And for all of these then, because there's no suggested revenue, that would then be out of council reserve or city general fund reserves, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do we know what the current state is of our reserves?
I believe it's $19 million above the required reserve. Yep. We're anticipating it to be about 19.2 million.
And how much is the above? Or can you give us, because I know you usually show on a spreadsheet that typical, and then anything above that, what are those two numbers?
Yeah, so the above the cash reserve target, the amount above the cash reserve target is 19.2 million. Our cash reserve is expected to be about 26 million.
Any other questions? Yeah, Betsy. Any other questions on the amendments? Yeah.
Can you explain what went into the security systems for council members? Like what all fits under that?
So we did a basic request for pricing, and we looked at a yearly price for 7 members and equipment as well. And so this is a 1-year price. It's not an ongoing price, but once the equipment is purchased, I believe this would drop to about 2,500, maybe 3,000 a year.
So it's not looking at reimbursement of if there is current equipment. It is looking at the city purchasing equipment.
So reimbursements are handled through the charter or through ordinance. I can't remember which one. So I believe it was through charter, so we didn't want to mess with trying to change the charter for reimbursement. So the idea was for it to be city provided.
So then, yeah, sorry, that creates many follow-up questions about like who the provider would be and where data would be stored and.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that would have to be decided. What looked like the best option and the most, it's not necessarily the cheapest option, but the best option for all of the different pieces of the system that we looked at was the ring. But there are several different options that you all could look at, and we could talk about that if you decide to approve this amendment.
I think for the moment, right, it's just putting a dollar figure in there, and then we can work out, obviously, the what, I would assume? I would assume that was what you were implying? Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And so, if you approve it, I can send you all the backup documentation.
Okay. Any other questions on these parts of the amendments? All right, yeah, Jackie, Sharon, Betsy.
I was just going to ask if you could send us the backup documentation before we consider approval instead of after.
It's a lot.
Okay, a summary of the backup documentation. Or is that a huge ask?
I mean, I have it in a Google sheet. I could definitely send it to you. I could send it right now.
And we're not planning to vote on these tonight, so
Okay,
this,
if-
yeah, she didn't mean like today.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what I was like, I can do it. but-
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Sharon and then Betsy.
So am I understanding correctly that the amendment proposed by Jackie doesn't have necessarily authorization yet as far as like the policy and all of that? We've not done any of that. This is just the funding for something that we have no mechanism to do. Is that correct?
What do you mean, no mechanism to do?
I mean that we have no ordinance or policy document or internal policy or any of that related to it. This is just the dollar amount.
That is correct.
That's correct.
This allows us to allocate funds for it. We will have to discuss what that program will look like and how it's administered.
So how do we come to $5,000 if we have no idea what the program actually looks like?
That's how much the services, the highest service from all of the different service providers was, basically. So that's the yearly service and equipment.
Of the highest bid you were able to find through, or I shouldn't say bid, the highest service that you were able to find in your research. So
Yes.
this is a guesstimate with a capital G?
This would allow us, this number would allow us to purchase whatever within the bids that we received. So we would be able to purchase it would allow us to purchase a yearly or monthly service on top of the software and the equipment needed.
And not to be pedantic, and I get that I'm new and I'm trying to figure this out because this seems weird to me. You said this would allow you to purchase. This doesn't allow you to purchase. This gives you an appropriation if we later approve a policy that allows you to purchase.
That is correct. So it allows us to have it allows us to have a budget number for that expense. We still have to develop what that program
That doesn't exist. Got it. I'm really not trying to belabor it. I'm just trying to make sure I'm really clear on where things are in the process with this idea. Thank you.
Yeah, Betsy.
My question just had to do with the street barriers. It seems like we should not see about spending money that we don't have from the state yet. And why wouldn't this come through like the police or fire department if they want to do this? How does this end up as a council amendment as opposed to just waiting until we get the money, making sure that it can be used for this and then, it seems like we're circumventing a well-known path otherwise.
It has.
Is there an issue?
No, it has been discussed with police and fire. It's something I think there's been several conversations about these type of barriers for special events. The idea, I think ideally we would love for it to come from the state. I don't know if the state will fund this, and that's the reason why if we're looking at it, it'll come out of the excess reserve fund.
Additional questions on the amendments? Yeah, Valerie.
It's going to take a lot to get used to the button. I guess I'm curious as to how that would be different purchased by police or fire. We have, as you mentioned, a considerable amount of input from police and fire favoring these barriers. As of right now, our budget for police and fire is a general fund budget. So this would be a general fund expense. I don't know if that would look differently. I think the difference is they didn't ask for it in their budgeting process. Is there any other difference that would play out in fiscal year '27?
No, I think that's it. It's a general fund expense.
Okay.
All right. I guess I just have one really quick before I come back to additional questions from council. Do we have a slide up here that will show us, let's say the the previous, like, staff proposed amendments go forward, what that does to that, especially for the general fund, that 13,000 spread between expenditures and revenues. Is it narrower or is it wider? Do we have a slide or do we have what those numbers look like?
We will have new numbers for you on the 8th. I know just from looking at the general fund specifically that this will remain about the same somehow in revenue and expense, about $13,000 still, with just the staff amendment. So that does not include any of these council amendments that are being considered.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Jackie, you had a follow-up question?
Can the barriers, can we use reserve funds for that purchase since it's a one-time purchase?
Yes.
All right. Is there more to your presentation?
Yes, there is. Just wanted to go over.
Wait, hold on, sorry, we had another, Vera, sorry.
So sorry, Jackie's question made me think of one. So on the previous slide, you said all of these council expenses would come out of reserve?
That's correct.
So that would mean the utility assistance increase would also be reserve rather than main budget?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All it means when we say it comes out of reserves is just that the revenue isn't sufficient to cover the increase in expense. So it's not really a different funding source, it's just that the expense would exceed the revenue.
Expected fiscal year '27 revenue, yeah. Yeah, Valerie.
Is that true for the other slides, the other proposed amendments? I understand that some of them were increases in funding and some of them were decreases.
So, do you want to answer the question?
Does that balance out to an expense that goes into reserves, or does that balance out as an overall increase?
So for the general fund, the amount of revenue in excess of expense remains about the same at about 13,000. For those other funds, I'm sorry to say do the math, but the numbers for each fund are listed in the proposed budget, and then we also gave you the increase or decrease in revenue and expense, so we'd have to look at each fund individually to decide. But we will have updated numbers on the 8th for you with all of these amendments included.
All right, going forward.
Okay, we just wanted to quickly, we met with the parking commission on Friday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday, last week. And these are the presentation that we showed to them. Some of the issues that were brought up, I thought were worth us going over, especially if we're talking about things that may change the budget. So first, wanted to just do the purpose for enterprise funds. And so the purpose for enterprise funds are to collect revenue to operate a self-sustaining business-type entity. The total cost of providing specific goods and services is recovered directly from the user of the services rather than general revenues. And so this full cost recovery is basically saying that the revenues must cover direct operating costs, general and capital needs, upgrades, replacements, infrastructure and equipment, as well as non-cash costs like asset depreciation. And so when we looked at this, we looked at it by street meters and garages, and what would be the proposal for both. We propose no change for street meters. Basically, it is an equitable change that will make garages at the same level as street meters. So currently, the rates are $1 per 2 hours in garages, and we will go to $1 per hour. So this gives us an uncaptured revenue of about $253,000 for that 1 hour parking change. And then an additional $93,000 will be lost if not enforcing parking fees in garages on Saturdays. So in total, we have an uncaptured revenue of basically $346,000. And if any change was done, this will not be implemented until January of 2027. A big issue here is that we have about $2 million in unfunded capital projects for parking. This includes some projects to the Short Street Garage, 8th and Cherry, 6th and Cherry, some signs and wayfinding, and then the gate arm licensing system. This is our baseline forecast, so if things were as they are now, including that CIP that we mentioned that was unfunded, because we must fund that CIP. We have to get a lot of those capital improvements done. This is basically what you'll be looking at. So by fiscal year 2031, you would fiscal year 2030, you would be basically bankrupt within the parking system. So if we did the garage adjustment without the Saturday charge, it does make it makes the outlook look much better. So we're looking at no real issues and maybe getting back on track in fiscal year 29. With the charge, we get there a little faster, and fiscal year 28 would be the timing where we could actually have a cash reserve target of 20% or more. There is one issue. This does not take into account the kiosk for the parking fund. And so the kiosk, we're looking at about $1.2, $1.3 million in additional capital projects. What that does to the forecast, basically it does not look good. Our cash reserve of 20% will not be met for the foreseeable future, and that is with the Saturday charge. So even though it looks like it's only $93,000 a year, it makes a big difference when you look at all of the capital projects that we're planning to do. And that's it.
Yeah, Valerie.
Can you go back to the first slide?
Yes.
With no Saturday charge? Sorry.
No
The first table slide. So there's baseline.
Yeah, this
It
one
says
here?
forecasting without Saturday charge?
Yes.
Okay, so baseline is without the proposed fee changes.
That's correct.
Okay, so if we follow the fee changes and have no Saturday charge, continue our no Saturday charge, we hit cash reserves at 20% by fiscal year 2029.
This does not take into account, though, the $1.2 million that we need to do and for the new license plate readers and the gate arm system.
And was that on the second?
That is on the last, so that is this one, but that is,
That's with Saturday charge and kiosks. Didn't you have one before that? No Saturday charge and kiosks that,
yeah, we have the without Saturday charge and then the with. But again, this is without the 1.2 million in additional capital improvement. And some of this will be covered as well when we talk about the parking rate, I believe, in a few.
okay. I think I'll hold that discussion for the next item then.
Yeah. You can advance to the booth. So is that the end of the staff presentation for this? Okay.
Yes.
I'll request for council to, will hold our comments and questions unless they're burning until after the public hearing for this, if that's okay with you all. We have a few boards and commissions that have submitted letters that are submitted with our agenda as well, and it is common practice to invite them to come forward once I've opened up the public hearing. So I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing and ask for Diana Moxon, the Chair of the Commission on Cultural Affairs, Stacy Ford with the Human Services Commission, and Tom Rose, the Chair of the Housing and Community Development Commission, to come forward. And then they're speaking. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Diana Moxon, and I am the chair of the City's Commission on Cultural Affairs. I'm here to accompany the Commission's recommendations for the City's annual arts grant funding for fiscal year 2027 and request 5 minutes, please, but I'm going to be quicker than that.
Okay, we'll add 2 more when it goes.
Let me start by saying thank you to the City Council for considering the Commission on Cultural Affairs' recommendation starting last year to increase annual funding from the arts from $100,000 to $200,000. I know the up to 30 arts agencies which receive city funding each year join me in expressing their thanks for your recognition and support of the cultural work they do, work that makes Columbia the best place for everyone to live, work, learn, and play. And just to put that funding into perspective, the $200,000 that the city allocates to its annual arts funding program represents less than 0.2% of the city's general fund expenditure. These funds play a crucial role in supporting the culture and vitality of our city and are also an economic engine. In a 2022 Arts and Economic Prosperity Study, the direct impact of the non-profit arts and culture organizations in Columbia and their audiences was over $18 million, of which over $420,000 went to local tax revenue. So city money hard at work. Thanks to the support from City Arts Funding, 125,000 residents and visitors have attended arts events organized by our nonprofit agencies over this past year. And here are some more lovely numbers of what that looks like across the arts community. 11,500 people attended the True False Film Festival in March. Over 3,700 attended the Unbound Book Festival in April. And 15,500 people attended Art in the Park in June. Some other examples of the city's dollars doing great things over the course of this past funding year: 2,500 young people have been involved with TRIPS Children's Theatre. Access Arts has provided arts education for over 1,500 people. 8,000 people have viewed concerts by the Odyssey Chamber Music Series. 12,000 people have taken part in events in the North Village Arts District, and 13,000 people have gone to events at the Boone County Historical Society. All of these arts agencies are recipients of the city's arts funding program. During the grant application process, Columbia's non-profit arts agencies submit requests for project-specific funding to the Office of Cultural Affairs. This year, OCA received 30 applications, and we estimate that in the upcoming fiscal year, nearly 140,000 residents and visitors will participate in city-funded arts activities and events. If funding is approved for the OCA budget, contracts will be authorized in October to support the proposed arts projects. We are fortunate in Missouri in having an earmarked state statute that draws from the taxes paid by non-resident professional athletes and entertainers to provide funding to the Missouri Arts Council. However, due to annual appropriations from this fund, in FY27, less than 1/3 of the withheld amount will reach the arts, around $7.2 million across the whole state, which makes city funding all the more critical to our own nonprofit arts agencies. As you all know, the arts power the communities where people want to live and work. Shared artistic and cultural experiences strengthen all of our sense of belonging and community pride. And we are deeply appreciative of this council's recognition of the importance of supporting the arts. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. Stacy Ford with the Human Services, Stacy, you coming? Okay. Stacy Ford with the Human Services Commission, and then Tom Rose with, and I realized, Tom, you're closer, so sorry, I'm making Stacy walk. Keep coming, Stacy. Oh. When I first said his name, he was at the back as well, so I'll say.
That's how that works. Hi. As Barbara said, my name is Stacy Ford, and I'm the chair of the Human Services Commission. This evening, I would like to speak on behalf of our commission in support of the city's longstanding investment in our community's social infrastructure through the social service funding process. The Human Service Commission and the Department of Public Health and Human Services are charged with making annual recommendations to the City Council through the recommendations of the purchase of social services through professional services agreements with community-based providers, utilizing the city's social service funding. The goal of the city's purchase of social services is to ensure our basic needs are met and all citizens have the opportunity to achieve their full potential. Detailed information about the social service funding process and the issues we address were provided in our report to the council, which was included as an attachment to the budget document. The Human Service Commission has asked for social service funding to be restored or increased each budget cycle. After an increase in the last 3 budgets, we are concerned to see that the city's manager proposed budget includes a 10% cut in social service funding, all taken out of the RFP for opportunity. This adjustment if adopted, would decrease the total for this funding cycle from $422,666 to $542. That's thank you. I spent too much time working today. 137,125 difference. Likely resulting in fewer agencies being funded. Previously funded agencies include Fund City, Grade A+, Job Point, Love Columbia, and Columbia Housing Authority Low Income Services. Some of our services that we've purchased were including job readiness assessment, job readiness training, personal finance education, and out-of-school programming so parents can stay at work. This feels more impactful now than ever with the state and federal budget cuts to many of our local programs. The members of the Human Service Commission would like to thank the City Council for its longstanding support of the city's investment in the social infrastructure of our community. We do look forward to presenting our 2027 social service contract recommendations to you in December. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thanks for the help, Barbara, with
Yeah.
my numbers.
All right, Tom.
My name is Tom Rose, and I'm Chair of the Housing Community Development Commission, so I'm not going to be talking on feral cats tonight. That'll be a later item. Okay. What I present to you tonight is our recommendations for funding, the expected funding that we would have for fiscal year 27 from the federal government for the Community Development Block Grant Program and the Home Program. These projects fit within our 2025 to 29 consolidated plan, and the commission reviewed these and make the recommendations for you today to consider. So, any questions? All right,
No.
thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Now, would anyone else from the public wish to speak on the proposed fiscal year 27 City of Columbia Council, or City of Columbia budget?
Hi there, Mark Hyam, 3rd Ward. I wasn't planning on speaking on this tonight, but just hearing about the parking garage situation, I wanted to call 2 things to your attention. One of which is that I didn't know you were adopting or planning on adopting a license plate reading system, but it seems like this is another expansion of the surveillance state, something that it's Big Brother-esque, and I just don't want to see Columbia go down that road. The other thing is, as you probably know, I work for Mid-Missouri Peace Works. We operate a nonprofit store, the Peace Nook, and by far our busiest day of the week is Saturday. And if we start charging for parking on Saturdays, I think that's going to have an adverse effect on a lot of small shops and other businesses in the district. I'd strongly urge you not to do that based on that basis alone. We do hear a lot of complaints about parking and meters from our customers. I can always point to them and say, well, weekends are free if you park in the parking garage on Saturday and park wherever you like on Sunday. And I think this would just hurt us in that department and hurt a lot of other people too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Hola, I'm Denny Perez. I will not say my address publicly. I just want to, first off, talk about the transparency issue. I'm glad you mentioned about having the PowerPoints and that them being missing. This is not the first time this has happened. And I think it's more important than ever to appear as competent, especially now you're a whole panel of women. One of the things we need to do is be more consistent in providing as much resources as possible. I was hoping you were joking about putting things to a vote today, because again, the people didn't really have a chance to look at some of this information. I'm glad you guys chose not to. This is the kind of small things that give people an excuse to say you guys are incompetent. So little things like this need to be approved upon and be consistent. Another thing I want to comment is the parking. As a server, due to minimum wage, an hour of our labor goes into parking when you raise the parking meters. The number one complaint I do hear, surprisingly, in spite of all the supposed violence, is parking. The reason why people don't go into downtown is they are tired of driving for 20 minutes, at least that's what they tell me. They drive around for 20 minutes and can't find parking. I think a lot of it is they just don't want to pay for certain parking. I know we need to get the money somewhere, but maybe there's a compromise that can be made for people who are working here. And maybe there can be something so that it doesn't feel like we have to spend more of our hours in the parking. But yeah, that's just something I wanted to bring up as we're talking about increasing, and the fact that most people don't even know what's going on with the garages. Most people don't even know that it's free. Most people don't even know there's going to be an increase. Most people didn't even know this parking was going to be an issue. So transparency, again, needs to be more improved. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak on the proposed fiscal year 27 budget?
Hi, my name is Samantha Jones, and I'm from Ward 1. I have actually a question for the budget. I wanted to know if this budget reflects the 1% sales tax increase, and will the next proposed budget show that?
So after public hearing, I'll ask the questions of
Perfect.
us from
Thank
the public.
you.
Thank you. Yeah. Anyone else from the public wish to speak to the proposed fiscal year 27 budget?
Eugene Elkin, Second Ward. My only comment tonight is something I've never heard of in my past, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. You have equipment, and the word is assets in the city ownership. If you should drive behind the power plant, you will witness items that are rusting away. Now, they could be a write-off, or could it be that we need to have future less wasting of items that have been purchased by way of putting a roof over them? Before you all served on the council, welcome to the council tonight, ma'am. There was a lot of discussion about the electric buses. I would like for someone to start monitoring the actual expenses. They only gave them about a year and thought they would start having breakdowns. Technology could have changed, but could the very item that we give the public a chance to ride for free be costing you way more than the old diesel, or may we go back to gasoline version of buses? The reason I'm bringing all this up is, yes, you all have a major job. You have lots of things to look at. But the reality is, we spent the money. Now let's take care of whatever it is we own. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. And anyone else from the public wish to speak on proposed fiscal year 27 budget?
Thank you, Nikki Davis, downtown CID 11 South 10th Street. I had actually planned to kind of speak on this later in the agenda, but it's coming up now as well, so I will speak at both. So Saturday is one of the most important shopping days for our small businesses downtown. They are already competing with a lot of other big box stores, a lot of entities, a lot of other issues that just comes with a downtown area. But the parking in garages on Saturdays is something that's very important to our small businesses. I guess what I would like to say is there's a larger impact to consider here. The small amount of additional parking revenue for the city could come with the expense of a significant amount of money being spent in our downtown restaurants, retailers, salons, entertainment industry, venues, and other locally owned businesses. Saturday parking should be viewed as an economic development tool, not simply as a potential source for parking revenue.
Thank you. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on the proposed fiscal year 27 budget?
Hello, Matt Schacht, 709 Lion Street, Ward 1. The last time I spoke to you about this budget, it was like 10 a.m. the day after you started your meeting. So I just wanted to take this moment to let everybody know that this is the first city budget that has zeroed out all funding for community media with no plan to continue the service. If you're talking about like having to pinch pennies and tighten your belt, just want to let you know you have done that very successfully since 2015. Community media had a budget of $200,000 and you've whittled it down to 35. So if the idea is that everybody has to do their fair share of cuts, I think the city already went to community media to do that. If you eliminate community media, that's not fair. That's an overburden of that service by completely eliminating it. And I live on Lion Street, so last week, 1:30 in the morning, I like to sleep with my window open. I hear shots fired. Within 30 seconds, police were there on the spot, right? Very, very fast response at Walnut. And even so, the community was up. They were just losing their mind on social media about the fact that there were shots fired. The owners of Rain, or manager there, is a Vidwest member. So we went there and we said, what's going on? And they basically say there's a lot of young people with nowhere to go. Where are they supposed to go? They have no money. They can't go to the bars. They can't afford it. They need things to do. They may be graduated. They might be 18, 19, 20. What do you want them to do? Where do you want them to go? Right? We're providing a community space. It's open for them to come. You're taking that away. You're taking away their opportunities. And then if they make the wrong decisions, they're going to get sucked into a system and you're going to punish them. So we have volunteers. We literally have volunteers who run the space. They don't get paid. They just want to see it function. And your funding pays for the rent. So you have community members who want to help other community members. The city funding enables that help. I don't think that this kind of thinking of community media went into the budget decision a year ago. When we got a letter that said this was going to get defunded, nobody talked to our community, nobody did a listening session, nobody came down and said, let's talk to your members. Nobody asked for our data, which we've been gathering for 6 years because we knew there was going to be a reckoning for community media. We knew, watching CAT, that the city was eventually going to come to us and say, defend your service. Nobody at the city has asked for that data, which blows my mind. I thought that was the whole conversation that we were going to have here, and it's never happened. So I really disagree with the idea of waiting for downstream effects in your community and then having to pay for more for police and fire for those downstream effects. I think you should be investing upstream in the community, which is metaphorically planting the trees that are going to keep the soil and your people together so that they are successful and you don't have to punish them. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on the proposed fiscal year 27 budget?
Hi again. Great. Okay.
Krista Murray, 1101 Jean Ray, Ward 1. Sorry, I didn't say that earlier. Now I'm entering it back into the record, so you have it. When you look at all of these numbers in the spreadsheet, remember that it's your responsibility to care for and plant the seeds that will grow into the Columbia my children grow up in, that your children, grandchildren grow up in. And so when you're looking at budget items and considering what seeds to water, remember the parable of the two wolves. And the one that wins is the one you feed. So are we feeding millions of dollars into technology that isn't controlled here and ultimately will allow us to criminalize a greater percentage of the population? Or are we feeding arts programs and social services? Are we figuratively and literally planting trees and cleaning streams so that people come here and they take a walk in one of our parks and they never leave? Thank you.
So, would anyone else from the public wish to speak on the proposed fiscal year 27 budget? I will remind you, this is the first of multiple opportunities to speak on the budget. We will be continuing it, and it will not be voted on until September 21st. Seeing none, I'll continue the public hearing. Oh. Peter, are you coming to talk about the proposed? No, okay, I didn't think. Sorry. So I will continue the public hearing till September 8th, where we will have this second public hearing on the proposed fiscal year 27 budget. I'll now go to council comments or council follow-up questions. I think the only kind of follow-up question for sure asked for staff. The proposed budget we have before us does not include the revenue from Proposition 1 for what we have before us. Is that correct?
That's correct. And so there will be an amendment. The timing of the vote did not allow for us to be able to put this money into this budget. We could not anticipate that we were going to have the money for this budget. So what we'll do, we'll create an amendment and have that in place for the first quarter of fiscal year 27.
Thank you. Yeah, council, yeah, Betsy and then Valerie.
So starting in January, we would be collecting this money, but we will not have any money from the state for this until March, right? So you're just bringing the amendment, you're bringing the budget amendment in January? Is that what you said?
It could be before January, I'm not exactly sure. But we will amend the budget to create the new public safety fund.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Valerie.
Could the barricades come from the 1% tax, given that it's a public safety expense?
I'm
Dick
not
Carlin,
sure.
that's a you question.
Possibly. I think that's, I think one of the things that we talked about when we talked about the public safety fund itself is that we would have those conversations with police and fire before we brought anything forward. And so that would be a larger conversation with those chiefs.
Do you have additional?
If Jackie has a relevant comment, I would defer to her.
Based on Valerie's question, if the amendment passes to use reserves to purchase the barricades versus using the tax, is there a what's the difference in timeline? Do we have an idea on timeline?
So with the, if you use the amendment passed and you just use reserves, we can purchase the barriers now or as soon as the budget's passed. If you're looking at using the public safety sales tax, you're probably looking at purchasing it more toward the springtime, spring, summer.
Additional, is this on the, I was kind of just doing our council comments or questions on this, but if you have ones on this subject to ask, Betsy, is that yours?
Yeah, could someone explain to me exactly what these barriers are and what they're going to do? Because I've heard about them, but like, we need to buy them, but I don't exactly, I've never seen a council memo as to what they are and what they would do for us.
Jackie can do.
So I'll speak to it based on what I've had conversations with Chief Schaefer and Chief Schluty, and Valerie as well. We've had conversations about obviously downtown safety, but also protected pedestrian, excuse me, pedways. And in those conversations, we've talked about how to keep people safe within those spaces. And so the barriers that we're talking about are the best practice barriers to keep people within the closed section of the road safe from other vehicles like coming through, trying to break down the barricade, that kind of thing. So that's the purpose of that. So we could use it for closing streets for events, or whatever, however we use, parades, however we choose to use them. So it's the best barricade. In talking with Chief Schaefer, that's the best option to keep people safe.
Okay, so I guess I'd like to, I appreciate your information, but I would actually like to see a real presentation on this before we commit $1 million to this. Did we have one and I missed it, Valerie?
I was raising, thought we did have a presentation on this. I don't know if it was an agenda item, but I know that it has been presented to us with slides and pictures before. And I remember Chief Schaefer and Schluty. I mashed both of your names together. I remember them speaking to us on it during regular, perhaps during council comments. For
Okay.
me.
All right, thanks. I'll go back
yeah.
and look for that.
I think it would
Thanks.
be helpful to maybe hear from him again. A lot of my support for this comes not only from the desire to close down streets in the future, but the lack of having them for our current street closures. We heard both of our chiefs say that they were flabbergasted that we didn't have them already, and that a community our size ought to have them. But there has been some back and forth over several years as to where that money would come from and which budget it would come from. I would suggest that a 1% tax would help.
Thanks. I mean, I'll go back and hunt it. I appreciate it. And we can have a meeting, more conversation on this.
Yeah. I don't know how to find the video from when those discussions took place.
Any other kind of council comments, knowing that we'll continue this going forward? So if council has any additional amendments, obviously we wanted so we can vote on for the September 8th one. But they can obviously come at that time as well as this one, correct? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Christina.
If you could help refresh my memory. So on, I don't remember what slide it was. I didn't write that down, so I apologize. But we were talking about a request to move items from the budget to FY from 26 to 27, if you kind of remember that. Okay. Is that going to be reflected in our quarterly memo where it's like, hey, these are all the changes we want. We want increases here. We're moving money from this fund to this fund. Is that something we'll see also in that report or presentation? Because I just don't remember seeing it in the one we're going to do tonight, but I didn't know if it was coming up or something else.
So the fourth quarter amendments are on the agenda later tonight. These items will not be a decrease in the budget. They will just be actual funding that isn't being spent in 26, which at the end of the fiscal year will go back to the reserves of whatever fund it was budgeted in, and then could be reappropriated in 27.
Okay, so it's different than the, okay, thank you. Because I was trying to like match up what you guys were showing me, and I was like, I missed all that, but it's because it's not in there. Thank you.
Any other additional council comments for this? Yeah, Jackie.
So as we continue talking about the budget, I would like for us to look at the Human Services Commission's letter pretty seriously. I think that's an area that we need to prioritize. So I just wanted to put that out there.
I would agree with that, with the social services funding. You know, I think one of my hopes is that sales tax improves, and we're able to continue at the same level of social services funding. So I'd be agreeing and potentially proposing an amendment to restore that percentage for opportunity part of it. Any other council comments? If not, I'll continue. We'll continue this to the September 8th, 2026 City Council meeting. Again, we'll have another public hearing at that time. And again, the vote will not happen until September 21st. All right, so moving on to our final public hearing of the evening. Sheila, will you please read public hearing 2826?
Public hearing 2826 is a proposed voluntary annexation of property located on the south side of I-70 Drive Southeast and east of Easter Lane, 7208 I-70 Drive Southeast.
Do we have a staff report? Yes, thank you, Mayor. You have to push the button down the entire time you speak. Sorry, everyone's going to learn
Thank you,
it.
Mayor, Council. As the clerk had read, this is a public hearing, which is required by state statute to be held prior to the annexation of property into the city. I would note this item is also on council agenda for first read and would be considered September 8th for additional discussion on the permanent zoning, which goes along with the annexation. The property in question located at 7208 I-70 Drive Southeast. Again, this is the public hearing for the annexation. There'll be discussion later as well during subsequent second reading if necessary. The permanent zoning that they are requesting for this site is MC, which is our mixed-use corridor, so that's kind of our high-level commercial zoning district. Property is approximately 4 acres and located about a mile west of Tradewinds Parkway. So just a little context on the location of that property. On the I-70 Drive outer road, south of I-70 to the east, again, Trade Center Parkway to the west. You can see the solar farm located not too much further down the road to the west as well. To the south, some undeveloped property, which is currently annexed into the city and does have residential development associated with it, perhaps in the future. The site is currently improved with a commercial structure, home to a business Mid-Missouri Golf Cars, which is a longstanding vehicle repair location. This would be permitted within the CG upon annexation. Generally, the principal reason for seeking annexation at this point would be to connect to the city sewer to continue to use of that property. The surrounding property, as you can see to the south, RS, that is county zoning, that is single family. But to the west, you also see CG. So CG is essentially the county equivalent of the city MC. So that's their general commercial district. So I think it recognizes that these properties, one of two things. One has an existing commercial business on that site, and also given its location along that I-70 Drive, with that type of parcel, with frontage on a street such as that, is probably contextually more akin to a commercial use. There was some discussion during the planning and zoning, I think analysis as well about that use, but just a little more about the specific use that's on there right now. So it would require the MC zoning. There was some discussion about MN, but the request is for MC. It does meet most of the site-specific standards for this. It would be served by Boone County Regional Sewer District, and it is currently served by Boone Electric Cooperative. As part of the annexation, generally the analysis is whether it's compact and contiguous with the city per state statute. The recommendation tonight is not for any specific council action. It is to conduct a public hearing, to receive any public comment on the proposed annexation. I did want to just relay the conversation on the permanent zoning. So that was, again, it's on the council agenda tonight, but Planning and Zoning did recommend approval of the requested zoning 7-1. There was some conversation I think about the comprehensive plan land use designation for this, how it fell into the neighborhood category. And I think the conversation there is sometimes these kind of small individual properties can fall outside the analysis that was done initially in 2013. But really, the existing context of that property is commercial. It's commercially zoned in the county. So staff's confident recommending, I think, approval of that permanent zoning. But tonight, again, just to conduct a public hearing. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council to staff? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Would anyone from the public wish to speak on the proposed annexation at 7208 I-70 Drive Southeast? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional kind of questions from council? Yeah.
Just a quick comment, and again, I'm sorry if this isn't exactly right. At some point, I want to have a discussion about this form of annexation. These property owners have to annex in order to connect into our sewer, but it's not even a direct connection. So I want to look at some of our policies that are causing this case to come before us.
Thank you. All right. Seeing none, this was only the public hearing. This conversation will happen in the zoning will be considered at the September 8th, 2026 council meeting. Moving on to old business. Sheila, will you please read Bill 16426?
Council Bill 16426 is an ordinance amending Chapter 14 of the City Code as it relates to hourly parking rates for municipal parking structures, and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Third reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes. This item was tabled at the August 3rd, 2026 City Council agenda, or at the City Council meeting, to provide time to discuss the matter with the city's Parking Advisory Commission. That meeting occurred on August 12th. Representatives of the city's Finance and Public Works departments presented slides very similar to those City Council has seen in previous budget meetings and the Finance Director showed this evening. Following extensive discussion, the commission voted 4-2 in support of the changes detailed in the ordinance before you tonight. The slides before you tonight are the same as those presented at the August 3rd meeting with 2 exceptions. We have added a slide which shows Saturday parking garage information for the 17 college towns we looked at last year when on-street meter rates were adjusted to $1 per hour. What is easy to see from this information is there are many ways in which city handle parking rates. However, only Boulder, Colorado has as many garages as the city of Columbia and doesn't charge on Saturday for 5 of their 6 garages. The other garage has $1.25 hourly rate. The parking utilities parking consultant has been working on 2 separate projects, which had draft reports submitted since the August 3rd meeting. The fiscal year 2027 budget included $750,000 in funding for the 10th and Cherry Garage. However, their report details additional needs of $750,000 next year and $2.6 million total before 2032. They have also submitted a preliminary report on a move to a new gate arm system, which includes license plate readers. This totals an estimated $1.2 million. As mentioned previously, our present system will stop all upgrades and patch services in 2027, and we've already had issues with repair help and part acquisition. We believe that what is proposed here tonight creates a consistent parking experience downtown, which is in line with what we see in similar college towns. We also see this as phase 2 of a multi-phased process. Fiscal year 2028 will likely include an analysis of the permit rates in the parking garages and parking lots, which hasn't been done in some time. From there, we will be in a position to increase hourly rates when necessary, in theory, as a single unit. Lee and I are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions from council for staff? Yeah, Vera.
Can you go back to the slide where you are looking at other college towns and whether or not parking is free on Saturday? You mentioned that Boulder is the only one kind of comparable because they have as many garages as us in terms of the ones that are free on Saturdays. Can you explain that logic there of why fewer garages means it's more feasible to be free on Saturday?
Sure. The easiest way to explain that would be more garages means more maintenance costs. So the more garages that you have, each one of those is going to age from the time they're built, in perpetuity. And so you would tend to see, and of course, there's a lot of things that aren't here. I don't know how many on-street meter spots these cities have. That would factor into how much revenue they generate on-street versus the parking garage. But like I said, the best way that I knew to put apples to apples was based on the number of parking garages, and so that's what we've got here. And that's how we sorted this information from number of parking garages.
Additional questions? Yeah, Christina.
I know we've had this conversation probably before, but I don't remember if we discussed the cost to have people going and evaluating the meters and stuff. Is there additional personnel that will be needed in order for maintaining the regulation or the cost of it? Does that make sense?
Sure. As far as personnel is concerned, right now, we don't anticipate any additional. The study that we did on the gate arm system and how to best move forward from a technology standpoint, there will actually be some efficiencies built there. So, when it comes to the number of parking enforcement agents that we need, that might actually be able to come down over time. But we're probably too early to be able to say that right now.
Let's say we don't do license plate readers. We would just maintain the current number of people we have doing that? Or like if we're at the state we're at now, we have gates. I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to figure out if you're going to need more people if we're at our current state or less people to enforce that rule.
So as far as the gate arms are concerned, we would need a new gate arm system regardless of whether we used whether we use license plate readers. We have a lot of issues with the gate arm system. Some of that has to do with the age of the system, the software not being supported, some of those things I talked about. But there's also just issues in general with gate arm systems. And so the consultant looked at both a gated gate arm system that continues to have gates if we had license plate readers, and one that is gateless, that does not have gates. With the hotels that use our garages, especially the Short Street garage, it was their feeling that a gated system remained the best choice for us when looking at different technology.
Okay, thanks. I'm good. Thanks.
Additional questions? Yeah, Valerie.
Is the airport parking lot managed by the airport or by the parking utility?
Airport.
Do you have a follow-up question with that?
I think we can go ahead and open the
Okay,
floor.
well,
I
I
may
have
have
a
more
question.
comments or questions.
Okay, I have a question. When was the last time that we increased the hourly rates in parking garages?
I have that slide. There it is right there. Really no changes since 2020. Going into the details of what happened in 15, 17, and 20 are a little bit cumbersome, but no changes at all since 2020.
And that's for permits. I'm talking about the hourly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And in
Hourly,
case you're wondering, it's 2001.
I was going to say,
Because I was really,
it's quite a
I was
ways
trying
back.
to remember.
It's quite a ways back.
Because we went to free on Saturdays in 2011 in the garages. And then but the last time that they increased was 2001 in the parking garage rates, for hourly rates. Because I was like, when would that happen? And just looking at that. So I thought that that was a really interesting thing. So I wanted to ask you that question. Yeah, sharing question. And then we'll open up.
Have you done a split analysis of the revenue increase of Saturday versus just the rate increase?
Finance talked about that in their slides earlier.
Can you remind
If you go
me?
back to it, if you go back a bunch, I don't know if you remember what slide number it was, Matthew. One more. There.
So in the council memo, we've got 350,000 for this ordinance change. My question is, if this ordinance change was just the $1 an hour fee and not the Saturday parking, what's that number instead of 350? Is it,
The $253,000, well, hold on, there's additional $93,000 lost for not enforcing parking fees in garages on Saturday. So it'd be 253 would be the uncaptured, would be the revenue increase.
thank you.
Any other additional questions? Oh, yeah, Valerie.
Yeah, I understand that you have some troubles tracking cars that are left long-term and permit users. Does the gate arm system give you any advantage to that or improvements to the gate arm system? Or do you need to move to license plate technology to better track those things?
The license plate readers would be the best avenue for this tracking. The gate arm system, as we currently use it, can track some, but due to how things are operated, where the gates are opened on Sundays, some people just leave, and then we cannot capture when they leave and how long they've been in there.
So Sunday would continue to be free. We would change the rate potentially to Saturday if the amendment fails. But Sunday would still be free, so we don't have a way to capture that change or that impact from cars that are long-term parking.
Correct.
Sunday to
Other than
Sunday
when
parking.
when the gate arms are open on Saturdays as well.
All right, any other additional questions? All right, would anyone from the public wish to speak? Do you want to go ahead and advance the slides forward? Does anyone from the public wish to speak on the proposed changes to the hourly rates in parking garages?
Hopefully this is the last time you guys have to hear me tonight, possibly. Nikki Davis, the District Downtown CID. So in attempt to not repeat myself of what I said earlier about the Saturday parking, some of the other big concerns that we have is it seems like the existing system hasn't actually been fully collecting what it should be collecting. Some of that is what the mayor had talked about, but it's very easy to park your car in there and leave it for however long you want and go back down and get another ticket without having the arms open. So making sure that things like that don't escape us again. This system has always been slightly flawed. So while we agree we need a new system, we want to make sure that what we're collecting currently is proper. We know that the CPD had collecting for several years and that did not go well, which I'm sure set us back for most of this. But we also definitely want to look into, I understand that the airport is collecting they're not collecting their own parking revenue because that's free, but how do we look at that and see what that could bring in for Columbia as well? And then also the parking permits. We know the parking permits are consistently sold out, so maybe that's the way way we go first as opposed to penalizing our customers shopping our businesses on Saturday. I think there are many other options here that we could look at, more than just these couple I threw out here that we should consider before penalizing people for coming downtown on Saturdays and shopping and being able to park for free. It is something absolutely our businesses talk about to our customers that are concerned about parking downtown. Parking garages are free on Saturday, Sunday. So that is something very much that I know our small businesses count on and their customers.
Thank you, Nikki. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on the proposed changes to downtown parking?
Hi, Danny Perez again. If we do this, I would ask that when we do budget, that we start increasing public transportation so that people have other methods to get to downtown. I don't know, people don't even know there's no bus stops in Forum. Nobody in Forum goes into downtown because they don't want to deal with the parking, they don't want to deal with the students, and there's not a single public transportation route from Forum to downtown. There's not a lot of walkable options. We have an infrastructure that favors neighborhoods staying and shopping in their neighborhoods and not coming into downtown. So the consequences of making these go up means that we need to provide other options, whether it's providing short buses on the outskirts of downtown that can bring them to and from even like Logboat. Just, we need to have other solutions. If we have to get revenue this way, we need to provide transportation and parking and other methods another way.
Thank you. And anyone else from the public wish to speak on the proposed changes to downtown parking garage fees? Seeing none, I'll come back to council comments. I'll remind us that we have we have an amendment sheet attached to our agenda, so I'll go ahead and vote on that. That is basically for if it were to pass, for it to go into effect on January 1st rather than upon its passage. So just so we can be clear on that, I'll make a motion to amend Bill 16426 per amendment sheet number 1 with changes the effective date from immediate to January 1st, 2027. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Vera. All those in favor of the amendment sheet, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now, council comments or other potential amendments, of which I might have wording if you want it. Yeah, Valerie.
Parking has been free on Saturdays since 2011. It's meaningful to our small businesses. It's meaningful to our service personnel who are working in our small local businesses. It's meaningful to our shoppers and our citizens. And it's meaningful to our transportation patterns to teach people to find garages and look for parking in garages and not only on streets. One day, that's a popular shopping day. It helps change people's patterns of behavior. I agree that parking needs to operate like a utility, like an enterprise. I agree that we need to recover those fees, and I support an increase in parking fees, absolutely. I still want to waive Saturday parking. And so I will make a motion to continue the Saturday parking at no cost, as in previous years.
So if I can, if you, it would be, your motion is for Council Bill number Bill 16426 to remove the language amending section 14391B, which would have changed that, scratched out the Friday and added Saturday. So that is doing that, I believe.
Sure.
All right. Do we have a second on the motion? I'll second it. We got Sharon seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? I'll just say I'm in support. I think right now we do need to make improvements, though, to how we're tracking the data to do that. But right now, I think because of the system improvements that are needed, I think making that change, I am in agreement with you. So all in favor of the amendment, which is basically continuing to have parking free in the garages on Saturday and Sunday, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, we have one no. Oh, two no's, sorry. Christina and Betsy. Okay. All right, so we've got, now we can continue council comments, or I can have Sheila call roll. Yes, yeah.
Just very briefly, and only for clarity of those who may be watching, there is nothing in this ordinance that authorizes the license plate readers. This is just about the fees. The license plate readers was an ancillary discussion.
Correct. Yeah, Vera.
I just wanted to say, I also, I think having better kept data about usage of our parking garages is incredibly important as we look into these discussions in the future. I'm excited to hear that some of the changes to the gate arms will help with collection of that. I also think that there are likely practices that we might want to look at internally and how we're keeping track of that data. I think it is hard to, even the vote on whether parking should be free on Saturdays, that felt like something that we didn't have a strong amount of data behind who this would and would not affect. So just wanted to voice that.
Thank you. Any other additional council comments on this?
Since I was a dissenting vote, I do want to say, kind of echo what Vera was saying about the data. Again, I feel like our decisions need to be more data-driven with the risk approach. And I also think that a lot of what we are seeing is we're increasing fees to a lot of things. But this is an area where we have a huge difference in what we're collecting versus what it is to cost. And that's what we need to be looking at, is where those large chunks are.
Any other additional council comments? Hold on, let me, I would just say one of the things that in looking at this for the changes needed for it, I think the fact that we hadn't made the rate changes for hourly in the parking garages since, for what, 25 years, I think kind of like the cost of service discussion that we had during pre-council, increasing that kind of review of that. And I appreciated hearing you saying that we're going to be reviewing the permits as well, because I think that's another feedback that we hear is the utilization of the permits and who they're available to. And I wanted to ask, I can't remember, is it on this council where we're talking about, I think it's the intro in first read, the employee parking program, where we're trying to have dedicated for people who are employees downtown businesses to get, right, to have them have special parking that would be cheaper for them to do, and then looking at a shuttle system. Is that correct? Part of that, potentially, eventually, a shuttle system is the hope, maybe not of yours, maybe just of theirs. Never mind. But having an employee program for downtown employees to have cheaper parking located, is that correct?
That program already exists. What's on first read tonight is bringing that cost more in line with the $1 per hour on-street meters that was passed last year. So that's really what that is.
Okay, thank you. Val, you had another council comment?
Yeah, I'm echoing and appreciating the calls for more data, for better technology to track parking. And I want to cite that in the letters that we received from the CID, there were calls for data and tracking of permit parking specifically. So pursuit of that will be key. And I also look forward to our evaluation of permit parking.
All right, Sheila, will you please, oh, Betsy, earlier.
I'd just like to point out that we then need to figure out how we're going to pay for the increased data that you all would like. So just as something to think about, I don't want to really debate it. It's not something we need to decide tonight, but I'm just going to point that out, that it does require, as Christina's always asking, what does it cost to
I think
get
that
the
was
data.
included in the slides presented by finance. And I think this option still includes that intent.
It depends on if we do the kiosk or thing. So I think that's part of the next conversation, but again, not part of the ordinance that we're voting on this evening. So for our ordinance of this evening, Sheila, will you please call roll on Bill 16426 as amended?
Council Bill 16426 as amended, Ms. Buffalo,
Yes.
Ms. Carroll,
Yes?
Ms. Elwood,
Yes.
Ms. Sample,
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Hartman,
Yes.
Ms. Peters.
No.
All right. Yep. Moving on. Sheila, will you please read Bill 17826 and Bill 17926?
Council Bill 17826 is an ordinance approving a major amendment in the PD plan for Columbia Senior Living Community located on the southeast corner of Scott Boulevard and Vodder School Road, inclusive of the requested design exceptions, approving a revised statement of intent, approving a First Amendment to the development agreement with Capital Land Investment LLC, directing the city clerk to record the development agreement, and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading. And Council Bill 17826 is an ordinance approving the final plat of the Columbia Senior Living Plat 1, accepting the dedication of rights-of-way and easements, authorizing a performance contract, and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. I would just note, too, this was continued from the previous meeting, just to clarify that in the supplemental memo. As the clerk had read, though, this is really, and we'll be presenting two things. So this is the PD plan. This also kind of pertains to the final plat. The final plat essentially will create the single lot that's reflected in the PD plan, which also serves as the preliminary plat. Real quick, this is located the southeast corner of Vodder School Road, South Scott Boulevard. You can see Copperstone residential subdivision to the south of that property. Gives you a little context for the site. To the east of this site is really what we'd call phase one of this development, this kind of commercial development. Addison's has been developed within that phase since its inception many years ago. You can see the surrounding zoning. So to the west is county property, but all the colored shadings represent city zoning, and therefore within the city. So a lot of single-family zone property to the south. This entire development, this kind of commercial area, was originally zoned PD planned development, which does kind of allow that additional oversight for the future development of that property. Again, annexed in 1998 with that CP, we now refer to it as PD, planned development. One of the first plans was approved in 2023, didn't have a lot of specificity, which is permitted. Did have two phases. This would represented the second phase. So the request we have in front of us tonight is for a development plan for the remaining part of that undeveloped commercial property. It would permit the development of a CCRC, which is essentially a retirement community. That's kind of our definition for continuing care retirement community. The part of this revision to this planning development is to add that specific use to our statement of intent. Statement of intent is kind of the permitted uses that are allowed within a plan development. And just to kind of recap, plan development is like it's almost like it's mini zoning district in and of itself. So it has certain requirements that can be kind of modified. This particular one, outside of that, had a couple other, what we refer to as kind of exceptions, and I'll briefly state those here in the subsequent slides. Overall, though, this is 181 dwelling units with accessory facilities. It contains kind of the gambit of residential options for retirement communities. So it has assisted living, independent living, as well as memory care units as well. Also 15 villa-style units, and that comes in a little bit later in the conversation when we talk about parking. Landscape generally is consistent with the city's requirements for landscaping, does have stormwater detention on the north side of the lot. There's two exceptions. One is to the height that really only pertains to an elevator facility. It's on the far north side of this property where you can see that's the red area. It's furthest away from the residential properties, and it's on the lowest grade. Analysis here was staff didn't have any concerns, I think, with this exception exceeding that 45 maximum. It's not a significant beyond that 45 allowed height. So we thought, given the circumstances, just for the elevator really facility, it did make sense for this facility. The others for the parking requirements, and this is one where I would point out the requirement for this specific type of use is one space for every 3 units. And that would have, per the applicant and the testimony they provided, would have severely underparked them. And so I think what it reflects is the fact that there is a wide range of housing opportunities within retirement communities, and our code really reflects maybe the lowest need for parking in that memory care. So having one parking space for every 3 dwelling units is a pretty low standard. And the way our parking requirements restrict the upper end, it's 200% of your minimum. So if we have a low minimum, then the maximum's also fairly low. So this really reflects the fact that they have not just residential units where you would not expect people to be driving. It has independent living units. It also has villas. So I think the important thing to focus on here is really the memory care section of that would be consistent with what our parking requirements are for a CCRC. What they're asking for is, in that exception, is to allow additional parking spaces. So I think it's one space for each independent care and 2 spaces for each villa, which would be similar to what you would expect to see in a townhome. That would be the similar request. So they're essentially being asked to park, I think, at what a similar type residential style would be, had it not been part of a residential care retirement community. There was a development agreement associated with this overall development, did address some specific upgrades to the site. Many of those have been made. Two items I would point out that was part of this that were included was a 2-way left turn on Scott Boulevard, extending 50 feet north from where traffic would be entering the site. It does require the installation of a stop sign leaving this facility also onto Scott. Based on a traffic study that looked at their actually decrease in traffic generation, there was a initial requirement to build a kind of a slip lane, essentially is what they referred to it, on the roundabout, but given the reduction in trips, that was no longer triggered, so that was removed from the development agreement. At the Plan and Zoning Commission, we did have 2 speakers. There were some concerns with water pressure out here. That has been, I think, passed along to our utilities department. The response that we have right now is that this facility would probably likely take up less than 1% of the existing capacity within this region, so there are no concerns with water capacity with this specific structure. And landscaping too, some concerns I think about the landscaping, but as I had stated, is meeting the city's standard landscaping requirements. A motion to pass the PD plan with the statement of intent and design adjustment amendments did pass P&Z 8-0. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I would just say both of these are the PD plan and the final plat are both on old business, and this kind of covers both of those. I'd be happy to answer any questions on the final plat, but it essentially is just approving the arrangement of this that's within the PD plan.
Yep. Christine, this is your award. Questions you have?
Hello. Yeah, so I did have a lot of people reaching out to me concerned about the water pressure and with the tower not being put up yet. I know you say that there were, can you speak more to why this will not impede water flow for either fire safety or human consumption or irrigation?
Erin Keys, Utilities Director. Just to help Clint out here, the excess water capacity of the main in that area is about 5,000 gallons per minute. And what is expected to be used by this development is around, at maximum, 500 gallons a minute. So again, that's less than 1% of the excess capacity in the water main in that area, so that we've already taken out the amount of water that gets used by the developments to the south. And this is the excess that's available.
Okay, and so I assume you have data to support that, or what's the progress on
Yes,
that?
we've done some we have a water model that we use, and staff has verified that in the model.
And so in terms of the, this is kind of jumping away from the water questions. Clint, you mentioned that there was no slip lane required now. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, so the initial traffic study, I think, they initially kind of contemplated a much more intensive commercial development. And so there's a certain amount of traffic that it anticipates being generated from that, from those type of specific uses. And so based on that, they would look at the traffic entering and exiting the roundabout at Botter School and Scott. And based on the, I think, the level of service that's expected for there, the recommendation based on those initial traffic generators was that a slip lane would be needed at the full build-out of this site. However, go ahead, I'm sorry. No, so after reconsidering the actual in-use, so they take basically this specific uses, which is more residential, put that back into their modeling and the traffic study, and they look at the level of service then expected for that roundabout, and what could precipitate the need to have the slip lane, and basically their conclusions based on that data was that it was no longer necessary.
And so with the hill there, that has no, does that have any effect on the placement or safety concerns and things like that? What came out of the, because I know public comment had mentioned they were concerned about that hill.
Yeah, typically a traffic study is going to look at all the points of ingress and egress to a site. So I didn't look at that right before this meeting, but I'm certain that they looked at the access point on Scott, and they always do comment on expected site distance for entering and exiting onto a road, specifically something that is classified Scott Boulevard with the speeds that they have on there. Generally, they do leave it as there is a certain site distance that's necessary, and it's left to the final engineers that design the site when they come back and submit their site development plans to our team to verify that site distance has been met, and so that's a step that would be taken at that time.
Thank you. And two questions, sorry. The other being around, the parking exception. If we were to not want a parking exception for this case, what does that look like if we were to vote on that tonight?
Well, if you did not support that specific design adjustment, I'm not sure exactly if that would result in a amendment to the ordinance, but it is in the ordinance currently, so we would have to accommodate something that would essentially exempt out that specific design exception that's mentioned.
Thank you. And then finally, one of the other things that I've been told is, and this just came to me, so this one I know you're not going to have a lot of data probably on, but in terms of like the development in our area, one of the things I've been concerned about as a council person is there's no grocery stores or anything in Ward 5, right? You have to go like drive everywhere. And my understanding is that some of this area was originally hopes to be that kind of development. What do you foresee in this area in terms of that type of development for people?
Well, it would be a little bit of speculation. I would say in evaluating this location, that was probably, I think the initial hope was that there could be a grocery store. I think everyone would appreciate, a grocery store within a certain distance of their residential house. I think as time went on, and again, this was annexed and I think zoned in 1998, I think the realities of this location as a grocery probably became less and less tenable. It probably, most of the commercial businesses do have certain specifications that they are looking for as far as population within a certain distance, an amount of traffic being generated by that site. My guess is anyone looking at a site didn't see those numbers, I think, coming to fruition. And so that's most likely what resulted in that. I don't want to speculate on the property owners, kind of what they went through to kind of solicit a grocery store there. But not necessarily all commercial development is going to be well suited to all commercial zone property in town, so.
Any other council questions for staff? Jackie, Vera, Valerie.
I'm going to ask this, and I know you probably don't know the answer, but I think it's important for us to consider as we're looking at this. My question is, has there been any discussion on how many potential job positions this would bring to our city?
No, that's not typically part of our analysis.
I didn't think so. But I wanted to ask that question because I don't think it's very often that we have the opportunity to look at a development plan that brings not only housing that's needed, but also potential job opportunities. So that's it.
I would point out, I do believe the applicants are here and would be probably be able to answer these questions as well.
Yeah, Vera.
In the question of the parking exception, I am particularly sympathetic to the need for this exception as we see like a growing change in what senior living communities look like and the abilities of people living there and the expectations of them being involved in their community. So I'm wondering, the question connected to that is, should this consideration potentially trigger looking at the code so that this doesn't have to be an exception every single time?
No, and that's an excellent observation. That's some of the conversations we've had internally. And anytime we get a design exception or a variance, that's part of the conversation is, is this a one-off type situation, or is there some sort of inconsistency or just kind of issue within our Unified Development Code that needs addressing? So I would say this probably falls within the latter. I think our parking maximum works really well in a lot of situations, and I think we've seen really good outcomes from it in reducing maybe overparking on sites, but there are some uses that just have such a huge variance based on what that particular use might look like that it's hard to kind of hem in all uses within that 100 to 200% range, if that makes sense.
Valerie, you had a question.
Procedural question. Why are we seeing this on old business as opposed to consent?
I believe there was a request to remove it from consent.
Any other questions before we open up for public comment? Seeing none, would anyone from the public wish to speak on Bills 17826 and Bills 17926?
My name is Eric Wallish. Can somebody pull up my presentation?
If you pull it up on there, it will magically show up on our screens in a brief delay.
So
if
where
you can,
do-
do you
where do I
see, I don't. Yeah, it's usually on the desktop, but I don't see, do you know if it got to event and services?
Yeah, it was submitted through Jay at the Civil Group.
I see a PDF that is open in the doc bar. Albert is coming up here to help you. And am I correct in that, are you going to be requesting 5 minutes on behalf of the applicant? Or are you doing 3 and then sharing?
It's getting late, and Clint saved me a lot of time.
Oh, perfect.
So I won't be repetitive.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm 60.
What's your name?
Eric.
Eric, okay. Get rid of this too while we're at it. Okay, it did not make it through on here.
Is it not that one, the O'Reilly development, or do you have multiple?
Dave
That's probably it.
for, yep.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yep, that's right. Okay.
And how do I advance it?
You can go left and right on here, and if I can remember, where is it that one?
Yeah,
There you go.
So I
Okay,
just
Yep, you should be able to click the.
advance.
right one.
Okay.
Yep.
So my name's Eric Wallish. I'm with O'Reilly Development Company out of Springfield, Missouri. Do you need my address? Okay. Like I said, you saved me a lot of time. I appreciate that. I just want to kind of give you a timeline of how we got here, because I think it's important. I know a number of the council members are new. So we started looking for a site in 2024. We own the Westbury about 5 miles from here, and it has been extremely successful. It's got a waiting list of over 70 people. So we secured the property with the Farmer family in August of 2025 and put it under contract with various contingencies. We had a pre-application meeting with the Columbia Planning Department in September of '25. And then we met with the neighbors at the Copperstone Clubhouse in October of 2025. And as you mentioned, it's Clint, right? Their concern was with the landscape buffer that was promised to them earlier by the Farmer family. And we have an agreement with them that at closing, we will withhold 125% of that cost to ensure that it is completed. So if it's $100,000, and it probably is, we will withhold $125,000. Additionally, Mr. Hall to the east had some concerns about the buffer, and we did not legally or by code have to provide a buffer, but we are providing him a buffer at our cost. We had a concept review meeting with the planning department in October of '25. That's just more intense pre-app meeting, if you will. And then because this is Missouri, we are required to get a certificate of need from the state of Missouri for the assisted living beds, which is a real joyous process. We did secure that on January 5th of this year. And then, as mentioned earlier, we submitted our pre-development plan and final plat submission in March of this year. And then, as Clint mentioned earlier, we were approved at a planning commission, or I think you referred to it as P&Z, 8-0 in May of this year. We went through all this, the unit mix, so I'm not going to rehash that. Here's the benefits of senior housing, other than taking care of residents and keeping them in the community, is it's a very low traffic generator. It frees up, what we're seeing now more and more is it frees up housing for younger generations. We all know about the housing crisis. Well, it allows people to leave their homes, stay in the community by their adult children and their relatives, and then frees up that housing stock for other generations. And then I think it was Jackie, who mentioned, or somebody mentioned about job creation. Unlike a multifamily project, yes, we create 65 to 75 full-time equivalents, and our annual payroll will exceed $3 million. The construction jobs, about 450, those are obviously temporary, and obviously no negative impact on schools. In fact, I've been doing senior housing since '96. If anything, there's a positive benefit on it because our folks will volunteer in the schools. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Scott Aumann with SWD Architects, who will walk you through the site plan and the elevations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. This is a very tough site to build on. And
Scott, will you say your name to our
Scott
record?
Aumann, SWD Architects, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you.
I believe, Jackie, you had the question regarding a grocery. This is a very tough, Christina, this is a very tough site to build on. There's like 50 feet of fall across this site. And so that leads to why we've structured this building the way we've done with the memory care and the assisted living on that south end. We wanted the one-story structure adjacent to the residential neighborhood. Our assisted living, as we step down the site, is 2 stories. And then we've got a one-story link that links both the assisted living and the independent living together. And that becomes our central hub for our main entry for both the communities. And then our independent living is 3-story wings heading towards the north. So those 2 long wings are basically our 3-story portions. And we've stepped those down 10 feet each. And that's what necessitated the need for the elevator shaft with that 4-story option right there that increases it to 60 feet. Some of the amenities that we include within this community is dog parks, outdoor living with cooking area, shuffleboard, indoor pool, community rooms, game rooms, full commercial kitchen and dining. And as Eric's mentioned about the staffing, that's what leads to the increased parking. Through the history,
on the data we've collected from Aero Senior Living, our operator, they've developed a formula that our independent living is more or less a multifamily product rather than an assisted or a assisted living. And so we need one space for every one of those living units. For the assisted living and the memory care, we can get by with one space as for every 2 units. But then we have to factor in, we've got community vehicles. We've got a town car that needs to be parked. We have a bus that needs to be parked. Amy with Aero Senior Living will hit on some of those items as well as visitors. We need space for visitors that are coming to see loved ones. We need parking for the staff. There's a turnover of staff that at some point, we've got staff coming in and staff leaving, that we need to accommodate those vehicles. Case in point, we look at the Westbury. We have a lack of parking at the Westbury. That they're having to find parking elsewhere. They have to park along some of the drives. It's not a good situation that we had over there. So that's why we've asked for the increase in the parking. With that,
You have 15 seconds. So.
all right. Can we have some time for Amy to talk about?
Yeah, she'll get her own
Okay.
3 minutes.
All right, and the elevations with how we stepped it, with a 3-story IL and the 2-story in the memory care, trying to respect what we're doing with the adjacent neighborhood.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak on the proposed? Yeah.
Amy Birgo, Executive Director of the Westbury Senior Living, Aero Senior Living, 4th Ward. Thank you. I'm here, let me see if I can flip to a slide here. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. Am I going forward, backward? All right, fantastic. I think many of you understand what the advantages of senior living are. One of the things that makes Westbury just really an outstanding site is Aero Senior Living, who is our management company. They really invest in what we do. We run about 45, 50 tours every month with 20 to 30 inquiries. I think Eric mentioned that we have 70 up to 85 individuals on our wait list at any time. So the need in this community is visible. I think I really want to drive down the numbers with our partnerships on our therapy group, using or decreasing hospitalization rates. There's a lot of advantages that we see with those partnerships. Emergency room visits down 19% for our population, using less of our community resources. The active enrollees in that, 1,100 across our communities. Lots and lots of participation there, keeping our residents active and in the community. Okay, here's just some pictures. Again, we were 100% occupied in less than 2 years after being built. And just our focus here on resident well-being, interaction, wellness, focus in the community, partnerships with schools. Those are the things that you will see and that you will hear from a couple of our residents here. Okay, I'll let that go.
Would anyone else from the public wish to speak?
It's past my bedtime.
Same.
First of all,
Please state your name for the record.
I'm sorry. I'm Barbara Fox, originally from Kalamazoo, Michigan, but I'm now living in the independent facility at Westbury. My life turned on a dime in June of 2021 when my husband of 57 years passed away. And we had no family up there, so I knew I had to get closer to a family member. So my son, who is chief of the surgery at the veterinary hospital here at the university said, "Mama, if something happens to you, I cannot keep driving up to Michigan." And I understood that. So I thought, I got to get down to Columbia. So I came down, and it was the best move I have ever made, I think. And I know my husband is very, very happy. I have never been happier than I have been in Westbury. It is a wonderful, wonderful facility. I could have gone into a condo, but I knew I wouldn't be socializing as much, and it's been proven that socialization really helps your cognitive ability. I'm nervous. And also, the food that I'm eating there it's good and very, very healthy. And I know that if I was living alone, I would not be feeding myself nearly as well. And for that reason, I think I've been very, very healthy since I've been here. I just turned 85, and I plan to stay around a lot longer because I love it here, and I think that a new facility like Westbury would be a wonderful addition to this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fox.
I am David Wickman, Wichman, for all those that might wonder. I came to the Westbury 3 years ago from St. Louis to be nearer to my daughter and my 3 sons and their families here in Columbia. I am delighted with what has happened to me at the Westbury. Let me give you a little scene. You might imagine you were driving up to the Westbury as I was 3 years ago. I came around the corner on Scott Boulevard, and I saw this beautiful building, beautifully, perfectly manicured, and I couldn't get in. It was the back. This was the back of the building that I saw, and it was so beautiful. I finally found the front of the building, and it was even better. Beautiful flagpole up front, wonderful landscaping. Everything is immaculate there. As you go into our lobby, you'll find smiling people. It is a friendly and a positive community that we have formed at the Westbury. If you come through the lobby and you come around the corner, you will find our theater. Now, I have a challenge or an opportunity for you guys. You know what's coming. If you come to our place, and if you happen to get there when we are playing beach volleyball in our theater, we rework our theater, we put a low volleyball net across it, 6 armchairs on each side of it, and we have a beach volleyball about 18 inches, and we make absolute fools of ourselves. It is the funniest, most hilarious thing you've ever seen. So, my challenge to you guys is come and see us. Come and see what I just said, particularly the mayor. She was there last Christmas and helped us with some things. So one or all of you come and we'll let you play our beach volleyball, and I'll guarantee you will leave with a smile on your face. So as I see this whole thing, you guys you have an opportunity. You have an opportunity to create something like the Westbury right next door, right down the street. You have an opportunity to take care of many people that need care, 276 people in Boone County, I think it was. You have an opportunity to see a beautiful building, well manicured.
Thank you, Mr. Wickham. You're at time.
Pardon me?
You're at time.
I know,
and I want. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, come and visit us.
We will.
Gee, you'll love it. You'll love us, and you'll see a good thing.
Thank you, Mr. Wickham. Appreciate it. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bills 17826 and 17926?
Hi, Julie Ryan, Ward 5, Como Safe Water Coalition. You're going to vote to pass this, and I know that, but I can't be here and not say what I need to say. You have to imagine a dinner party you're holding for 50, and you buy all your food, you buy all your supplies, you set your table, and then you invite 50 more, and then you invite 50 more. You've run out of things, and you haven't planned effectively. Can it work? Maybe. Is it the best practice? No. There is still no plan for the Southwest Water Tower, and we did see a significant water main break at this location in June of 2023. New development routinely outpaces the life cycle of existing public utilities, and other communities have seen the unfortunate results of pursuing development without prioritizing infrastructure. Conroe, Texas, Atlanta, Georgia, and Jackson, Mississippi are just a few communities who failed to prioritize many layers of water utility infrastructure while simultaneously allowing significant growth. Two things cannot be true here. We can't have this amazingly sufficient water supply and distribution capability to support this proposed community, yet also need a water tower that continues to be deferred. There also can't be an irrigation ordinance considered with a primary purpose of preserving and reducing stress on current infrastructure while development is allowed to put stress on the infrastructure. So is the water tower unnecessary? Is the understanding of the supply and distribution incorrect? Is there some secret document that shows just how far we can push the infrastructure before it breaks to keep developing unchecked? Development should be a positive in a town such as Columbia, but the wrong priorities are continuously being chosen. It's one thing to continue impacting residents like me further down the distribution path, but if there are problems like water boil advisories or water simply not being able to be provided because of additional water main breaks, think about the health of the individuals in this senior community, which can include medically fragile residents. Is there enough confidence to ensure that those boil advisories or water main breaks won't be part of their experience or compromise their health? It's beholden upon you to ensure there's appropriate infrastructure for residents. And although I know of many residents who are concerned about this development, I also know that there are many people who won't speak up because of the belief that your minds are already made up. There is no water tower. The proposed irrigation ordinance is being suggested to protect infrastructure and not put undue strain on it. You cannot reasonably approve this community and honestly say you are doing what is responsible for ratepayers and residents. And if you approve this, you simply cannot turn around and approve an irrigation ordinance. Thank you.
Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bills 17826 and 17926?
Hi, my name is Tawfiq Thabit. I live off of V. Walter. I think that the senior living community should be contingent on a tax to help build the water tower and build a slip lane. One parking space for every 3 people is kind of, I don't believe that to be true for what is required for a normal person to commute around to go to the hospital. And so unless there is bus facilities to get them to the hospital and get them to the grocery stores, it will likely require them to have more than 1 parking space for every 3 people. And also the south is expanding more. And so likely that roundabout is also going to need to be increased later on. And the slip lane is also going to be more necessary in the future. And so since it's not for residential living, and since it's a commercial property, I think it would be more reasonable to expect them to pay more into the public infrastructure build-out, as they are a profit-generating business. And so then we can get a little bit more tax revenue from them to build a water tower and get the slip lane and increase the roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bills 17826 and 179?
Good evening, Jay Gephardt with the Civil Group, 3401 Broadway Business Park Court, Columbia. I just want to address a couple things that came up. The slip lane, although it's not required by this traffic study, We are providing the right-of-way and the area for that to be built. So that is part of the final plat that you're dedicates the right-of-way for the slip lane. So you have the land and the availability to build that in the future. I don't think I'll talk about the water, other than that there's several water mains here, large water mains on this property, and that's not true south of this property. So other than that, if anybody has any questions.
Thank you,
Thank
Jay. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bills 178 and 179-26?
Hello, Samantha Jones, Ward 1. My question.
Can you bring it closer to you?
Sorry, can
thank
you hear me now? Samantha Jones, Ward 1. Has there been an environmental impact study on this particular building spot? Because I see that there are water mains, but I also see that there's a river nearby. And if construction happens, what's the impact on the water table in that area due to chemicals and other things that could hit that? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bills 178-26 and 179-26?
Krista Murray, Ward 1. All right, with increased developments in this area and the city buses finally going back to full service, has this body decided to maybe not just increase living arrangements, but also abilities to move those people to, I don't know, the downtown shopping areas because there's no grocery stores in Ward 5. So consider the development in a broader spectrum, as this is not a vacuum.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bills 178-26 and 179-26? Seeing none, we'll come to council comments. Vera? Yeah, I didn't, sorry, Vera?
Button. So I just wanted to say, when I saw this come on our agenda tonight, I was very excited about the development for first, because I remember when Addison South went in, and I remember thinking, this is a place that is going to spark a lot of development. This is an area where we're going to see some real growth. And so I'm excited to see that come forward. Also because everywhere I have ever lived, there has been a constant conversation of, we do not have enough senior living in our community. We do not have places for our parents to go to keep them here in town with us. And I know that that is a conversation that I have had with many people here in Columbia in particular, and I think we heard that with the wait list at other facilities. So seeing the development of a senior living facility, I think it serves such a need as we talk about housing, as we talk about the ability for multiple generations to be able to stay in our community, for housing to be available for younger generations as well. We have to plan for housing for our older generation. So I think as we think about that, this fits very well within kind of the vision of housing that I have, that I see for Columbia.
Yeah, Valerie.
Yeah, I'm also excited about this. I think all of the comments about housing have already been said, and I very much agree. I have aging parents. I look forward to having more facilities available. One of my claims to fame is that I have never approved a design exception for additional parking, for exceeding a parking maximum. I think I'm going to break that today. And our parking maximums are calculated by a percentage of a minimum. I think that there is enough variety in styles of senior living that our minimum may not calculate all of the different arrangements of living that you have in your facility and the different arrangements of living that we may have coming forward. So I regret that I won't be able to brag about that anymore. But I do think this is a valid request.
Any other council comments? Yeah, Christina.
So with this being in my ward, I travel that area quite frequently. It's a major corridor. Both of those roads are really. So being able to see development occur there is very important. But I do think we need to listen to the residents that are saying we have been promised a water tower and these are the things that they want to see going forward. I think we do need to take those type of things into consideration. However, with this development, we are seeing job growth. We are seeing additional housing, which are also things that I said were important to me when I was, before I even got in seat. And so all these things are kind of coming together of like the infrastructure versus the development. And I definitely agree with the planning ahead and seeing that forward. But in this case, I am leaning more towards the development of this facility.
Any other council comments? I'll just add that I'm impressed. I've been impressed with O'Reilly for years, or the development and the care that continues to happen with it. Westbury is impressive. And I just clear, I've not been out to play volleyball yet because I swear somebody said it was sand volleyball, and I did not. I was really worried about the injuries, but it looks way easier, and I could totally do sitting in a chair in a theater. So I will take you up on that. All right, so we're going to call these individually. So Sheila, will you please read Bill 17826 and 17926 individually?
Council Bill 17826, Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Council Bill 17926, Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
Ms. Peters?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on. Sheila, will you please read bills 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, and 21826, please?
Council Bill 21026 is an ordinance repealing Article 2 of Chapter 6 of the City Code relating to the 2018 edition of the International Building Code and enacting in lieu of thereof a new Article 2 of Chapter 6 of the City Code, adopting the 2024 edition of the International Building Code, and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading. Council Bill 21126 is an ordinance repealing Article 3 of Chapter 6 of the City Code relating to the 2017 edition of the National Electric Code, NFPA 70, and enacting in lieu thereof a new Article 3 adopting the 2006 edition of the International Code Council Electrical Code Administrative Provisions and the 2023 edition of the National Electric Code, NFPA 70, and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading. Council Bill 21226 is an ordinance repealing Article 4 of Chapter 6 of the City Code relating to the 2018 edition of the International Plumbing Code and enacting in lieu thereof a new Article 4 adopting the 2024 edition of the International Plumbing Code and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading. Council Bill 21326 is an ordinance repealing Article 5 of Chapter 6 of the City Code relating to the 2018 edition of the International Mechanical Code and enacting in lieu thereof a new Article 5 adopting the 2024 edition of the International Mechanical Code and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading. Council Bill 21426 is an ordinance repealing Article 6 of Chapter 6 of the City Code relating to the 2018 edition of the International Residential Code for one- and two-family dwellings and enacting in lieu thereof a new Article 6 adopting the 2024 edition of the International Residential Code for one- and two-family dwellings and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading. Council Bill 21526 is an ordinance repealing Article 7 of Chapter 6 of the City Code relating to the 2018 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code and enacting in lieu thereof a new Article 7 adopting the 2024 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Council Bill 21626 is an ordinance repealing Article 9 of Chapter 6 of the City Code relating to the 2018 edition of the International Fuel Gas Code and enacting in lieu thereof a new Article 9, adopting the 2024 edition of the International Fuel Gas Code and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading. Council Bill 21726 is an ordinance repealing Article 11 of Chapter 6 of the City Code relating to the 2018 edition of the existing building code and enacting in lieu thereof a new Article 11 adopting the 2024 edition of the International Existing Building Code and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading. Council Bill 21826 is an ordinance repealing Article 2 of Chapter 9 of the City Code relating to the 2018 edition of the International Fire Code and enacting in lieu thereof a new Article 2 adopting the 2024 edition of the International Fire Code and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do you want to keep going? I'm just kidding. I think you're good? Okay. Sorry. Do we have a staff report? And I appreciate the props that you have before you. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. We did bring all relevant codes here tonight, just so I think we can reflect on that these are actual physical codes that staff and individuals who have been appointed to the Building Construction Codes Commission actually go through page by page, evaluating the potential changes for 2024. So I did want to kind of start our presentation off with a little bit of information. So just to recap, what we'll be discussing tonight are 9 building codes, what we refer to as building code, but really a suite of codes that are put forth by the ICC, which is the International Code Council, generally on a fairly regular schedule every 3 years. And Columbia is generally of the persuasion where we review each cycle for potential adoption with the city. So Council did authorize the BCCC to evaluate the 2024 suite of codes in, I think it was late 2024. And I wanted to highlight that what is on the council agenda tonight is 9 bills and 9 specific building codes that were recommended for adoption by the BCCC. I would point out that there is one in particular, and that's the IECC, the International Energy Conservation Code, is not one of those bills. Specifically in their recommendation, they voted to stay within the 2018. So we do have a current energy code, and we are operating under the 2018 energy code. They did not adopt or recommend to adopt 2024. So the conversation that staff will be presenting tonight is on the 9 bills that came out of that recommendation as requested by City Council. However, staff does understand and I think believes that there needs to be some continuing conversation around the energy codes, given I think its relevance and its importance, as I think highlighted in some of the particular plans the city has approved over the years. And we want to give that conversation a venue. So staff would be anticipating bringing back a report to council on September 21st. Which includes a lot of the information that's in the memo tonight. And I'd point out we provided a lot of information about the IECC in the memo to kind of explain why it's not part of the conversation. But that would allow the conversation to occur then regarding that code, some of the challenges that were identified by the BCCC during the review, and hopefully some particular information from staff on potential next steps. And really depending on the conversation where council would like, I think, that conversation to proceed. So we're targeting September 21st for a conversation about the energy code. So there won't be a discussion tonight, or staff discussion anyway, about that energy code. So here in a minute, I'm going to turn the conversation over to Aaron Decker. He is our building regulations supervisor. I also have Phil Teeple, who's our engineering manager within our building and site development division. Those two gentlemen spend a lot of time with the BCCC reviewing the code. And I just want to say we do appreciate all the effort by staff and by the BCCC in reviewing this stack of literature here over the last number of months or at this point probably years. So just a quick, I think, note about the building codes and why we have building codes. Of course, it's really to regulate, safely regulate construction within your community, any community. A number of communities do adopt building codes, but it is not universal. But Columbia does adopt fairly regularly updated building codes. And we do update these on a regular basis, I think, to address items within the code that are updated that really relate to life safety issues, new technology. So there's many reasons why we review and update, and the ICC provides guidance on updating of building codes over time. And of course, when I say building codes, it's a bit of a catch-all. There are a lot of things that go into these 9 different codes. There's the fire code. There's the International Property Maintenance Code, which is used by our Housing and Neighborhood Services Department when regulating things of that nature. So they're really used kind of across the board within the community, but overall, they're really designed to provide a guidance and a model for safe development within the community. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Decker here in a minute. He's going to provide some information, some of the, I think, more specific changes that might be noteworthy within the code. And at that point, we'd be happy to answer any questions. So I'll turn.
Thank you, Clint. As many of you know, you recommended back in October of '24 to start this review process. So this has been a year and a half of going through the 1,000+ changes throughout all of these codes with the BCCC. Other things that have happened over that time period, we've had several open meetings where we've invited contractors and other stakeholders to look at the codes with us and to take some feedback. We've met with local architects, we've met with Home Builders Association. We've also taken in some website comments from a Be Heard page that we started up. And our BCCC has had several meetings just opening the floor to the public to be able to gain feedback from them. So we've spent some ample time trying to just garner input from the community and what their stance is. Some significant impacts based on the 2024 code cycle. That also includes the 21 code cycle had some changes that are reflected in the 24. So this is not just one code cycle change from where we're at in the 18. This is going through the 21 and the 24 code cycles, i.e. there are thousands of changes over the course of all the books. There's a new section in the fire code that gives distilleries and wineries specific requirements. As many have probably seen in the news over in Herman, Missouri, there was a fire related to one of those buildings. So the building codes evolve as either significant events happen in the public or as materials change, as ways to build a building change from that standpoint. One of the other important factors is lithium battery storage. We're seeing more and more lithium batteries in our public, and we need to be able to be protecting against that, the risk of fire that's associated with them, or the challenges that they provide when they do catch fire. There's a whole section for tents, temporary events, heating and cooling those events. Here in Columbia, we do have times of year where we want to heat or cool outside. It might be a wintertime event where we're outside, but we need to provide temporary heat. The code actually starts to address those here in the 24 code. There's also a lot of permitting in the fire code that the fire department has gone through and reviewed over time, and they've determined that of the 50+ permits that could be required, the infrastructure or the ability to actually require all of those is not feasible right now. So they've dialed that back and created amendments to that code book to be able to enforce the ones that are of high priority for the city of Columbia. So personalizing the code a little bit for the community as well. In the building code, there are changes. In chapter 16, it deals with the structural construct of a building. And in code cycles previously, the building code would actually spell out the equations used for creating or factoring in the stresses on a building. They have actually, the ICC has voted to align with the American Society of Civil Engineers as well as the American Concrete Institute to be able to align the equations that they use to calculate all that. That makes our structural engineers a lot more happy. So they're using one equation for meeting both standards. Also, if you drive around the community, you'll see metal buildings going up all over the place. It's become a very popular style of building versus timber. And the building code has finally addressed requirements related to metal building systems. That's with respect to egress, with respect to air sealing, with respect to fire protection of those buildings, and the elements that keep them upright. Also, the 2024 Chapter 17 of the International Building Code deals with special inspections. Because we've seen changes over time in how concrete is mixed together and put together, there have been changes to the special inspections or the added inspections by a certified individual that are required for projects revolving around the way concrete is poured or constructed or mixed, as well as the steel that is put into that concrete and how it's formulated to make it stronger from that standpoint. In addition to structural and fire-rated changes, we see life safety changes within the newer model codes. This may include elevator lobbies and accessibility in the essence of the means of egress, using that elevator lobby to get out when you need to consider accessibility with that. Also, egress from occupiable roofs. One of the things we're seeing more and more common in our communities is the use of the roof space to expand space to have parties, have events. I think there's one actually up on just over from Wizards and Witches, I believe, is where it's at, that just came about. So we're starting to see that here locally as well from that standpoint. The existing building code is another element of the code book that deals with those buildings that are already built. When that book first came out, there was very little clarity as to how to use it and how to apply it. Over the years, it's grown and it's pretty much doubled in size. But in the 24 code, there's been a lot of clarity put into that book to make it easier to understand what triggers requirements and when do you have to upgrade accessibility in an existing building. When do you have to upgrade the fire protection in an existing building? Or when do you need to address the electrical system from that standpoint? So there's a lot of changes in the existing building code that are clarity related from that standpoint. From an electrical standpoint, the electrical code probably has the most changes in a given code cycle. The National Electric Code is also one of the most difficult books to read if you're trying to find your way through it. So one of the things that's great about the 2023 NEC and along with the 24 ICC books, they put a lot of time and effort into making it easier to navigate and easier to read through. Contractors will have an easier time making their way through the book. That'll save in conversation with them, hopefully save in failing inspections as well from that standpoint. But solar photovoltaic changes constantly, I think they're changing at a faster rate than the code changes today. And so keeping up with those solar changes is really important. We've actually already had contractors asking us to look at the 23 code to be able to use exceptions and items from the 23 code in their installations today while we're under the 2017. Also, commercial and residential saw some changes to ground fault circuit interrupters. Those are the GFCIs that you might have. You have one in your bathroom right next to your sink. You have one on your kitchen countertops. Those, when they first came out, were nuisances at some point in time, but that was probably 20 years ago. That product has actually evolved quite a bit to where they don't have those anymore. They're willing, and the code has caught up to all the places where you could have a wet surface being engaged with a GFCI at this point. We're behind that right now in the 2017, but we can catch up with the 2023. And then the newest and probably the most expensive component in the electrical code is probably the surge protective device on a residential home. When you think about what a surge protective device does, it protects your modem, it protects all of the smart functions in your home from any sort of surge that may come from the grid or maybe from a contact on a wire that's coming down from your solar system on the roof. Tree branch falls and hits those wires, creates a surge, and all of a sudden you have a problem inside your home. That surge protective device is there to protect all of the new advancements that we have that are coming forward that people are using in their homes from that standpoint. So it's a key component of the electrical code this time around. Looking at existing codes, there are new materials, there's new applications of how we use things. We've got rigid foam insulation and being able to apply that either on the outside of the home or on the inside of the home. There are new materials. We've got a new siding that is actually ground contact rated that they just come out with that actually counters some of the requirements that you have for cement-based siding and wood-based siding from that standpoint. So to keep up with the change in materials that the economy and the market is requiring of building supply companies or building science, the code needs to move and adapt to be able to accommodate those things as well. There's different ways to frame now. Everybody's probably, or some people have heard of advanced framing, where you have a different stud spacing and you try to get more insulation in the walls, help with the affordability of the home, help with the impact of the thermal of the home. There's also a extended top plate amendment in the IRC that's recommended to adopt because it's a mix of 2x6 and 2x4 walls that allows you to integrate foam insulation as well as having all of the proper bracing for the wall for wind rating as well as attaching siding to. There's a lot more regulation around tiny homes, or in some cases you might call them accessory dwelling units from that standpoint, and that is something that we have seen an uptick in applications for locally. And so being able to keep those in par with the space requirements, loft heights, ladder structures to be able to get in those lofts, all of the extra safety codes relative to putting those in place. And then there's the accessibility. Currently, we're in the 2018 International Code Cycle. That has aligned with the 2009 ANSI or Accessibility Code. Going to the 24 codes also brings us up to the 2017 ANSI, which is the more common, more recent accessibility code out there. We did have to go through in this process with our amendments because with all these code changes, they changed the order in the books. So one of the things we did, and it took some time, was going through the amendments, making sure all of our amendments lined up cleanly with the new code and aligned with finding everything one book to the next from that standpoint. Lastly, but not least, we don't want to forget about the property maintenance codes. Property maintenance codes are there. They keep our communities healthy, safe, looking nice. They also help us to maintain these properties long-term. Once a building is built, if it starts to fail or if it starts to see some falter, the property maintenance codes come in and help us to keep those healthy. The property maintenance codes have seen several updates. We've had a few sunshine, or a few, they call them sunshine dates on some of the requirements, and so those are actually getting addressed because we're far past the 1993 requirement that we had in there. So we had some outdated amendments there that we were able to address as well from that standpoint. Also, lastly, how much are these codes going to cost people? That's one of the biggest questions we hear through this process. The framing options that are available residentially actually provide a decrease in cost if you're looking at it from just this code set. This is not talking about the energy code today with all of these, but these are fiscal impacts with just these codes. The integration of life safety parameters within tiny homes and ADUs will help those ADUs to stay and last longer. Right now, a tiny home or an ADU, because of how it's designed, is typically only going to last maybe 10 years before it starts to fall apart or decrease in its effectiveness. And so with the newer codes, they put parameters in there to help them last a little longer. The amendments that were recommended by the BCCC actually minimize the electrical costs. There are several amendments that they made, keeping the AFCIs where they currently are with residential, not requiring the external exterior disconnects on residential, and reducing some of the GFCI requirements in specific instances where we don't see them regularly here in Columbia, helping to decrease those costs, thinking affordability, thinking of the impact that that's going to have on the builders as well as the homeowners. Also, all of the codes have codified some best practices with safety in mind. One of the things that you'll see is in the IRC amendments, we are asking to codify a stormwater management and grading plan component that aligns with the International Building Code. The International Building Code has its own chapter. The IRC was missing that, so we've asked to put that into the IRC amendment so that we can apply that cleaner to one-family and two-family dwellings from that standpoint. Commercially, there are added special inspections. That's going to increase the inspection cost. I don't think there's a way to get around that. There is going to be, in general, probably 2 or 3 special inspections almost for a large commercial project like the Westbury that's going to have to happen with the codes. However, new refrigeration and piping requirements, there's an A2L refrigerant that's now being used. If you think about the way that mechanical systems have changed over time, we want a more efficient furnace, we want a more efficient air conditioner. The improvement in the refrigeration is actually what's creating that. And so by creating that new refrigerant, we now have increased requirements. That's going to add some increase to those commercial buildings as well from that standpoint. However, there are changes to some locations in the commercial that are actually a benefit to construction. There's some exceptions put into warehouse racking that can decrease the cost because you can store more stuff in a smaller space due to those exceptions. There's also an institutional plumbing fixture count in institutional I2 or I3 buildings. That's your assisted living and your, what do you want to call it, in-home, like, trying to think of the name they use. I apologize. The in-restaurant or in-facility care. So not assisted, but not just assisted, but going that one step forward, like a nursing home.
Skilled
nursing
nursing.
home.
Skilled
Skilled
nursing.
nursing. There you go. I apologize. I was going the other way with my brain. They're allowing actually the counting of individual fixtures for the rooms as total facility counts, which actually can decrease the amount of plumbing fixtures, which is one of the higher costs for a building like that from that standpoint. So fiscal impacts kind of go both ways. The code has some that are going to increase the cost, and there are several that the way the codes are structured, this go around, they've promoted as decreasing costs from that standpoint. The recommendation from the Building and Construction Codes Commission is to adopt the 2024 International Family of Codes with their amendments that are proposed, with the exception or to remain currently in the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code, as we have previously stated. And this is a list of the codes that would be up for adoption.
All right, thank you, I appreciate that. Questions from council? Okay, I'll go Sharon and then Christina.
The CEC recommended adoption of the IECC. Is that correct?
Yes, the recommendation that's included on the packet from the CEC, their most recent recommendation, yes, was to adopt the IECC, the International Energy Conservation Code.
And is there, and the BCCC recommended not adopting it?
Correct.
Those are both recommendations from two different commissions that reviewed all of this.
Correct.
So why are we as city council not given the option to choose which recommendation we want to follow?
So the BCCC was the specific board that was authorized to review and bring back a specific recommendation to council. So the CEC, I think over the last couple cycles, has been very involved in that, and that's intentional. I think there's always been a desire to have that input, especially their expertise when it comes to energy. But as far as what the BCCC was specifically requested and what per code allows in review, the recommendation that comes back to council is that specific recommendation. But we went ahead and included their recommendation in the packet, so it's clear what their recommendation was.
Which I do appreciate. I guess my confusion is because a lot of times commissions recommend rejecting or not adopting or denying different things, and those recommendations for denial, for a no vote, still come before council. But in this case, you have chosen not to give us the option to either accept the recommendation to not adopt it or to go ahead and adopt it over their recommendation. I'm just wondering why that decision was made differently this time, because it feels like a decision has been made for council in this case that isn't usual. Am I missing something?
Yeah, I mean, I would think it would just go back to what council usually directs the BCC to do, and that's review it and bring back their recommendation. And so that's what we've done. So no decision has been made on the behalf of council. No action that you take tonight kind of removes the possibility to do anything with the energy code. And so that's what we wanted to come back on September 21st to kind of further explain what that next step or option could be.
And on the 21st, we're not given an option to either adopt it or not. We're just going to be given a chance to discuss it more?
We could discuss it at that time. The council at any time could always instruct a bill to be brought forward with the energy code bill in front of them to act on that. We think at this point, we're advising to come back September 21 to discuss what that might look like if council does want to have that bill brought forth for them.
Understood.
Recommendation coming from the BCCC includes a number of amendments based on their review. So we don't necessarily have that same of recommendation from the BCCC for the energy code. So we brought the codes that had a positive recommendation back. And it is a little bit different than different bodies. Coming from planning and zoning, everything that goes through there does come to council, but this is a little bit different based on, I think, the nature of the request.
Understood.
Thank you, Glenn. Yeah, Christina had your hand up.
In regards to the 21st, is there like additional work being done? Is that why it's being delayed? Like how is the month helping us?
I don't think a month delay was necessarily any intent that we needed additional time. I think there was, I think conversation around the building code kind of progressed, I think there was a realization that we need to kind of separate these two topics so we can have a concentrated and focused conversation about the energy code. If we have it tonight, it kind of clouds what the recommendation from BCCC is. Again, and that's all we have, I think, on the agenda tonight, those 9 bills. This allows, I think, to have a conversation just about the energy code.
Okay. And then, so tonight we're just going to go page by page through all of those right there?
If that's council's desire.
Other questions? Any other questions for staff on this one? Otherwise, I'll open up for public comment. Would anyone from the public wish to speak on Bills 210 through 218-26?
Good evening, Mark Hyam, representing Mid-Missouri Peace Works. Gosh, I really appreciate your endurance and sticking this out for all these hours, and I thank you for what you're doing. The whole issue of building codes is one that Peace Works is very supportive of. We recognize that there are numerous ways in which building codes are very helpful. Safety, sustainability of materials, durability of structures. There's a whole bunch of different reasons why we should be adopting building codes, and we do recommend that you all pass all of these. It's important. The other side of this is we're very disappointed. We were under the impression that tonight was going to be a discussion of the entire package of building codes, including the appendix on energy conservation. And we're deeply troubled by the fact that this has been put off a month. But also I've heard, and this might or might not be the case, but I've heard that whatever would be passed when we return to this wouldn't go into effect until the 2028 year. I don't know if that's the case, but it seems to me that it's indicative of a lack of a sense of urgency around climate change. And what we're really talking about here is the fact that the climate is just being swept under the rug, and let's not pay attention to that, and it's more business as usual. And there are some really good things in the code. I'm not saying there aren't. I'm just saying the most important piece of it is this energy conservation appendix, and we ought to be adopting that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bills 210 through 218-26 related to international building codes?
Name is Tawfiq Thabit. 1 minute, very quickly. First, is there a carve-out for homeowners that are working on their house? And second thing, is the solar panel, the new regulation, will it slow down the adoption of solar panels and lithium batteries? And what is the expected cost addition for putting a residential solar panel on? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on the proposed 2024 codes for adoption?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Caleb Colbert, attorney at 1203 West Broadway. I'm here tonight to actually ask for procedural consideration. So as it's written right now, if the council adopts the code as presented, it goes into effect October 1st, 2026. And basically, any project that's in design right now, if they have a complete application for a building permit submitted before October 1st, they'll qualify, they'll be reviewed under the code as it exists today. After October 1st, it would be the new code. Well, when we look across jurisdictions across the country, they tend to build in a little bit more of a transition period. So Nashville had a 180-day transition period, Glendale, Arizona, 6 months, Auburn, Alabama, 4 months, Boston, 8 months. Here, we're looking at just October 1st. So when we're talking to design professionals that are now presented with a code with over 1,000 changes, that's a lot to digest in the next 6 weeks. So respectfully, we're asking the council to consider changing the effective date or building in some sort of protection for projects that are already in design. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Might come up later. Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you.
Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on the proposed 2024 codes for adoption?
Good evening. Peter Schneeberger, 4th Ward. There's a lot of codes being updated here, and only one small portion is not getting updated. But the reality is, by not taking that one portion, you're gutting the whole update. So, you know, how can all of these be important, but the energy one's not important? I don't understand that. A lot of effort has been put by a lot of different entities to come up with these, not just our Building Codes Commission, but across the world. People have looked at what are the best practices, and they came up with energy practices that are best practices. And Columbia is ready to be up to date in all respects except energy. We don't want to be up to date in that aspect. It seems strange. So, you know, I understand that people think that this is going to cost more to build with those energy codes, but the extra costs are offset over the period of the mortgage as energy savings. And that's just the cost of the mortgage. That's 30 years. There's a much longer useful life of that housing stock. I live in a 100-year-old house in the city. So that would be 70 years that we're getting benefits that is already paid off in that first 30-year mortgage. So we're going to lose that savings if we don't go ahead and adopt this. In the presentation, he was talking about nuisances, but now we take them for granted. And this is the same thing we're talking about with these energy codes. Oh, those look like unnecessary extras. But 30 years from now, they're going to be, oh, so I really appreciate that they did this 30 years ago and saved me a humongous retrofit deep into the future. Eventually, this housing that's being built now, you know, it's residential housing in its life cycle right now. But this is going to become rental stock. And eventually, that will be better rental stock if we build better housing now. So, you know, I support passage of all of this. Please vote and pass all this. But don't let this get separated and then canceled just on the energy codes. Please make sure that that also gets included in the passage. And I have 14 seconds left. So I just want to say, wow. Thank you all. Congratulations. What an amazing sight in front of me. Wow.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on the proposed adoption of the 2024 building codes as listed here? Seeing none, we'll come to council comments. Before we get into, can you walk us through either any of the questions that were asked, but can you walk us through what potential conversation will be like on the 21st in relation? So I look back to the September 2019, what was proposed to council for adoption of the 2018 codes. And at that time, CEC and Building Construction Codes Commission both agreed on adopting the International Energy Conservation Code in its entirety, including its appendices. So is that why it came before council together without making changes to go back to the 2012? Or I guess that's my kind of question is like, what could we expect to see on the 21st?
So 21st is really the opportunity, I think, to have a conversation about the information that we've got in the memo that's before you right now. So that outlays, I think, a lot of the information that the BCCC evaluated and a lot of their thought process. So we want to have, I think, the ability to kind of walk through that with council, explain why in the end they felt that some of the challenges within the IECC were greater than they were able to actually recommend adoption of it. And I would point out that all of the codes we have on the board here were evaluated with recommended amendments, and that was what was put forth for adoption. So there really wasn't, I think, a technical way for the BCCC to say no and have something before council that we can say it was evaluated and here's the specific things that BCCC would amend out. So we could have, I think, had a bill on here that was the IECC as written today, but that would be hard for us, I think, to recommend approval of that verbatim, if that makes sense.
So you're telling us that the Building Construction Codes Commission did not evaluate the, and I know I know you were trying to do this because you knew this would be a long meeting, and so you wanted us to have this conversation, and I apologize, but it is part of this conversation.
Nope, understood.
So the IECC, we were saying that the Building Construction Codes Commission did not evaluate and make proposed amendments?
So they did. So they evaluated early on in the process. And that's, Aaron did a good job, I think, of kind of walking through some of the public participation that we've had in this process. And so early on in my tenure, there was an initial evaluation. There was a recommendation to adopt the IECC with some amendments. At that point, when I think came on board late 2025, we started to get feedback from the development community about concerns that there were portions of the IECC, both the commercial and the residential requirements, that maybe need further evaluation. And so at that point, we did start to look at soliciting more public input. So we had a public forum, we had the Be Heard page that we created. And after, I think, evaluating and hearing a lot of that public testimony about the concerns specifically with some of the renewable energy sources requirements for commercial and some of the specific just general requirements that were going to be for the residential, they decided to reevaluate their recommendation. So the final recommendation was not to, I think, adopt what was passed out of the committee. So the final BCCC recommendation was not to adopt the IECC. So it was a lot of kind of, I think, starts and stops in that process. There was kind of a bit of a time period there where I think between the initial recommendation and where we started, I think, that reevaluation. So there is a version out there that has amendments, and that's something we can talk about on the 21st. But that specific version was not, again, passed from, I think the subcommittee would be the best way to say it, by the full committee.
And that was the version that was evaluated in the public meetings, or was the full as-written IECC what was evaluated in those public meetings?
As we held the public meetings, the whole adoption, the whole IECC 2024 was up for conversation. So we were able to gather input on all aspects of it. We did make it known that there was discussion about certain parts being amended out. Along with that process, just to touch on it briefly, as we uncovered feasibilities within our own utility to meet some of the standards of the code, as we dove into the different constraints proposed by builders and designers, we met with actual engineers that design these buildings and talked it through with them on what it would look like from a compliance standpoint if we amended that code, and those results were not favorable either. And so there are a lot of pieces that, as we reviewed the code and why they're there, they seem to make sense. But then after we started looking at implementation, compliance, cost, and all those other variables, the BCCC decided to say, hey, let's stay in the 18 until we can get further handle on this and reapproach council at that point.
Is it then the Building Construction Codes Commission and staff's thoughts that we will be adopting some version of an improved energy conservation code and not staying on 2018 until we review the next code cycle? And I apologize, I'm getting into the 21st conversation, but again, it is part of this, and that's what we've been talking about.
No, I don't think there was necessarily an expectation that council was going to consider adoption of a version of 2024. But I think the recommendation left open the door that as additional information came forward, I think with cost impacts of the 2024, or with other communities being able to adopt it and somehow, I think, navigating some of those challenges, that it's certainly something that could be reevaluated.
When is the next code cycle review? So these are 2024 codes.
So 2027 is due to be published early next year. And at some point after that, we would then begin evaluation of the 2027 codes.
Okay. Okay. And then I think one question that came up, came up from the public. One, what triggers somebody working on their own home having to update for the existing, that threshold? The second one was, can you reevaluate your conversation about the impact on solar installations? What changed in the code from previous to this? And then the third one was implementation transitional period. So I know we try to do this in line with our fiscal year. But what can you give feedback to that sort of, we adopt this and then 2 weeks later, we have a different code they're meeting?
Yes, so.
You can answer that in any order you want.
Yeah, so I could say the adoption for these codes is specifically timed. That implementation would start on October 1. So that's both because of historical reasons, that is how we've done it the last several code cycles, but there's a very technical reason as well. That allows an alignment of every single permit that is issued starting in the fiscal year 2027 to be known to be under a specific code. So October 1, we reset all of our permit numbers to number 1, followed by the year, so 2027. So it is administratively, it is much easier for staff to immediately identify a permit and what code version it's being evaluated under. If we postponed it to a later time, say January 1, every type of permit, fire code permits, property maintenance, any permit that we have, electrical, mechanical, all those permit numbers then begin to change. And so every single one we would need to note which specific permit, and we have many of them, that now will be evaluated under the new building codes. It is not impossible to delay adoption, but there's a very specific administrative reason that we are highly suggesting they be adopted on October 1. And that's for these codes. The energy code, that is something that really informs the other codes. So it would not be really impacted by our desire to have it begin October 1. So there's not necessarily a restriction or a restriction we would push, I think, if we wanted to talk about an adoption of an energy code. It really is regarding these codes in front of us here today. So I think some of the comments about other communities having longer periods, I'm sure that's true. I think in the 2021 and the 2018, this is the exact same cycle that we used. I think it was adopted in August for an implementation in October. We have maybe not as large community as some of the ones that were quoted, so I think most of our development community, our building community, are well aware that we've been evaluating these building codes. So I don't want to speak for any of them, but I would be surprised if any of them were caught by surprise that this adoption cycle would be getting on October 1.
To speak on Taufik's questions there, homeowners are required to pull permits on work that is permittable. They are allowed to pull their own permit if they're working on their own home that is their residence that they live in. If it is a rental property, they do have to have somebody that is licensed and hired to do that work. So if the work that they're doing requires a permit by the code, the IRC in that case, then they would be required to pull the permit, but they could pull it themselves. As far as photovoltaic, a lot of the changes are in the connections between the solar panels and the power grid and the system, the breaker box in the house or in the building. There's also added provisions relative to battery storage or energy storage systems from that standpoint, because a lot of our solar panel systems are now coming into a battery pack that's storing the energy and waiting for it to be demanded. So the expansive photovoltaic codes are those around how do we protect that storage, how is it interfaced, what type of switches are put in place to regulate when the solar grid is talking to the demand grid or the utility grid from that standpoint.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, Clint.
There's one other question that I did hear I want to address. I think there's a statement that we would be delaying these till 2028. That's not factual. I'm not aware of any specific timetable for this. So if there was some desire to move ahead with this, there's no need to wait till 2028, no.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Vera, then Valerie.
So I went into today, the comment rather than question. Yeah. I went into today thinking that I was going to be able to offer an amendment to this, allowing us to include the IECC as part of what we were voting on tonight. And it was a surprise to me this morning to find out that that was not an option based on what is in front of us today. And I think it is pretty clear from the council memo itself, which, as you mentioned, talks a lot about the IECC pretty extensively, these are deeply interconnected conversations. And I think the council memo also makes it seem like that is what we are voting on tonight. I think it's clear from comments that we've received that the public also believed that is what we were voting on tonight. And even the Climate and Environment Commission's letter that was sent in references the amendments that the BCCC made on a document that we have not yet had access to, and their conversations in either additional amendments or recommendations about those amendments. And those were amendments to the IECC. So I guess just, again, I am also in full favor of all of these building codes, but I am concerned that this whole process has been about a combination of the building codes and the IECC, has deeply involved one of our commissions throughout the whole process, and then is not giving us the ability to vote on that commission's recommendations. Because the CEC's recommendations are not about the general building code, they're about the IECC, and that's not something that's even on the table for us to consider right now. And as we heard, we won't be able to consider until 2027. And so I find kind of how this process has functioned a little concerning.
Yeah, Valerie, you had your hand up. Comments?
Sorry. I'm thinking about my comments because your comments changed some of my perception. Yeah, I agree. I wish we had those documents in hand, particularly. I'm thrilled that these codes are in front of us to accept now. It's been quite some time, and it's been a need for a long time. I remember years ago working on adding, artisan industry to our zoning codes and wondering how we would manage a micro distillery with fire codes and how that would be handled. So I'm glad to see that we have now adopted the building codes that anticipate those needs. This is a big deal. I'd like to have it as a full package. I'd at least like to have access to reading the full package and considering all of it together.
Additional council, yeah, Betsy.
I think as the hour gets late and after our last meeting, I was okay, and I just had the advantage of talking to Clint when I was going to talk to some of our environmentalists about this code to discover that we were not going to be discussing this tonight because it was important enough and there's enough controversy that they wanted to pull it out and have it at another meeting. And I do remember asking him, well, what meeting? Because, we don't want it put off forever. So I was very pleased they actually. I'm sorry? Your microphone with a microphone. Oh, and I'm not speaking loudly enough then, huh? So I was pleased that they had a time scheduled so that it wasn't just in the future. I am sorry that some people didn't hear that it was supposed to be delayed until September, but I'm very happy with these codes and I'm happy to have a plan because this will be at least this long a meeting, if not longer, this long a discussion or longer just on those energy codes. So I appreciate the fact that they could identify that this was going to be a problem and pull it out.
Yeah, Christina.
I just would like to say that I think we should be doing this a little faster. I don't know how long it takes to review all that. I totally get that. But 18 months plus waiting for 90, 60 days after adoption, like that adds to, we're almost at the next gate of, adoption. I I definitely want to see us reviewing those codes, and I would like to see not only be a report on the 21st, but like, let's make a decision on the 21st. I don't want us to have to review a code and then come back and have to make a decision later. Like, I want us to be able to do this stuff a little bit faster.
Any other council comments? Yeah, Sharon.
The plan for the IECC is not a plan for adoption. It's not even a plan for consideration. It's a plan to get a report that will tell us the exact same thing that the report we got tonight did, which is the CEC recommended adoption with amendments, and the BCCC initially wanted to do amendments and adoption and then changed their mind. And I am not interested in partial adoption. Either we trust the ICCC with amendments or we don't, or the ICC with amendments or we don't. And if we do trust them, then we need to have everything in front of us at once, because it was built as a package by an international group of experts, then reviewed by our folks. And I don't think it is a good idea to adopt a partial package with potential future adoption of additional requirements while asking our building community to throw together things on a short time frame. I get the October 1st cycle start date. I would be much more comfortable, and I think would suggest that on the 21st, we have a full package in front of us. And that's what I would want to adopt. I don't want to partially adopt the ICC's recommendations. That's where I'm at.
Clint, the question, where the original recommendations for amendments from the Building Construction Codes Commission, were those at a stage that they could be provided to us at the 21st?
Yeah, we could absolutely provide those. We'd be happy to send them after this meeting if they'd like additional time to review those. There's no reason to not provide those and share those.
And those would be as potential to be as included as intro and first read at the next meeting, or just as an attachment, like in ordinance form, or as an attachment at the 21st meeting?
If council directs us, we will bring it forward as an ordinance.
So okay, that was that kind of the clarification on that. Okay. So comments? Yeah, Val.
Question. We adopted 2018 last. How long was that in review? Does anyone know?
I would say that this review cycle did take longer than typical. From my conversations here, I think there was a transition in leadership which delayed it. So once I started, we did restart that process to get it back in front of council as quickly as we could. So,
yeah.
Is this similar to the process in 2018 is my question. I know we had a change in leadership. I'm not asking why is this so slow. I'm asking how long was it in review before adoption? Part of that helps me gauge how long our building professionals had to have these codes available to them with the expectation that some form of them would come forward.
So it's my understanding that the 2018 adoption and review cycle was about a little over a year from the directive from City Council to the code adoption being proposed on the floor for adoption. The 2015 to the 2018 Energy Code had minor adjustments in it, very small adjustments to it. And the 2018 to the 2024 code cycle doubled the book in size, has significant impacts in it. We started the review in October of '24. We got through the first round of Energy Code in about a year. And as we were preparing everything for coming before council with it, we discovered and uncovered some additional factors and additional variables that opened up the 24 Energy Code for a second round to look on it. And that's what ended up increasing that time of review because of the information that was uncovered at that second round of review from both developers, people that were actually going to be using it out in the field, as well as internally.
Lay the whole package because there were questions on IECC?
Initially, a year ago, yes. We did delay this whole package once because we were trying to dive into the IECC deeper.
For my own comments on the proposal to wait until we can accept everything, I see the point, and I see why you would want to do that. I don't really want to do that because between 2018 and deferring 2021, and having this delayed for one part of it, I think there's enough that we want to have in place regardless of what other questions are. And I would lean towards accepting these to prevent further delay.
Any other council comments on this? And I'll just say, I think one of the things I'm hearing is I will make a motion for that to come forward to us on the 21st in ordinance form as amended by the Building Construction Codes Commission with maybe a very detailed memo aligned with it that has the additional aspects that come to it. And if staff has recommendations for additional amendments to it, I think that would be helpful. So I'm just saying that now for any council comments. So any other council comments before I make that motion? Or no, I'll make that motion. I make a motion that for September 21st to come back to council. So intro and first read of the next one, the Building Construction Codes Commission as amended recommendations for the 2024 IECC with a supplemental memo if possible. The supplemental memo with the additional information can be supplemental at the 21st meeting, meaning it doesn't need to be completed by the September 8th introduction. Does that make sense? So we have a council member that's assigned it, but I know I just asked you for additional information, and I want to give you the time to get it together for the 21st meeting. All right, so I made a motion for that. Do we have a second?
I second the motion for an ordinance on the IECC to be brought forward on September 21st.
Correct. So introed at the next one. Intro September 8th, but second read at September 21st.
To be voted on September 21st.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Any discussion on that motion? Discussion on the motion.
On the supplemental memo, would that be like something I would like to see?
You can ask for that also. We can continue to ask for that additional information. But yeah, if you want to add to it right now.
For that supplement, just something that we don't need to know right now, but I'd like to know in the future. You mentioned the new factors that led to that second review. I'd like to understand what those were, where in the conversation they came up, why they hadn't been seen earlier.
Yeah. Additional discussion on the motion. All right, seeing none, motion for voting on the motion for requesting the IECC 2024 to come on. Earl, you're the lawyer coming down with a microphone.
Was there a second?
Yes, seconded by Sharon.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I was like, that's never good when the lawyer brings the microphone down closer. All right, any other conversation on the motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that's that. So did you want to respond to that before I can have Sheila call roll on these?
Yeah, no, I was just going to. Introduction on the September 8th meeting. That would include the ordinance that, excuse me. So an ordinance that was reviewed with amendments by BCCC. That version was not approved by the whole BCCC, just to clarify. That ordinance would then be placed on the September 8th for consideration with a second read and potential approval on September 21.
Correct.
And then a supplemental memo, which we have already discussed, could be I think, attached to the September 21st meeting as well.
That has some of that additional information to it, in case we wanted to make additional amendments to what the subcommittee did to respond to the concerns. Like you brought up the renewable energy, if we don't have enough of it, like those sort of things. Yeah.
Sure. And the original recommendations, I don't think, we'll go ahead and have that on the agenda. And if there's a desire to see it earlier, we can provide that too.
Do appreciate that. Thank you. All right, any other conversation on Bills 210 through 218-26? If not, I'll have Sheila call roll on them individually.
Ready? Yes. Council Bill 210-26, Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Council Bill 211-26, Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Council Bill 212-26, Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Council Bill 213-26, Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
And Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Council Bill 214-26, Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Council Bill 215-26, Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Council Bill 216-26, Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Council Bill 217-26, Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Council Bill 218-26, Ms. Buffalo?
For the final time, yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
And Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Moving on. I appreciate you all. Moving on to Sheila, will you please read Bill 219-26?
Council Bill 219-26 is an ordinance amending ordinance number 025429 by adopting a revised power cost adjustment procedure associated with metered electric service and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Aaron Keys, Utilities Director. So council approved the current procedure in 2023 in association with the cost of service study that was performed at that time. At the council meeting, council elected to cap the recovery rate at 15% of the Tier 1 residential rate. And just as a reminder, actual costs of power supply can swing from year to year, and the PCA, the power cost adjustment, is the mechanism the utility uses to adjust revenue collection to avoid any large annual deficits or surpluses due to changes in the energy market. So in the past 3 years, there's been increasing unrecovered costs in power purchase. For example, in FY24, there was, with that cap, there was about $3.5 million that did not get recovered. In 2025, that unrecovered amount increased to $10 million, and as of July of this year, we're already up to $16.8 million. Those are power costs due to our power supply that we have not yet recovered. So that means it comes out of our cash reserves. And what that looks like is that impacts our forecast for the future it impacts the projects that we'll be able to do if we're having to dip into our cash reserves to cover those energy costs. So Water and Light Advisory Board, they were looking at it quarterly in the last year and a half. They've been looking at it monthly because they're very concerned that we are not recovering our costs due to increased power supply. So they looked at what it would look like if there was no cap, if there was a 17.5% cap, if there was 20%, 25%, and they were really trying to balance our fiscal needs with customer impact. They recommended increasing the cap from 15% to the 20% of residential Tier 1 for an estimated additional revenue of $6.1 million in FY '27 and reduce our annual true-up. So again, this cost, so approving, well, there's a residential bill calculator on the city's website where residents can put in their account number and they can see what the difference is for all the rate changes that have occurred, that the ones you've approved and this PCA would look like. So approving the ordinance tonight would update the power cost adjustment procedure to increase the cap from 15% of the Tier 1 residential rate to 20% of the Tier 1 residential rate. Again, our plan is in FY '27. The cost of service study will include a review of the procedure. It will update the base rate that the procedure is based on, and it will update that PCA rate based on our experience over these past 3 years. Many other Missouri utilities do have a PCA. Of course, everyone has their own way of implementing it. We're open to suggestions. Again, this is a mechanism to recover some of the increased costs that we've been seeing in power supply. It's implemented uniformly over all the customers. We're just using the residential Tier 1 rate as a mechanism to implement that. But, we could, if we chose to update it with the cost of service, we could look at other mechanisms for our current procedure. With that, I'm willing to attempt to answer any questions.
Questions for staff on this? I've got one. We heard at the last meeting, we were talking about electrical rates about impact to our industrial customers. And, we had received questions on whether or not looking at the fact that its procedure is based on the residential rate and whether or not it would be possible to apply that sort of 20% across all the rates, like what impact that would have towards maybe reducing. So can you speak to, did staff evaluate the sort of impact, especially to large industrial customers?
Sure. When we took this to Water and Light Advisory Board and looked at the different percentages, looking at the industrial customers was part of the equation. And I think that's why they didn't go with a no cap or a 25%. They just went up 5%. Was to try to minimize that, but also to attempt to recover more of the funds that are needed to pay for our power supply costs. Staff, today we did look at what it would look like if we were to do some different mechanism besides Tier 1, but really, I think people are getting confused. The Tier 1 is residential rate, that's just the mechanism we're using, right? So if we were to use each customer's, for lack of a better term, Tier 1 rate, we would not be able to recover the $6 million that we need to in order to maintain our forecast as we proposed earlier to you in July. Because we $4 million we wouldn't recover those commercial customers. So a question that you'd asked earlier today, what's our breakout between commercial rate, between commercial revenue and residential? And 63% of our revenue, is that right, comes from commercial, and the remainder comes from residential. So it's a pretty big impact if we changed the procedure to be those tiers.
So I guess to clarify, then we're recovering energy used. So this is their energy used. It's not, it is affecting all of us, obviously, but it is also, you pay more because you used more. Is that correct?
That is correct. So on their regular rates, the large general service and the industrial customers, they have a demand charge, and so their regular rate is lower. So that's where they see their discount is in their normal rate. And what we're trying to recover in the PCA, again, is just that energy used. It's not all the other aspects of the electric utility that we're trying to recover.
Yeah, additional questions? Yeah, Christina.
So your peak usage times is summer, winter, fall?
We're a summer peaking utility.
Yeah, and so if we're like having trouble with recouping costs, if summer's the peak, why did we wait till like almost fall to do adjustment?
I thought it best to bring it at the same time as we were bringing the other rates and talking about the budget.
And then I also have a question around like what alternatives do we have instead of, relying so heavily on contracts? I know that we've had several conversations around this, but is there an alternative to where we can either produce more of our own rather than relying on these contracts that require that additional unpredictable rates?
Our contracts are just one portion of our power supply costs. The actual energy used, we're paying market rates for that. And those, it's called the locational marginal price, the LMPs. And those are all based on the market, and everybody pays those. And so this is where we get complex into electricity. So, but the LMPs have been going up considerably year over year. So our contract prices help keep our energy prices lower, but the LMPs going up still impacts our overall energy power supply purchase.
And so is there things we can do to offset that besides just increasing that percentage?
Do you want to? Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But yeah, with the LMP prices going up, there's not a whole lot we can do.
I got a hold learning. Gwen Corches, Assistant Director, Electric Utilities. So I think something to maybe clarify is here that when it comes to these LMP costs, where we are getting our own energy from, whether that's via contracts or our own facilities, is independent and almost a separate topic. So let's say we need 200 megawatts, right? Whether we have them via contract or receive them from external sources or we produce them ourselves, if the cost in the entire market has a certain price, that cost is something that will impact what we have to pay on a daily basis, because we do purchase all energy for all usage, no matter where we generate our own power from.
Thank you. Betsy, you had your hand up. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, would anyone from the public wish to speak on Bill 21926? No, we'll come back to the council comments. Can you remind us the timeline with the cost of service study and when we can expect probably maybe an update?
Sure, we'll contract with a consultant very early in October, hopefully, is our plan, to start working on that. There will be, engagement process. They'll collect information from staff. Hopefully, we would get something back in the early part of 2027, so that whatever rate increases we would need to do, we could incorporate those with the budget process for 2028.
Appreciate that. Any other council comments? All right, Sheila, will you please call roll on Bill 21926?
Council Bill 21926, Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
Ms. Peters?
Yes.
All right, moving on to our final old business item of the evening. Sheila, will you please read Bill 22026?
Council Bill 22026 is an ordinance vacating a pedestrian trail, utility, and drainage easements adjacent to lots 227, 228, 237, and 238 within the final plat of Old Hawthorne North Plat Number 1, located east of Walton Heath Drive and west of Ashdown Drive, directing the city clerk to have a copy of this ordinance recorded, accepting a grant of easement for utility and drainage purposes from Thiel and Gail Sargent, James and Deborah Probst, and New Haven Custom Homes LLC, directing the city clerk to have the conveyance recorded and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. So as the clerk had read, this is a request for an easement vacation, specifically a trail, utility, and drainage easement. And then the re-recordation of the utility and drainage easement. So I'll kind of give you a quick overview of where location-wise we're looking at for this easement. So it's located really across a residential block. This is Old Hawthorne North. So you have Richland Road running along the top of that. The Old Hawthorne original subdivision to the south, just off the screen. To the left is Rolling Hills Road. We can kind of zoom in on that site. So this is the easement tonight that we're considering for vacation, and really the vacation with the rededication really affects a trail easement that would have allowed a specific trail/sidewalk to be constructed between these four residential lots connecting Ashdown and Walton Heath. So just a little background on why we have that here. So when the Old Hawthorne North preliminary plat was approved, this specific block, so the block really being the portion north to south you see on your screen here, we have a requirement that it cannot exceed 600 feet in length. And so that's a street connectivity type component of our subdivision ordinance. It's meant to really require additional street segments to connect, so we don't have extremely long blocks. It allows for alternative pathways for traffic, for pedestrians, so it increases the efficiency of traffic through a neighborhood and through really the traffic system as a whole. So our maximum 600 feet. They requested, the applicant at the time requested to exceed that up to about 750 feet. So we're talking about an additional 150 feet on that specific block. The condition that was approved with that design adjustment was that a mid-block crossing, if you will, was approved. And that was to allow pedestrian access kind of midway through that now longer block than standard to allow, I think, that continued kind of traffic management, if you will, of pedestrian activity. So they wouldn't necessarily have to walk around the entire block. So it was a condition of approval of the longer block. There actually was two other ones within the subdivision. It is I hesitate to say standard, but it's definitely a tool that we have used on a couple subdivisions now when a request to have longer block lengths has been submitted by an applicant. So it's something we're seeing more and more of. So that leads me to our next conversation. So this is really the more zoomed in detailed look of where that trail would have gone. It is not currently constructed, and so just to provide a little overview of what we're here to discuss, and why the easement vacation has been requested. So the house to the north of that red line, that's lot 227, a permit was issued for that site for the construction of the house. The house was ultimately constructed. The typical final step in the construction of a house process is an inspection and the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, which generally means that the structure can be occupied. Everything's completed, someone can move into that structure. The trail was intended to be constructed prior to the first CO issuance of all 4 of these. However, the CO, the certificate of occupancy, was prematurely issued by the department prior to the installation. And the house was subsequently sold to, we believe now, the current owner. And that's really where we began having conversations with this owner. I think in late last year, it was as we went to issue a permit for the next house to the south. It was identified that the trail was not completed as it should, so we took appropriate steps to make sure it would be constructed. At that point in time, we received communication from both those owners with additional, I think, information about how they were unaware of that requirement between these 2 structures and how it could have an impact on their properties, and also with the proximity to their houses could decrease the enjoyment of their property. So we did work with them on potential steps to remove that requirement if they so choose to seek that. And they did submit the application that we're looking at tonight. So what they have requested to alleviate the existing, in their viewpoint, I think the existing hardship on these properties is to vacate the trail easement. And really, we'd be vacating all the easements and having 2 put back. So really, we're just vacating the trail easement, which would remove the requirement for that trail to be constructed. I just point out that obviously this is not a best case scenario. It's something that as we go forward, if this continues to be a kind of a standard design adjustment condition, it's something that we've talked about as staff needs to be codified so that it is standardized. One of the issues we identified was it's really kind of an ad hoc requirement. We don't have specific regulations kind of in place that guide the review and development of this, and we were, I think, trying to enforce it similar to other types of situations. Obviously, it's something that slipped through the cracks. So we don't believe necessarily that this would impact life safety. As I said, really the purpose of that cross access was to kind of address the longer block length and as a condition of allowing that. So sort of providing additional access through these lots. I would say that we did review kind of how this did occur and the situation and circumstances that led to it. Work with staff on trying to address meaningful steps forward to make sure this doesn't happen again. So we've initiated some additional contact requirements anytime we have a trail easement like this that is non-standard, making sure the owner and builder are well aware of that. And so that staff is making sure that everyone on board understands that requirement. And we're also going to be changing how and when it gets constructed. Right now, we viewed it more like a sidewalk, and we're going to be, that's constructed along with the house. Moving forward, we're going to look at it more as a developer requirement. So it would be constructed up front, and we won't run into this issue. The recommendation that we are, so just some context, these are the 2 homes where the trail would be constructed. It'd be a 12-foot easement with an 8-foot path between the homes, as you can see, kind of in line between the 2 homes in the middle of the screen. Given the circumstances, we didn't put forth a specific recommendation. I would just provide that this is not really a situation we appreciate being in. It's unforeseen and unfortunate. This pathway does provide a pathway forward if council determines that the trail easement is not necessary and would alleviate the concerns from the property owners. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Before I go to council, I just want to clarify what you have on your recommendation, which shows both things. But just to clarify, a yes vote on this ordinance is doing the elimination, and a no vote is doing the upholding the requirement. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
That's the way that I'm reading the ordinance. I just wanted to clarify because, since both are on there, it could be confusing. So, all right, questions from council? Yeah, Valerie.
So a lot of the conversation has been about vacating the easement for the trail. We're also vacating utility and drainage easement.
We would be rededicating those two. We just think it's simpler to vacate all the easements and rededicate the utility and the drainage easement.
My other question is, how is it communicated to the property owner and builder that there was an easement present and a requirement for a pedestrian path here?
Sure, most directly, it's the easement and the requirement is listed on the plot plan. So when someone turns in an application for like a single-family home, they have to submit a plot plan, and we'll make comments on that, make sure that the trail was reflected on there. So that was issued, the permit was issued with that plot plan, so they were aware of that requirement. And that requirement's also on the final plat and the preliminary plat as well.
And the development professionals who were working on this, they were present at the hearing. The planning and zoning hearing, when we gave them the waiver for block length contingent on a pedestrian path.
Not the existing builder, so at that time it would have been a developer.
Okay,
And I think they are separate, yes.
yeah, so that information isn't passed forward.
Gotta push the button. Additional questions? Yeah, Sharon.
The builder pulled a plat, the plat showed the easement. He had to have pulled the plat. The builder had to have pulled the plat before he began laying out where the house would be. Correct?
I would suspect they needed to have the lot dimensions, yes.
Yeah. I am incredibly hesitant to reward a violation like this. Can you help me? I understand how this isn't doing that in your mind? Or is this just such a weird, we messed up example that there's not another option?
I mean, there are certainly options. I think I wouldn't suggest that the trail could not be built. It could be built. I would suggest, though, that there are certainly missteps maybe by all the parties involved. You know, discussed some by the city. You know, I think the builder certainly should have been more aware of this requirement, and the owner certainly may have wanted to do a little more due diligence in that, but I hesitate to put any blame on anyone specifically. I'm really fine with accepting, I think, our missteps and leave it at that.
I'm not suggesting that we need to accept any kind of blame necessarily or blame anyone. I am merely concerned that this is something that planning and zoning sees a lot, where people want much longer block lengths than they're allowed to have, and we allow them to do this kind of a walking trail. And word will get out that if you just go ahead and build over it, you don't have to do it anymore. And I hear you saying that there are procedures that you're putting in place. Is that where we're at?
Yes, that is correct. So we will be notifying anytime we have an application come in for a permit that has a kind of one of these uncommon trails. We'll be reaching out to everyone listed on that permit, owner, builder, developer, to make sure they are all aware that it is a requirement.
Can we
In the
require?
future-
Sorry.
Sorry, in the future, for new developments, we are going to make it a requirement of the developer. And this kind of goes back to there's no real specific direction on this type of requirement. You know, streets, those type of infrastructures are required to be built by a developer. Usually we leave individual sidewalks in front of homes to a builder. And so this one kind of falls a little bit in between those. So I think it's going to be a little more, able to be address this issue if we just have them all built up front. That doesn't necessarily pertain to subdivisions that have been approved already. So that's where the notification will come from. We do have other ones down in Legacy Farms as well, and I think one or two other ones. So we're paying particular attention to it, and I wouldn't suggest that this is going to give a green light to anyone to start building. We are more aware of it. If we see any of that happening, we, of course, have the ability to issue stop work orders, to not issue COs. We have the tools in place, I think, to address any concerns.
Can we treat it like a street because it's replacing a street?
Yes, that's what our intent would be going forward with
Okay.
new developments.
Thank you.
Additional questions for staff? Let me, anyone else have one before Valerie has another? Okay, yeah, Val.
Yeah. We have like this come up over time. This is a situation, not this situation, the situation where we offer a pedestrian path to solve the problem of the block length and keep pedestrian connectivity. I particularly like that as a win-win. What I'm concerned about is that we've offered it a handful of times, and builders have caught on to that, and they've offered it in proposals that they've brought us, and we've accepted that. And it's very different to me whether in our review of the case, is this one of the ones that we brought to them, that we suggested as a requirement, if you can do this, we'll approve it? Or is this one that they suggested to us in their plan that they would do it?
Do you know the answer to that, Clint?
I think I would just say I think staff and the development community always work a little bit better with clarity. And if the standard we've set is that we're acceptable of block lengths that exceed 600 up to a certain length, as long as there's a cross-access easement, you know, I think that's a preferable standard to set as opposed to a case-by-case. But that's,
She's asking for this specific
For
one, if
this-
this was staff recommended or developer presented.
I don't know if I can recall that off the top of my head. I think this was, this one I don't believe was staff recommended. I don't think these began as staff recommendations. I think it came out of the design adjustment requests through hearings and discussion with public bodies.
Yeah, I'm going to be more specific. So the first one that I recall coming to us, planning and zoning suggested this, a commissioner suggested this, and the development professional accepted that, said, oh yeah, we can do that, and then it was accepted with that. And then in subsequent things that were brought to us, the developers suggested building a trail. So I don't think that either was staff suggesting, but I'd like to know whether the developer offered this or whether the commission offered this.
The initial design adjustment and trail easement, is that what you're asking? Or,
Yes,
yes.
the initial one.
No, I think when this initially came through, going off memory, it was just a design adjustment to waive that requirement to allow the longer block. And the trail easement was subsequently added, I think, through discussions with planning and zoning. I believe this was the first one. I think we've had a couple other subdivisions since then that have now, like you said, I think have turned more into, well, this is an acceptable practice, so we'll suggest it on the front end, speaking from a developer's point of view.
Would anyone from the public wish to speak on Bill 22026, proposal for the easement vacation?
Hi, Krista Murray, Ward 1. If you live on West and they want to put in a sidewalk, the city will make that decision, and you may or may not have a say. You might not. You might be able to come to a hearing, but if the demand for that sidewalk is louder, then there it is. And I was a kid in Columbia in the 90s, and we did a lot of, eminent domaining, especially around I-70. And there have been individuals who've lost their land recently because of I-70 expansions. So when we think of this and think of the precedent that you're setting, it was important. Is it the homeowner's fault? No, of course not. But also due diligence. I had to know that there was water issues in the house that I bought before I bought it, or I deal with the consequences. I still have to fix my leaky basement regardless. So is the safety of the community and the possible growth of that community and the traffic flow worth it? Or is this just something we hand wave and it was never that important in the first place, and then in 10 years, there are no more pedestrian crosswalks because why bother?
Anyone else from the public wish to speak about the trail easement?
Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. My name is Jim Probst. I'm 80 years old. In March of this year, my wife and I purchased a home on Walton Heath Drive. Like many retirees, we downsized from a larger home in Columbia. We chose this property for the privacy, outdoor space, and quiet setting we believed it offered, intended to make this our final home. Immediately after the purchase in the property, we had amount of money and thousands of dollars. Only 8 days after closing, we learned for the first time from the builder's representatives that a public pedestrian walkway was planned to go through our property. Shortly thereafter, 2 city workers explained that the walkway would run between our home and our neighbor's property and pass immediately adjacent to our house. And by immediately adjacent, I mean that the easement comes within 1 foot of my house. Technically, my gas meter's in violation of the easement. That's how tight it is. This easement will take out a large section of our new fence. It'll take out a large section of our backyard and our sprinkler system. It'll continue right to the center of the backyard. That red line on your chart, I think, is the center of the easement, not the total easement, because that easement swings right in front of our bedroom and bathroom windows, something I don't think anyone would want. It'll continue right through the center part of our backyard and eventually exit. This will result in a significant loss of privacy and the use of a substantial portion of our yard. Had we ever known that a public pedestrian walkway was planned for this location, we would have never, I mean never, have purchased this home. I believe most home buyers would think twice before purchasing a property that had a public walkway right in their backyard so close to their residence. I just don't think they'd want to do it. What makes this situation so particularly difficult for us is this walkway should have never existed when we viewed and purchased this property. We have learned that under the approved plat and associated city ordinance, this walkway was required to be installed before the city issued that certificate of occupancy on our home. That did not occur. We later learned that the wooden forms to pour that walkway were placed over a year before we bought the house, but those forms were removed and it was never installed. Neither the developer, the builder, the seller, nor the city informed us there was a pedestrian easement remained when it was required. Had the walkway been visible and we had been fully informed about the decision whether or not to purchase the home, I can almost believe that no one would have wanted to buy that house. I think I'm getting close to my allotted time. I would like to turn it over to my wife because she usually has the last word anyway.
Hi, my name is Deborah Probst. I have cochlear implants, so I'm probably not going to be able to hear what you say.
Pull the microphone close to your mouth.
Okay. I think, well, I guess I just want to impress upon the fact that it wasn't just that we didn't know about the easement, but that it was supposed to be done, that walkway should have been done before the house was ever allowed to be sold. I understand that mistakes can happen. However, my husband and I played no role in creating this situation. We relied on the reasonable assumption that since, among other things, the certificate of occupancy had been in place for almost a year, so that the home we purchased would have been fully developed and approved in accordance with all of the applicable requirements. Today, we are the people who would bear the consequences of those earlier decisions. At our age, we're unlikely to enjoy this home for decades to come. Yet we face the prospect of losing our privacy, losing the enjoyment of our property, and suffering a significant reduction in value despite having purchased the home in good faith and invested additional resources to make it suitable for our retirement. For those reasons, my husband and I respectfully ask the council to approve the ordinance vacating this pedestrian easeway. Doing so would provide a fair and equitable solution to a problem that we did not create and cannot solve on our own. So thank you for your consideration, your service to our community, and your thoughtful attention to our request. Thank you.
Would anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Hi, Danny Perez. So I've always been a fan of pedestrian walkways and things like that, but I think this is one of those examples where when we do future plans, that we do have better infrastructure in mind as we're doing this, because it seems like there was a lot of miscommunication on the trail. I'm also curious, like, where's this trail supposed to lead to? Is it just 2 streets? Just a cut through? Is it necessary? Is it something that has to be a thing? Is it just a convenience sort of thing? Or is it connecting? It's just one of those things where, like, I like pedestrian stuff, but it's also like there might need to be more of a purpose as to what it's doing. I'm sure it's fine, but it just seems kind of like it's just there. So I was just confused about that.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Hello.
You can come to the microphone, or you.
I usually talk pretty loud, so I'm sure you can hear
I
me.
know, but it's for people at home. So whoever is talking to the microphone.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Thel and Gail Sargent. We currently live at 210 Walton Heath Drive and lot number 228. So I'll let you start.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you for allowing us our chance to speak today. We first found out about the Pegway just in March. We had gone to the builder last fall, and they gave us a choice of 5 lots that ran along Ash Drive. And so, because that's the front drive coming into the subdivision, we didn't like that because it didn't have privacy for us from the trucks and everybody coming through. And so when we were debating what we were going to do, they brought us back this last lot with a contingency that it was an additional $10,000 for that lot because they had it for a year and it was nestled in the back. And so we went ahead and paid that additional $10,000 for the privacy to be in a neighborhood that was finished and we wouldn't have to have that privacy ruined. So anyway, long story short, we bought it, we started building on it, and then when it's 3/4 done, approximately March 27th, we were informed by a project project manager about the trail easement. And so at this moment in time, it was because we couldn't get the driveway poured because of the easement. So that was when we first found out about this. And so although it's an inconvenience for us, it is more of an inconvenience for the Probes. And so we're pleading with you to please void this, not just for us, for the inconvenience, but for them. They're losing half their backyard. And it's just unfair that we were just caught in the middle of all this. So we appreciate it. We thank you for your time.
And once again, just to piggyback on what she's saying.
Can you come closer to the microphone?
Okay. We were never informed about this. No one informed us about this in the beginning stages of building our home, the middle stages of building our home. They came to us at the end and say, hey, we need to put this pathway in. I don't know if it was our fault because we didn't know about it, but we feel like the builders should have informed us about this. The second point I want to make is, if this is approved to go in, day one, we lose $10,000 because we paid $10,000 extra for this lot compared to other lots. We not only lose $10,000, we will lose additional money when we decide to sell this property. So we'll lose much more. But like I said, we never knew anything about this. I don't want to say it's the city's fault, but we just felt like the builders should have been there to inform us to say, hey, this is going in. And she did mention that when we bought this lot, they had a lot of other homes in a row, but for some reason, this lot was empty. So we have to believe they knew about it, if that makes sense.
And you're at time. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on, what number? Bill 22026.
Hi there, I'm David Lay. I'm at 212 Walton Heath. I live in the neighborhood. We just moved to Texas about 4 months ago to Columbia from Texas about 4 months ago. And what we loved about this neighborhood, and we're 2 houses away from this easement, is the walking neighborhood. It's a great walking neighborhood. That path between 2 homes, well, really between 4 homes, doesn't do anybody any good. It was just put there so that a developer could meet a requirement. And so I could see why they weren't telling anybody about it. Nobody's going to use it except maybe some kids riding some bikes. And guess what they're going to do? Look at that map. They're going to come screaming through there, right in T-bone into a road. It makes no sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bill 22026?
My name is Taufik Thabit again. 2 cents. Why are we talking about eliminating it instead of why are we talking about actually building it instead of finding the builder that put it in? Like, that seems way more sensible instead of to punish them for blatant disregard of the lot. But thank you.
Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bill 22026? Seeing none, I'll come to council comments. Jackie, this is your ward.
So I just want to let council know that I was invited by the owners out to their homes. And this picture does not do it justice. The amount of yard that is being taken, it's large, and that doesn't do it justice either. Like, I have pictures on my cell phone that I actually took because I was blown away by the amount of yard that these people would be using or losing. So it's an unfortunate situation, but I'm going to encourage my colleagues to vacate this easement.
Yeah, Valerie.
Yeah, I have a lot to say. I have a lot to say about the reason the block length requirement exists, the intention of the sidewalk, how the sidewalk is not functioning as intended because of where the houses were placed, and the planning on the plat as we're looking at now. I have a lot to say. I am shocked to hear the testimony that wooden forms to place the sidewalk were placed and then removed, and the sidewalk was never poured. I want to add some information because Sheila helped me look up the council hearing from this, September 2021. It was brought to council. Staff recommended denial because of the block length was inconsistent. It did not have the sidewalk on it. It was tabled. It looks like it was offered by the developer and then came back in October 2021 with an amendment sheet that council voted on. It was not floated flippantly. It was planned and tabled to make room for that, and it was marked on the plat. I do not like the idea of negating a council action with a vacation. I do not like the idea of negating planning and zoning with a vacation. I do think the consideration of block lengths in our code and where streets and sidewalks are required has meaning because it is a longer length. It is a long length for someone to walk as a pedestrian to get around a longer length to the other side of their development in this case, when we don't follow block lengths that are standard. This is replacing a full street and a full sidewalk. That said, the way this looks now negates the usefulness of that path in so many ways. And I'm not sure how I can support this, and I'm not sure how I could vote to negate it either. We're going to have to be, I love that we offered developers a way to do their plan efficiently. I love that we offered them an alternate route to meeting our code. I do not love this situation at all.
Additional council comments? It can be comments and questions. Yeah, Christina.
Yeah, I kind of have a question. I do think it's, and maybe this got answered whenever I had a bio break. What kind of fees recoup, like what's the cost of us sitting here doing this, evaluating this, the cost to the city for having to take care of this, and will we recoup that cost?
There is an application fee to vacate an easement. And that's the request that's before us tonight.
Will we recoup the cost of everything, or will it be like 2% recoup, or what is that?
It's whatever was reflected on the cost of survey, if that's what you're referring to, but it's our standard easement vacation fee would be applied here. I think it's roughly $350, $400. It's somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah, we're definitely not recouping costs because we got 2 IT people, we got city manager here, we've got, yeah.
Additional question or comments? Yeah, Sharon.
I'm not going to beat a dead horse and I'm not going to belabor a point, but there is very clear misbehavior here and people have been harmed by it. And It is, in my opinion, on the part of the developer and the builder. They knew better. This is what they asked for. I am furious in a way that kind of surprises me, frankly, that they have done this to the people who are paying a lot of money to live out here, that they are flaunting what we as a city have required of them. I am furious. And I'm not particularly happy that our process allowed it to get this far. That said, I cannot, in good conscience, continue the harm that has been done to the folks that live in this neighborhood by the developer and the builder and the city. And even if we do vote this down and continue to leave the easement on the plat, there is no way that they are building an 8-foot walking pedway on these 2 lots or 4 lots. I mean, it's never going to get built. But if there were a way for us to fine the builder and the developer, to prosecute them for violating the ordinance and the plat, to cause them to be financially hurt in a way that is not a $350 vacation fee, that is what we need to be doing, because this is so blatant. But I cannot continue the harm that has already been done merely to punish someone who's no longer going to be harmed by it.
Any other council comments? Betsy, is that, yeah, remember to push the button.
I don't really have a comment. I'd just like to call the question and ask you to remind us what a yes vote means and what a no vote means.
Let me ask a really quick clarifying question. Do we have any recourse against builders, or Earl, maybe this is a question for you?
Well, maybe it'd be worthwhile first pointing out that the builder is more than willing to build the trail. And if that's what council would like, we will absolutely have them build that trail.
Yeah, that's, okay.
So there, I would say, conversations about fines when they are open to completing the improvement that's required would certainly require some additional discussion on how that would look. But I'm not aware of how a fine would operate in that case.
Okay. I'll take Betsy's call to question.
I was gonna say, I think where you may be going with some of your questions is, you know, is there a potential civil action here by the homeowners? And there might be. Of course, that involves probably getting counsel and filing an action, that sort of thing, so.
Okay. To your point, Betsy, a yes vote vacates the trail and does not build it. A no vote keeps it as part of that and requires it to be part of it, the build. All right, we have a request to go ahead and vote. So Sheila, will you please call roll on Bill 2-2026?
Council Bill 2-2026, Ms. Buffalo,
Yes.
Ms. Carroll,
Yes.
Ms. Elwood,
Yes.
Ms. Sample,
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Hartman,
Yes.
Ms. Peters.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the consent agenda. Sheila, will you please read the items in the consent agenda twice and call roll?
Items on the consent agenda include Bills 206-26, 207-26, 221-26, 222-26, 223-26, 224-26, 225-26, and resolutions 155-26, 156-26, 157-26, 158-26, 159-26, 160-26, 161-26, 162-26, 163-26, and 164-26. Bills 206-26, 207-26, 221-26, 222-26, 223-26, 224-26, 225-26, and resolutions 155-26, 156-26, 157-26, 158-26, 159-26, 160-26, 161-26, 162-26, 163-26, and 164-26. Where'd my vote sheet? Ms. Buffalo,
Yes.
Ms. Carroll. Yes. Ms. Elwood,
Yes.
Ms. Sample,
Yes.
Ms. Galway Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Hartman,
Yes.
Ms. Peters.
Yes.
All right, moving on, we have no items under new business. So Sheila, if you can, will you please read the items under introduction and first read?
All bills are introduced by the mayor unless otherwise indicated. Bills 226, 26, 227, 26, 228, 26, 229, 26, 230, 26, 231, 26, 232, 26, 233, 26, 234, 26, 235, 26, 236, 26, 237, 26, 238, 26, 239, 26, and 240, 26, first reading.
Thank you. All right, we have one report on our council meeting this evening, or this morning. Report 4626, this is our update regarding to the Como to Zero and Safe Streets for All initiative. Do we have a staff report?
Yes. Council requested an update on several of our Safe Streets for All grant projects. There have been 5 rounds of Safe Street for All grant funding, with the city receiving awards in the first 3 rounds. The first 2 rounds included over $3.5 million spread over 11 of the 12 projects listed in the memo. The last project regarding Clark Lane is close to having a grant agreement ready to come to council for review and approval. We anticipate that to occur in September. The city has partnered with the University of Missouri on the 5th round of funding, but the recipients of that round have not yet been announced. The next items council will most likely see come forward include reports on the updated action plan titled Como to Zero and a re-examination of the city's existing complete streets policy. Those reports should come forward to council late this calendar year. The comprehensive transit study is complete and was presented to council last year. The Business Loop Road Safety Audit is also substantially complete and is being used to inform the Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods Grant project currently underway along Business Loop 70. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for staff on this update? There are a lot of in-process ones that are supposed to be finished by the sort of the end of the year. Do we have, or not to be finished, but like closing up, do we have a work session planned on updates to any of these big plans or big projects?
With the complete streets, we are meeting with council members and trying to gauge whether a work session is how council would like to see that come forward, or if we would be ready just to bring something forward to council directly. With the action plan, once we have that information in full, we can, I mean, if that was something council wanted to state tonight, we can do that, or we were going to make those decisions once we kind of had that finalized. And I'd also clarify that a lot of the other things that are on that list, there's nothing magical about the end of 2026. They're just in different stages of development. We've had some vacancies on staff, and so we've delayed some things, put some things back, all within the time frame of the grant. So.
Okay, thank you for that update. Any other council questions on this? Yeah, Vera, and then Val.
I had a question about the pedestrian level of comfort map. Seeing that it looks like the map, not just the methodology, but the map itself was created in 2025. Can you talk about how and if that has been utilized for decisions about other pedestrian safety things?
I think I would just say that it's intended to be something that the internal stakeholders use to inform decisions. And really, I think it's important that this action plan come forward first, and that'll just be part of that. The action plan kind of replaces the first action plan that when we first adopted a policy resolution to be a Vision Zero city. And so I think a lot of these initiatives inform that action plan. And so we also have that, while I think this will help us make choices going forward, we're also at the very, very beginning of our capital improvement sales tax. So I think at least initially where we would look to use some of that money or some of those projects would be the places where we got a little more flexibility in the capital improvement sales tax, and that's like sidewalk projects and things of that nature, at least initially.
Yep, Valerie, you had your hand up.
Yeah, towards the question of work sessions, and I also have an interest in the pedestrian level of comfort maps. I would absolutely welcome a work session on the action plan with the pedestrian level of comfort maps. Given that it's late at night, and really, I'd just love to hear how you're using pedestrian level of comfort to inform the flexible sidewalk projects that you'll do early in the year.
Any other council comments or questions? No, and yeah, late, but so hopefully we will be planning that work session, because I agree. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. All right, moving on. I have to keep pushing the buttons. We're to general comments by public. Would anyone from the public wish to speak?
Hi, I know it's late. This is more of a comment in response to the public comment on urban encampments and ordinances. I am very concerned about the narrative that everybody is weaving about the so-called homeless population, especially in downtown, especially when we have people in academia or positions of academia having narratives about it and blaming them for almost every bit of crime that happens in downtown. For one thing, this is not just a downtown issue. I'm not blind. I walk these streets every day. This is an issue that's all over Columbia. But we need to also remember, like, there's no place for these people to go because we destroyed a lot of their encampments. And where do people go when one of their most stable, one of the most stable things that was in their life is gone? Some of these encampments were around for 10 years. And yeah, that is a problem in itself, but it's like, how are we supposed to have all these ordinances and getting rid of bus shelters and getting rid of benches and replacing them with hostile infrastructure and calling that solving a problem when all it does is shift people around from one neighborhood to another neighborhood till it finally goes to the first ward because nobody cares about the first ward. Or it goes to Jeff City, or it goes to one of the neighboring small towns that are not equipped to deal with that. And then they come back here, and it's a never-ending cycle. And it's so unfair that we're putting all of our blame about what's going on in downtown on this group of people, when the students are also contributing. They're releasing their body fluids and causing violence and destroying property too, but we don't want to talk about that. We want to pin it on our most vulnerable, or one of our most vulnerable people, while injuring or making people who have disabilities' lives even harder, because now it's making pedestrian life harder because we hate homeless people that much. It's not fair, and I'm worried that after doing this ordinance with the medium, it's now opening the doorway to do this with downtown in a way that's going to now start anti-panhandling laws. Last I checked, downtown is not just about Broadway or 9th Street. It's not about just the businesses. People live here. It's a hub. It's a creative hub. It's full of different kinds of people. And last I checked, the so-called homeless population is part of the public, which means they are allowed to be in public spaces and public lands. And people have an issue with it. Let's also remember that some of this land was stolen. So who are we to judge on who's deserving of what? Yes, there are some safety concerns, but I want solutions that are more coexisting and less pushing aside. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Eugene Elkins, Second Ward. A strong ditto behind the previous lady. I don't stand here and talk repeatedly on the subject, but everything she had to say was very, very important. Many times we hear over and over, it's the homeless again. Tonight I have several subjects. I've asked this repeatedly. Please, someone take this on. We need restroom signage in our lobby. It could merely be a sign hanging from the ceiling. We've had many public individuals that have never been to our meetings, and they don't know where the restroom is, and they're in your all's hallway over here, looking and looking. This past week, my mother was 89 years old on her August 13th. She's been on a rechargeable 3-year battery, headaches after headaches, At her age of 79, she was just given a 25-year, no maintenance incontinence urinary battery. Hope for the future for those as they age. We still need to have the ADA recognition of everyone has to go sometime, and they have every right to come to city council and not have to ask a total stranger, where's the bathroom? Message on screen of the new TVs. We have new, nice, brand new TVs. So now I've heard this and I'm repeating it. We need new, larger screen, upper right corner, the message of what subject you're on. The digits of B229-26, whatever it be. Where are they? Where are they? And I'm busy trying to explain, I think. Well, that doesn't make me right. I might be wrong. Look on the screen and it'll be given to you as Barbara introduces it. That's when it should go up. City of Columbia might be doing a little waste of money. We are currently expecting the public to pay more and more when in the next few days, the City of Columbia will be placed on our water tower here on Walnut. I see that as a waste of money. A lady just said tonight, she says, why do we need to be told we're citizens of Columbia? We know it's the City of Columbia Tower. Violence downtown. This has just come to me tonight. We need to be reporting the correct business that's being affected. Not, I think it was that one. Be sure the right business is in all messages, or call that medium and let them know you've got the wrong business in your reports. Groups are blocking the sidewalks, forcing people into the streets.
Thank you, Eugene.
They need to
You're at time.
either open up the groups
you,
or
Eugene.
ask them to move.
Thank you, Eugene.
Hi. Good morning.
Hey, Bill.
My name is Bill Dijak. I'm with Comomo Aid, and I'd like to address some of the conversation around the but the urban camping ordinance possibilities. The homeless community is always a hot topic here in Columbia. Last count, there were 309 individuals in the community, and the Opportunity Campus is routinely housing 120 to 150 guests per night. So that's roughly a little less than half of the last counted population that we had. There's a lot of guests that suffer from trauma in this remaining population that cannot deal with staying in shelters, cannot deal with being in large crowded rooms, and cannot handle the confines and other situations that go on within the shelter. So that's the community I'm thinking about. These are the people that will do urban camping. Many of these individuals, it's impossible for them to be in these crowded, confined areas. So let's talk about what's been happening in the homeless community in Columbia. As the city continues to follow previous recommendations provided by the business district, we see changes in the homeless community. You've taken away the homeless income by instituting median ordinances in the periphery of the city. So you shouldn't be surprised when they move downtown by panhandlers. You're bulldozing camps in the periphery of the city, so don't be surprised by increase in urban camping. Isn't it time we stop trying to constrict the Columbia's homeless community and be proactive instead of being reactive? It's time the city starts identifying areas where homeless people can actually exist, not create areas where ordinances say they can't. You've run them out of Field Park, Flat Branch Park, and the pavilion near the Opportunity Campus. The municipal courts are crammed with trespass citations every month as people try to exist somewhere. How about we actually create a zero-barrier camping area with electricity to charge cell phones, potable water, restrooms, and sanitation? Let's acknowledge that people need a place to exist and actually provide that space. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Hi, my name is Tawfiq Thabit. The main reason I stayed here is because of flock cameras. I don't feel safe in the city. It feels like the flock cameras are constantly surveilling us. Flock partners with Palantir for data recognition, for data analysis. All of that is stored on servers that I don't know where they are. They're probably outside of Missouri. They are not applicable to state laws. The federal government also probably has access to them. They can go in and take all the footage. So even if you pass a bill for the police department to turn off the feature to share with other departments, realistically, if the federal government wants it, they can even just go straight to the footage, straight to the hard drive that are unencrypted that they have over there. It feels like they're building up the surveillance network, they're building up the military wing with ICE, they're building up the concentration camps with the immigration, and it just feels like I'm constantly under threat. It feels like it is going to happen. It's not a matter of, it's not a question of if, but when. And I don't feel safe. Like genuinely, the roundabout has cameras, the trails have cameras, and all of that is not like in the city. The footage is not stored in the city. Everything is being processed outside by a contractor who has affiliation with the IDF that are also using that same targeting of who are you with, who are you close to, who have we seen with you, to target people in Gaza based on their gender and their age. That same thing is also was trying to be rolled out with their in cameras, with integration with Amazon, which was the football ad, which got a lot of pushback, and thankfully so. It just feels like we should not be a part of this. I really don't feel safe in Colombia because of it. In terms of, I mean, yes, please go back on the flock camera. I really, really don't like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll go to council comments. Valerie, we will start with you, and I'll remind all of us that it is after midnight.
When Ruth Bader Ginsburg was asked how many people were enough, how many women were enough on the Supreme Court, she said, when there are 9. Ladies, there are 7 of us. I'm honored to be a part of this council. With regards to the discussion of violence downtown, we've been fairly consistent in how we're approaching public safety. We've been fairly consistent in how we're communicating public safety, both with our public and with our collaborators at the university. I think that now is not the time to rethink that. I think that we have made the changes that we planned on, and those are well known. We have followed the path in front of us, and that is well known. We cannot look at every incident and rethink our path. We need consistency. Consistency is what gives us trust in public safety. It's what gives us trust in our community, and it's what gives us trust in our police. And we need consistency and community building from our police. My hope is that the 1% safety tax and increase in staffing can help us build some of those things. I would like for us in our communications, especially with the public, make sure that we're focusing on a protecting mindset, that we create room for everyone to come downtown, have fun, coexist with each other, and be safe going home. And environment that allows people from all backgrounds to do that. We've had some comment on urban camping, and I appreciate Danny Perez's comment at the end, citing the community in the First Ward. I do have a concern as we increase restrictions on medians, on panhandling, on camping, that we tend to displace people towards the surrounding neighborhoods. And I think that that is also a consideration. We need to think about our residents, both our unhoused residents and our residents that are in proximity to downtown Columbia, in proximity to our shopping districts. I think in the public dialogue, they have largely been left out. I don't want to open a large package. I do see room for clarification on some of our existing ordinances.
I am not someone who tends to think about like legacy, but sitting on this dais right now and getting to be a part of the first all-female council in Columbia's history is a pretty incredible part of a legacy. I'm very honored to be sitting up here with all of you wonderful leaders in our community. The one thing I do want to bring up, something that was on consent tonight, was taking the next step in what will be an admittedly long process, but we keep chugging down the line, for the roundabout on Providence and Blue Ridge. This is something that I've been so excited about since before I got on council, but particularly excited to have that on consent tonight, as on my way here, I saw an accident at that intersection that appeared visually to have probably totaled both cars involved. So much needed safety improvements are coming down the line. Shane knows how excited I am about this.
Jackie.
I was asked for a brief discussion on concerns regarding who is engaged in the homeless strategic plan. And I had kind of an initial conversation with DeCarlin, but since he left, Matt, I don't know if you're prepared to comment on that. I don't think you were copied on the email.
No, ma'am, I'm not.
So my proposal was, I'm just going to read the email. So I saw a question that came up regarding why Como Mobile Collective, I'm going to say that wrong, Como Mobile Aid Collective, COMAC, was not involved in the homeless strategic plan. So the response I got was, yes, Como Mobile Aid Collective has been invited to participate in the process. A representative from COMAC has already submitted their registration to attend a focus group for direct service providers. They have also been invited to attend a small group discussion with other smaller healthcare providers to discuss the clinic side of their services. Their attendance at that discussion is pending. The steering committee has discussed a future need to re-engage some organizations after the data has been collected and analyzed to get their input on action items created by the committee. COMAC is one of the organizations that could be utilized for that step in the process. So I did ask a question. I wanted to make sure that they were included. I don't know if there's anything else to add to that.
I would just like to add, and I think in part, I know when staff was putting together potential suggestions they identified members representing the different organizations, and then for sure key stakeholders that they wanted to involve, and then also the focus groups. And I would like to just put on record, like, I think part of the fault is mine. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to email the key stakeholders, like the heads up about, hey, the steering committee is being formed, you're gonna be involved as this, or if staff was, and so that means no one originally sent that email back in May. So I did look into that, and I was like, oh, so I acknowledge that one as well.
I've pontificated enough tonight. Thank you all for a great first meeting.
Those are my favorite kind of comments. Christina?
Yeah, so I echo all the comments about being part of a new team. Try to lead forward as we go forward. I just repeated myself, but whatever. One of the things that, we heard several times tonight in a few different ways was regarding flock cameras. And so I do think it's something that the council needs to start considering. I've had a lot of people reach out to me about it. So I do think we need to start considering what that looks like and if that's something that the city does want to continue after we've reviewed. And I know that we have had some discussions around the surveillance audit recently, but continuing to bring that to the light. And I think the comments tonight kind of echo what I've been hearing elsewhere. That's all.
Betsy?
Well, first, I want to thank the citizens of Columbia for passing that public safety tax. That was a big deal. It is certainly an ask of the citizens, and I'm certainly well aware, as we all are, that it did pass, but not by very much, which is certainly a cautionary tale for all of us to make sure that it's clear what we're using the money for and that it's transparent. So thank you for that. I would like to suggest that we go back to a 6 p.m. start time. I know the next city council meeting starts at 7, but based upon the amount of paperwork or the amount of conversation or the amount of whatever that we have, along with Christina's point that we seem to have more items to discuss, we might want to really consider making it a 6 p.m. meeting from here on out. And I would like to, I think, make a motion to that.
Can I interrupt real quick? We have public hearings that have, resolutions setting public hearings that have been approved for both September 8th and September 21st that say 7 p.m. So you cannot start either one of those meetings at 6 p.m. Afterwards, if you wanted to do that, you could consider it. But I would say that a conversation needs to be had with the manager's office because you're shortening pre-council, which then pushes things off further that we're already, busy with work sessions and pre-councils and stuff. So unless we want to have more meetings, that could become an issue. So I'm just going to point those two things out.
Okay, well, that was one of the reasons I brought this up, not realizing that you had already advertised for the 21st, because it is...
I hadn't advertised for the 21st, but you guys passed resolutions tonight for 2 items that public hearings are going to be held on the 21st at 7 p.m.
Okay.
So I will be advertising this Sunday.
Okay, so I'm going to believe what you're saying because I don't understand it after midnight. So I guess what I'd say is, why don't you guys think about this and perhaps bring it up at the September 8th meeting, which I won't be at, but I'm sure you guys can do this without me, and see if you want to start at 6, and talk to the city manager when he's back about that. But the fact it's after midnight again, and I will say on the 21st, we're going to have potentially a long discussion about the energy codes. Perhaps not. I can hope for the best, but I'm not too optimistic. Oh, and the last thing is, I am on the homeless steering committee, and I thought that Como Mobile Aid was involved. There are like 11 or 12 different focus groups that they're having, and I believe they're involved, and if not, certainly after this question, they will be involved, because I know that we've looked at a study that someone from the university did using Como Mobile Aid's entry into the different homeless groups. So I thought they were pretty well represented, but we'll look into that. Thanks.
All right, and I'll just end, yeah, it's late. And I appreciate that we will be having discussions also in October or November about our council process, meeting process, to try to eliminate some of these issues. But I'll just echo my thanks from earlier that it is a privilege to serve. It is not always a job where people show their appreciation for you, whether it's online or calling up your office. So I just want to say thank you for all of you for serving with me. It's an honor to serve. Do we have any staff comments? All right, I'll go ahead and adjourn us at 12:33.